The authority of the eternal contract ensures that subordinate lords are completely loyal to their primary lord, leaving no trace of betrayal even under soul-searching scrutiny. I glanced at the void trial countdown. The system notification chimed. Ding. The void trial has ended. Evaluating. Ding. Evaluation complete. Casualties. 0. Enemies defeated. 300,000. Rating. SSS. Ding. SSS level abyssal difficulty treasure chest obtained. An increase of 50,000 monsters per day, steadily growing. I checked the log, closed it, then began disassembling corpses. Ding. 300,000 corpses disassembled. 60,000 units of origin crystals obtained. 60,000 origin crystals, still acceptable. I stared at the crystals. Origin crystals were currently the most urgent resource I needed. The liquid robots over there were like an endless black hole for resources. I summoned the 60,000 silver-level abyssal treasure chests that had dropped in my territory. Ding. Open 60,000 silver-level abyssal treasure chests. Open. Ding. 100,000 resource cards obtained for each of the following: intermediate gold, intermediate steel, intermediate silver, intermediate mithril, intermediate aluminum, intermediate white jade. Abundant supplies in massive numbers, but origin crystals were still what I desired the most. Why won't it just drop origin crystals? I mumbled, slightly frustrated. The vast resources were essentially unsellable at this stage, so I could only hoard them until the newbie period ended. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't have extra origin crystals either. She still needed to care for her subordinate troops. Add to that the massive developmental needs of World Number 1, and the demand was overwhelming. Take it slow. I stored the resource cards in the warehouse and turned my attention to the SSS-rated chest before me. Ding. Open the SSS level abyssal difficulty treasure chest. Open. Ding. Rewards obtained. Unit refresh card X1. Unit upgrade card X1. Barak upgrade card X1. Hero upgrade card X1. Divine root. World tree. Divine root. Sun Moon God tree. I rubbed my chin and looked at the origin god tree planted beside the spirit source lake. Its golden branches sparkled, reaching a height of 20 meters, shimmering like gold and rustling gently in the breeze. And now, 2 more divine roots, World Tree and Sun Moon God Tree, had joined the collection. The Sun Moon God Tree. I never expected to acquire such a treasure. I began carefully examining the divine root information. Name, World Tree. Grade, Divine. Trait 1, Creation, capable of birthing a complete world. Trait 2, Eternal. The World Tree remains undying as long as the territory exists. Trait 3, Void Energy. Roots draw void energy, enhancing the territory and units. Trait 4, Primordial Source. The original existence of all creation, able to generate other divine roots. Trait 5, World Fruit. World fruits can be condensed, allowing for the creation of new worlds or the expansion of divine kingdoms. Each of these 5 traits was extraordinary. The ability to create worlds was particularly terrifying. It could evolve life within the world autonomously, though over long periods. Being part of that process would allow me to become a creator god, educating and shaping all life. A fitting name for the World Tree, I said, marveling at the glowing green sapling in my hand, which I then planted in the territory. The sapling immediately took root, and its branches expanded rapidly, making the territory as beautiful as a heavenly paradise. Just as I was about to inspect the last divine root, a private chat notification came through. It was Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao, Big Shot, are you there? Otherworld Traveler. I'm here. Lin Xiaoxiao, please accept the trade request. Guessing that Lin Xiaoxiao might have already processed the 100,000 rifles and grenades from before, I accepted the trade without hesitation. She promptly traded 150,000 origin crystals, of which I earned 50%, a total of 75,000 crystals credited to my account. Seeing the updated balance, I was curious how she managed to sell so much in just one day, but didn't ask. Her connections and skills were her business. Lin Xiaoxiao, Big Shot, your funds are credited. When can the remaining rifles, robots, and grenades be ready? Otherworld Traveler, soon. The first batch of robots will be ready by this afternoon at the latest. Lin Xiaoxiao. Okay, looking forward to your good news. Closing the chat, I mused aloud. Could she be giving all those weapons to her subordinate lords? It wasn't an unreasonable thought. With rifles and grenades, subordinate lords could more easily tackle nightmare-level void trials and earn rewards far surpassing the value of technological equipment. For Lin Xiaoxiao, burning through resources wasn't an issue. The void trial was only 30 days long, time was of the essence, and the rewards for clearing higher difficulties were immense. Giving weapons to her subordinate lords was logical, and I had no reason to interfere. Returning my focus to my territory, I inspected the final divine root. Name, Sun Moon God Tree. Grade, Divine. Trait 1. Immortal. Fused with the territory, rendering both the tree and the territory indestructible. Trait 2. Sun-Moon Fruit. Contains the essence of the sun and moon, enhancing unit potential and bypassing non-divine restrictions. Trait 3. Sun-Moon Divine Light. Bathes units in divine light to nourish their physical bodies and souls. Trait 4. Sun-Moon Essence. Condenses essence to raise unit levels. Trait 5. Manifestation of sun and moon. Takes root in the void, manifesting as a blazing sun and bright moon. The territory's day and night cycles were artificial, mere illusions. Now, with the sun-moon god tree present, the territory obtained a genuine golden sun to replace the fake one, illuminating the expanse. After finishing my review of the rewards, I decided to conduct inspections of my subordinate territories before heading to Tang Wushua's domain. Alidus followed me closely as we stepped through the teleportation gate into the first production territory. The territory's resources had been entirely converted into weaponry and robots. 10 advanced rifle resource cards, 10 advanced grenade resource cards, and 20 advanced robot resource cards had been sealed for future use. I reserved 100,000 robots for emergencies, planning to deliver materials to Lin Xiaoxiao in batches. Upon returning to the main territory, I instructed Alidus to mobilize the Sky Hunt Corps for assistance. Yes, Divine King, she said, immediately taking action astride her white, celestial steed. Soon, a fleet of Valkyries riding majestic white steeds appeared high above the skies. I opened a teleportation portal to Tang Wushua's territory, stepping gracefully through. Meanwhile, at Tang Wushua's domain, she had recruited 1,000 golden giants, all female, each towering over 3 meters tall, exuding a wild sense of beauty. Haley was her sole hero unit. As I stepped out of the teleportation portal, the orderly ranks of towering female giants came into view. Suddenly, from behind me, a squadron of Valkyries riding grand celestial steeds soared out of the portal, their magnificent presence capturing everyone's attention. Tang Wushua's pupils narrowed as a complex expression filled her eyes as she looked toward me. I smiled calmly and said, "This is under my command. The Valkyrie Legion, ranked silver. As for their tier, I won't disclose it for now, you can guess." "Master, your matters are my matters." Tang Wushua's voice was tender. However, the reactions from Haley and the female giants were completely different. They stared at the Valkyrie atop the heavenly steed, their bodies involuntarily trembling. It was a primal fear rooted in instinct. "You haven't started your void trial yet today, correct?" I asked Tang Wushua. Tang Wushua shook her head, always abiding strictly by my instructions. "Choose Abyss difficulty," I said, stroking my chin. Tang Wushua's pupils shrank. "Abyss? That's the highest difficulty. Can I even handle it?" "Don't worry. You're currently only at Black Iron 4 stars, so at most, you'll encounter a few bronze-level beasts," I reassured her, recalling my own experiences at the same rank. Tang Wushua froze. "How do you know? I only have 1,000 Black Iron 1-star golden giants. Can I even win?" I patted her shoulder. "Trust me, you can do it." Tang Wushua, feeling the pressure, looked up at the Valkyrie troops in the sky and nodded resolutely. If worst comes to worst, she thought, she would fight with everything she had. System, initiate void trial. Difficulty, abyss. A cold robotic prompt echoed in the air. Scarlet mist began to seep from the edges of the territory. "Alidus, tell your troops to go easy on them. The golden giants can finish off what remains," I commanded. "Understood, God King." Alidus sprung into action, leading the Valkyries into battle. Their coordination and precision were flawless, swiftly slaying enemies. Tang Wushua instructed Haley, "Bring the giant legion and follow the master's orders." "Yes, Lord," Haley responded dutifully. Within 30 seconds, countless Black Iron 9-star demons and Bronze 1-star devils emerged from the fog. "Abyss demons." Tang Wushua's expression turned pale. "Huh, it's been a while since I've seen these little fiends. Kind of nostalgic," I remarked. Tang Wushua stared wide-eyed as the Valkyries effortlessly cut down the demons, leaving them no room to retaliate. "Why are you stunned? Get the golden giants moving to finish them off and level up," I shouted. "Haley, take the squad to deal the finishing blows," she ordered. As the level-ups progressed rapidly, I couldn't help feeling a pang of envy. If only my troops could level up this fast. My own units like Lilith and the others were already at silver 3-star, but their resource needs were like a bottomless pit. Tang Wushua went from initial worry to stunned amazement, eventually becoming numb, as if she were in a dream. An hour later, the system's voice chimed again. "Trial complete. Damage taken, 0. Kills, 20,000. External assistance detected. Rating, SS. Reward, SS ranked Abyss difficulty treasure chest. So, do you understand how to get an SSS rating now? I asked flatly. Tang Wuxue shook her head and shared the system log with me. I scoffed as I reviewed the SS rating log. As expected, the system wouldn't allow exploits or loopholes. I originally intended to experiment with a trick to secure an SSS-ranked Abyss chest, but it was clearly impossible. Nonetheless, an SS chest was a respectable reward, at least within the second tier. There were bound to be valuable treasures inside. I glanced at Tang Wuxue's giant legion and noticed Haley had jumped directly from Black Iron 1-star to Bronze 1-star, a significant leap in rank. The other female giants had also advanced to roughly Black Iron 5-star. Why don't you open the chest and see what you get? I suggested. Nodding eagerly, Tang Wuxue triggered the chest, excitement radiating from her. System notifications rang out repeatedly. Ding, you've obtained the Life Spring, ranked as an exotic artifact. Ding, you've acquired the Advanced Relic Warhorn. Ding, you've unlocked a Tier 7 barracks, Cyclops Nest. The successive announcements sounded almost heavenly. Tang Wuxue had never opened a chest with such incredible rewards before. Master, this is everything. The Life Spring, the War Horn, and the Cyclops Nest, Tang Wuxue reported earnestly. Let me have a look. I carefully examined the 3 models. I'll claim the Cyclops barracks. Cyclops are a chaos-aligned unit. While your golden giants belong to Order, they wouldn't be compatible. The other items are yours to keep. I decided, taking the barracks. Tang Wuxue was taken aback. She had expected me to take everything, only to see me choose the lowest value item instead. Master, you're really giving me these 2 artifacts? She hesitated. What? You don't want them? I teased. Yes, of course I do. Tang Wuxue scrambled to collect her treasures. Look at you, so easily awestruck. I chuckled softly. By the way, have you opened a dimensional rift yet? I inquired. I haven't dared to. Managing what I already have is hard enough. Hoping for successful conquests in other dimensions feels unrealistic, she admitted bitterly. Focus on developing your territory first. Use your treasures well, and leave the rest out of mind, I advised. Tang Wuxue nodded. I'll head back to manage my own territory then, I said with a smile, stepping through a shimmering portal as I departed, the Valkyrie Legion following close behind. Back in my realm, I gazed at the Tier 7 barracks, Cyclops Nest, now in my possession. Upgrade. Ding, the Cyclops Nest is evolving. Ding, congratulations. Cyclops Nest has evolved into Titan Sanctum, God-tier barracks. Before my eyes materialized a grand temple-like structure. A wide smile spread across my face. Upgrade again. Ding, consumed 100 origin crystals. Titan Sanctum upgraded to level 2. I inspected the barracks' current stats. At level 2, the next upgrade required Divine Seeds and Dark Seeds. Let's push it to level 3 before I do anything else. Where can I find Divine Seeds? I muttered, weighing my options. Ding, you possess an upgrade card. Do you wish to use it to enhance the Titan Sanctum? Yes. Without hesitation, I issued the command. A flash of divine light illuminated the model, advancing its rank. I eagerly reviewed the updated Titan Sanctum stats. Name, Titan Sanctum. Level, God tier. Alignment, Order. Recruitment cap, 30/30ths daily. Recruitment cost, 1 gold, fixed. Aura effect, Glory of the Titans. All recruited units gain doubled attributes. Next upgrade requirement, 10,000 origin crystals, 100,000 gold coins, 10 divine seeds. A towering divine sanctum rose, surrounded by statues of Titan deities, their roars exuding majesty and dominance. Aside from Ishtar, who was guarding World 1 to protect Liufei and Xia, all my heroic units had gathered upon hearing the news. I stood before a vibrant Titan sanctum, its aura transforming the battlefield's balance, and smiled as my realm became increasingly bustling. A statue of a female Titan stood tall and mighty, her athletic figure radiating strength and power as she gazed fiercely towards the sky in defiance, her presence awe-inspiring. Ding, would you like to spend 30 gold coins for a daily recruitment? Recruit, I said with anticipation. In a dazzling flash of divine light, squads of towering Titan goddesses appeared before me. Their alabaster skin glowed with strength, and adorned in flowing ancient Greek robes, they stood approximately 5 meters tall, with their leader towering at an impressive 7 meters. Her violet hair cascaded elegantly, and her forehead gleamed with a golden divine mark. Hersey, reporting to the God King. The leader dropped to one knee, her voice carrying respect and awe. We pledge our loyalty to the God King, echoed the towering Titans, their eyes brimming with fervor. Rise, I said softly. I pulled up Hersey's character details. Name, Hersey. Loyalty, 100. Rank, Black Iron 1-star. Type, Ancient God of Time, Hersey. Talent, Master of Time. Skill, Temporal Plunder. Artifact, Spear of Time. Potential, Genesis, no cap, influenced by certain traits. Notes: a forbidden ancient god of time wielding dominion over temporal authority, an existence that should not exist. A forbidden god who controls time itself. I murmured, taking a deep breath. This power was beyond comprehension. As I left the divine domain, Percy suddenly picked me up and held me close to her chest. Percy, what are you doing? I asked in bewilderment, finding myself surrounded by soft white surroundings with a faint milky aroma. Percy answered earnestly, God King, I glimpsed the past of this space. It seems you had quite a fondness for it. I froze for a moment. What? You can see into the past? Percy sighed. Indeed, but my current strength limits me to only seeing the past 10 days. I was shocked. So, this was the infamous ancient god of time. What about the future? I probed. Percy shook her head regretfully. Not yet. Only after my first ascension to the gold rank will I be able to glimpse fragments of the future. Leaning against her, I rubbed my chin thoughtfully. So, gold rank was where a qualitative leap would occur. Percy, put me down, I said at last. God King, don't you like this? Percy asked in surprise. I do, just not now. We need to focus on building our strength first. Take your new squad to world number 4 and return once you've all ascended to silver rank, I instructed with a smile. I handed over the task to Lilith, who led Percy and the new recruits toward world number 4. As the portal shimmered open, they stepped through. Let's check out world number 1, I said to Ali Des, standing beside me. The gateway shimmered, and I crossed into a new world. Before me stood a sprawling steel city. The ground was coated in iron plating, and black metallic towers soared skyward. Is this still my territory? I muttered, baffled. A dark shadow materialized next to me. It was Ishta. God King, she bowed respectfully. What on earth happened here? I questioned. Suddenly, the distant roar of an engine caught my attention. A black jeep screeched to a halt before us, revealing Sia sitting in the driver's seat. Get in. I'll explain along the way, Sia gestured. Inside the car, I found myself sandwiched between Ali Des and Ishta as Sia drove at breakneck speed through the industrial metal labyrinth. What are those black towers? I asked, gesturing at the ominous skyline. Factories. 10 of them. They were constructed overnight and are capable of producing various mechanical components as long as we have the resources, Sia explained casually. I stared at those monolithic structures, towering like 20-story buildings. Industrial expansion in one night. God King, I discovered something interesting about this world, Sia said, a glint of excitement in her eyes. What is it? I asked curiously. In this world, she began, adjusting her glasses, the normal rules of the Lord's world don't apply. What do you mean? I asked with deepening confusion. Sia sighed. For example, creating robots in the Lord's world requires adhering to strict rules, including using origin crystals. But here, those rules don't bind us. Wait, are you saying we can build robots here without needing origin crystals? My eyes lit up. Exactly, though keep in mind the robots built here lack unique traits, unlike the robots crafted in the Lord's world. That's the trade-off, Sia clarified. Even so, we could save a massive amount of resources. These robots could be repurposed for external development, Sia explained further. I nodded. The lack of traits and levels didn't matter for general utility tasks. These industrial constructs were like tools. They wouldn't fight wars, but could serve critical non-combat roles. Are resources sufficient? I asked. Plentiful. The leftover resources from this industrial city will sustain the production of millions of robots, Sia replied confidently, her glasses glinting, as always. Good. Handle it however you see fit. I only care about results, I said with a slight grin. By the way, where's Liu Fei? I asked out of curiosity. Sia hesitated. I wouldn't recommend going to see her. Why not? I asked suspiciously. She's experimenting with things that are, shall we say, ethically questionable, Sia said, her tone turning cold. Lead the way. I'm going to check it out, I insisted. Before long, the jeep stopped at a heavily fortified installation. Half of Ishta's pureblood fallen angel regiment stood guard here. I stepped out as Sia opened the entrance to a subterranean lab. This lab was already here when we discovered it, Sia explained quietly. Liu Fei found it and moved certain assets inside. Much of the steel infrastructure you see above ground likely exists because of accidents during the experiments here. I suddenly understood. The city wasn't born of warfare. It stemmed from the fallout of an uncontrolled scientific pursuit. Did you relocate the divine flesh here? I asked, my voice growing serious. Liu Fei had Lilith handle the transfer, Sia said pointedly, absolving herself. I sighed, exasperated. You lot never ceased to amaze me. The elevator descended to a maze of spotless labs illuminated under bright sterile lights. Despite the pristine appearance, streaks of dark red stains and latent signs of destruction were everywhere. Before us stretched rows of containment tanks housing abominations of twisted flesh. Some creatures retained vague human shapes, while others devolved into grotesque chimera that combined human and beastly traits. Did Liu Fei create these? I asked, my stomach churning. No. These were already here when we accessed the lab, Xie replied. I stared at the experiment chambers filled with bubbling liquids and writhing horrors, feeling an instinctive repulsion that scratched at my soul itself. Moving to the facility's core, we found Liu Fei, dressed in a crisp white lab coat, standing before a reinforced glass containment zone. She was observing an entity made of flesh that constantly expanded before violently exploding, scattering gore across the room as the remnants mobbed together and began regenerating at a terrifying speed. God King, you're here, Liu Fei greeted with a bright smile. I fixed her with an unwavering gaze. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known you were secretly experimenting with divine flesh again. Do you have a death wish? Liu Fei chuckled, unfazed. God King, I only kept this from you so you wouldn't worry. Divine flesh has restorative traits unparalleled in blood-based organisms. I developed a type of flesh-eater virus that absorbs and assimilates biological tissue, gaining power exponentially. She began with no small excitement. Care to explain? Fleshy creatures. I want to volunteer for some experiments, she said, licking her lips as her eyes sparkled with an almost manic excitement. The flesh-eating virus? I asked, eyeing Liu Fei suspiciously. That's right. It devours flesh-based beings, the nemesis of anything with flesh. The only regret is that it hasn't undergone formal testing yet, Liu Fei replied, anticipation gleaming in her expression. What's the mode of transmission? I questioned. Water, air, bodily fluids, close contact. It spreads through all these means. It survives for up to 48 hours, even in open air, Liu Fei stated. What kind of experiments are you planning? I probed further. Mass experiments, preferably on intelligent beings. Testing on mere flesh is meaningless. Liu Fei adjusted her glasses, her tone resolute. Intelligent beings? Fine. Research as much as you need for now. When the opportunity arises, let me know, I said. Cruel? Undeniably so. But Liu Fei was working for me. Criticizing her efforts would be foolish. You're not in trouble for this. Just remember to report any developments to me, I said to both Shiyu and Liu Fei. And don't forget to return to the domain tonight, I added, addressing Shiyu, Liu Fei, and Yista. Understood, Emperor, the three replied in unison. The portal of light opened, and I returned to my domain with Orita by my side. Back at the domain, I felt a wave of nausea hit me. My face went pale. Orita reached out to support me. Let me catch my breath, I muttered, closing my eyes briefly. What I had just witnessed was far too disturbing. A mass of writhing, pulsating flesh exploded, scattering everywhere. It grew and twisted like countless grotesque maggots. The horror of it went beyond physical limits. Killing never felt like this. This was far more terrifying. It was like watching a chicken being slaughtered. It's all so clinical. But witnessing a decaying corpse crawling with maggots? That could churn anyone's stomach. Orita, help me to the hot spring, I said, feeling like my gut was about to flip. Mentally, I was shaken to the core. Orita didn't hesitate. She scooped me into her arms. I blinked, slightly stunned. Wait, what? Are you carrying me like some kind of princess? God King, this way will be faster, Orita said with a playful smile, holding me as we headed back to the Origin Palace. With a single thought, I activated the palace's levels, transforming the third floor into an open-air, temperature-controlled hot spring. Slipping into the warm water, Orita began to gently massage my shoulders and back. A subtle figure stepped into view. It was Alice. Lord Demon King, perhaps a sip of wine will help you relax, Alice offered with a soft smile, taking a sip of the wine before handing the glass to me. Moments later, a group of tall, curvaceous figures joined the hot spring, the Shadow Strike Legion. Orita glanced at them, but said nothing. I leaned back, the tension leaving me as I half closed my eyes to enjoy the moment. Life as a ruler was meant to be indulgent. Why stress myself out? Living is the most important foundation for anything. My Lord Demon King, Alice called out coyly. I opened my drowsy eyes, taking the wine and smiling at her before drinking. The taste was intoxicating, so good. Being a useless overlord suits me better. Let Shiyu and Liu Fei focus on development. I'll gladly take on the role of enjoying the idler's life. I mused, letting the comfort consume me. 2 hours later, I climbed out of the hot spring, feeling rejuvenated. But work still needed doing. Tang Wuxue was waiting for me. All right, Orita, go gather the Valkyrie Legion, I instructed. With a nod, she mounted her winged steed and set off to summon the troops. As I turned back toward the still bathing Alice and the succubi, I gave a signal. Shadows merged with mine, and in an instant, every figure was gone, including Alice. Once the Valkyrie Legion assembled, a portal of light opened before me. I stepped through, with Orita leading the legion in tow. We arrived at Tang Wushue's territory. Through the void trials, Tang Wushue had managed to upgrade her domain to level 7 in one go. Her domain now boasted two new wonders: a white jade fountain trickling with crystal-clear water and an ancient horn standing tall among the landscape. The breeze carried whispers as she rose from the grass, her gaze fixed on the portal. I strode lazily through the shimmering portal, hands behind my back. My scent mingled with traces of wine, and my demeanor was teasingly nonchalant. Following me, the Valkyrie Legion soared out after. "Master," Tang Wushue said, her eyes reflecting total submission. "Focus on managing the upgrades to your territory. Recruit the troops you think are necessary. Two priorities. I'll help you activate the void trials daily, and you must open the dimension rift at least once a day." "Understood," I said casually. "Understood, Master," she nodded obediently. "Good. Open the dimension rift now," I instructed. Without hesitation, Tang Wushue activated her authority, and a dimension rift silently appeared in the heart of her domain. "Orita, it's up to you now," I told her. Orita led the Valkyrie Legion into the rift. Moments later, she returned, mounted on her winged steed. "God King, it's secured," she reported. She extended a hand to me, and I climbed onto her steed. She then mounted behind me. "Let's go take a look," I said with a light-hearted smile. Crossing into the dimensional doorway, a moment of disorientation passed before we stood in a twisted realm. A system notification echoed in my mind. "Ding, data synchronization complete. Treasure chests have been generated. You have 12 hours to explore." "Ding, this world is technology-based and was destroyed due to a fatal virus." "Virus?" I raised an eyebrow. The gray sky seemed bland and lifeless. Yet, an entire civilization wiped out because of a virus? Sounds like Lu Fei would take an interest in this world, I thought. "Anchor it. Lock it down," I commanded. The shadow of the dimensional doorway stretched, encasing the world in its massive shape and sealing its coordinates. "It's done. Let's head back, Orita," I said. Tang Wushue observed the ghostly outline of the dimensional doorway. "Master, what was that shadowy gate?" "It's a unique wonder, the dimensional gate. It can anchor into and lock down a world," I replied with a mischievous grin. Her pupils shrank. "Unique wonder? The stuff of legend. And it was real?" "Master, you're not a second-generation deity, are you?" she asked skeptically. I burst into laughter. "Huh. If I were a god's heir, don't you think I'd just be living a life of luxury instead of opening dimension rifts with you?" "So, what should we do about this rift?" Tang Wushue asked again. "Nothing. I'll have 2 Valkyries stationed here to stand guard. Just leave it be until it closes," I replied nonchalantly. "If anything urgent arises, message me." I stretched and yawned. "Oh, by the way, those blueprints. Can your troops learn them?" "They can, but the materials required are enormous. I can't procure them at the moment," Tang Wushue explained. "I'll introduce you to someone. Her name's Lin Xiaoxiao, the biggest merchant around right now. Work out the materials thing with her." "Understood, Master." With that, I returned to my domain alongside the Valkyrie Legion, leaving 2 sentinels to guard the rift's doorway. Once back, I reviewed the tasks completed, inspected Territory 1, cleared void trials, stabilized the rift, and completed troop recruitment. "Oh right, trading," I remembered. Opening the private chat, I messaged Lin Xiaoxiao. "Otherworld Traveler, are you there? The production's done, and the robots are ready as well." "Little merchant, here, boss." I transferred the shipment. 100,000 rifles, 100,000 grenades, and 100,000 robots, all handed over to her. "Little merchant, boss. How about we price the Tier 3 bronze units at 10 primal crystals apiece?" I calculated it. It seems reasonable. 10 crystals for a Tier 3 bronze unit is a great value. Interdimensional Traveler. Agreed. Let's go with that price. Interdimensional Traveler. By the way, I have an ally under a covenant agreement who owns blueprints for a purple tier weapon. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened up, fully understanding the implications. This golden goose could continue producing value as long as there were enough materials. "Little merchant. Got it, don't worry. The usual deal, 50-50 split. Interdimensional Traveler. Her name's Light Dance Flying Snow. Search her up, and you'll find her." "Little merchant. Roger that, boss. Leave it to me." I stretched lazily, soaking in the warm sunlight. Everything was now taken care of. Suddenly, I remembered I hadn't upgraded my Heart of the Lord. I pulled up the interface. "Ding. Would you like to consume 1,000 primal crystals to upgrade the Heart of the Lord?" "Upgrade," I answered firmly. A flash of white light merged into the imprint on my wrist, and a warm current spread throughout my body. Ding. Heart of the Lord upgraded to Bronze 2-star. Detailed stats available for review. I decided not to rush picking traits just yet and headed to Spirit Source Lake with Orideth to soak up some good fortune. Orideth, feeling slightly off toward Alice, wrapped her arms around me with her tall stature, casting wary glances at Alice. Alice just smiled wordlessly. After a few deep breaths of that luck-infused air, I remembered the trait pool. System, draw a trait. 3 red traits surfaced before me. Absolute Ceiling, Divine Demon Cemetery, and Master of the Forbidden Zone. I checked Absolute Ceiling first. Lockdown space, time, and information. It's an absolute power. Next, Divine Demon Cemetery. Build a graveyard to resurrect fallen gods and demons. Incredible, but since I can't get god or demon corpses right now, it's not of use yet. Finally, Master of the Forbidden Zone. Transform into the Master of a Forbidden Zone, requiring the consumption of life forces to maintain immortality, but also causing dark chaos. As a heroic figure, I wasn't keen on treading a dark path. After weighing my options, I chose the first one. Ding. Trait, Absolute Ceiling selected. Detailed stats available for review. I opened the Heart of the Lord interface. Name, Heart of the Lord. Level, Bronze 2-star. Traits, 11, 9 red, 2 gold. Upgrade cost, 2,000 primal crystals. I couldn't help but smirk gleefully. Night fell, and the bonfires in the territory blazed. Drinks were passed around, with varieties too many to count. One night came and went. It was now day 14 of the novice period. I crawled out from a pile of soft arms and legs, surrounded by a holy angel, a succubus, a fallen angel, a star god, and genetic elite soldiers. My throat was parched, and my body felt completely drained. Seems I wasn't spared from being looted this time. I thought to myself with a pale face, vaguely amused. I stumbled toward the chaos spring, following my instincts to reach it. Drinking is bad for your health. Starting today, I'm quitting alcohol, I declared with newfound determination. After taking a few sips of the chaos spring water, I was rejuvenated, health fully restored, vitality replenished, and even my complexion glowing. System, open the daily power-up pack. My energy surged as I gave the order. The system handed over a unit recruitment refresh card, a Barak upgrade card, and a unit advancement card. I stashed all 3 away. Delmi suddenly appeared, her voice as cold as ever. Star Sovereign. I began my daily recruitment. 30 fallen angels, 30 genetic elite soldiers, 30 dragons, 30 holy angels, 30 valkyries, 30 star gods, 30 demons, and 30 titans. No hero units were summoned today, but that didn't bother me. Let's go, Delmis. You've got a summoning ritual to oversee at the Divine Artifact Hall. In front of the Grand Altar, the system asked if I wanted to begin the daily summoning. Summon, I said, staring as golden light began to rise. When the light faded, an ancient golden spear encrusted with divine carvings appeared, sending ripples through space. I checked its attributes. Name, Spear of Destiny. Grade, Divine Artifact. Traits, Unerring, Rewrite, Eternal, Breakthrough, Obliteration. Description, a long-lost divine weapon once wielded by the god of destiny, already bound to its master. Curious, I grabbed the spear and placed it in the Divine King treasury. For me, there was no such thing as too many artifacts. My soldier units came with built-in gear, so I didn't need extras. 10 minutes until Void Trial. Prepare yourselves. I took a seat on the grass, waiting for the army to gather. 10 minutes later, all the hero units arrived. Lilith, Ishtar, the Lys, Kaisa, Pangelia, Ordeth, Delmis, Cassilia, Ling, and Alice. Is everyone ready? I asked. The heroes nodded. Ding. Void Trial initiated. Difficulty level, Abyss. Countdown, 30 seconds. Scarlet mist wreathed the borders of the territory, viscous and oppressive. 30 seconds later, twisted monstrosities emerged from the fog, blood-red, deformed orcs wielding axes and spears. I inspected their stats. Name, Subspace, Orc Defiler. Level, Silver 7-star. Tier 7 to Tier 10. Description, Subspace's small vanguard. Warriors, mages, assassins, priests, the full suite. This invasion wasn't just some small threat. It was an organized warband with a complete setup. Subspace is a realm born of negative emotions, a breeding ground for countless evil deities. Its gods are immortal, rebirthing even after defeat, making them notoriously hard to eliminate. I eyed the Orc Defiler army and scoffed. This is just ridiculous. Why did upgrading the Heart of the Lord always seem to trigger invasions that demanded a warband in response? Roar! A deafening cry erupted from one of the orc priests, fueling the corrupted army into a frenzied charge at my territory. My expression remained indifferent. So long as there wasn't a golden tier powerhouse among them, there was nothing to worry about. A short figure from their side slipped into our territory, cloaked in shadows. Subspace orc assassins were attempting to cut off our leadership, with me as their target. Moments later, the shadows themselves revealed mangled, headless corpses. Assassins? Compared to Shadowstalker, these guys were laughably weak. A warband? Is that all? I opened up the private chat out of boredom, but no new messages had arrived. Lin Xiaoxiao was likely preoccupied with void trials in her own subordinate lord's domain, and Tang Wuxue had stayed silent as well. I randomly clicked on Hans Kat's American livestream to freeload some entertainment while I killed time. An hour flew by before the system chimed. Ding, void trial complete. Calculating results. Ding, 0 casualties. 400,000 enemies slain. Rating SSS. Ding, Abyss difficulty SSS rated reward chest obtained. For 100,000 enemies? That must have been an entire warband. I immediately activated my governing authority to disassemble the corpses. Ding, 400,000 corpses disassembled. Primal crystals obtained, 80,000. 80,000 primal crystals weren't bad at all. I was pleased. Ding, would you like to open the abyssal chest containing 80,000 silver tier rewards? Open it. Intermediate resource cards of gold, silver, mithril, and steel, 10,000 each. 4 resources total, 200,000 cards altogether. What a harvest. These resources will last me for a while. I carefully stored the resource cards, my gaze fixed on the biggest prize of this venture, the SSS-Rank reward chest. Ding, acquired hero advancement card X1, barracks upgrade card X1, unit upgrade card X1, rare artifact. Infinite amusement park, unique wonder, time sanctuary. Satisfied, I collected the 3 advancement cards. The barracks upgrade card was especially precious, far more important than the unit upgrade card. I was about to check the attributes of the wonders when Lin Xiaoxiao sent me a message. Merchant Xiaoxiao, payment from the big boss is received. I've stocked up some materials and am ready to trade with you. Otherworld traveler, got it. I opened the trading interface. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately sent over 200,000 units of rifle materials, 200,000 units of grenade materials, and 200,000 units of robot materials. 650,000 original crystals were successfully transferred to my account. Otherworld traveler, received. It'll take at most 2 days. Merchant Xiaoxiao, pleasure working with you, big boss. Closing the private chat, I shifted my focus back to today's 2 newly acquired wonders. Infinite amusement park. Tier, rare artifact. Attributes, infinite space, equipped with every entertainment facility available. Absolute safety, happiness plus 20. Pure entertainment. No combat value, but keeps the territory lively. Time sanctuary. Tier, unique wonder. Attributes, internal time can be controlled, up to 1 billion-fold. Territory time shielded from external influence. Indestructible. Anchors the timeline of the territory, protecting it from external disruptions. This loot isn't bad. I stood and gazed out at my territory. The amusement park stood serenely by Lingyuan Lake, its entrance marked with the words, Infinite Amusement Park. The time sanctuary shimmered into existence beside the shrine of summoned relics, radiating a mysterious glow. Let's head out, Delmies, I said, stepping into a sub-territory. I retrieved factory materials, assigned the robots to production work, and returned to the primary world. Let's move. We're heading to Tang Wushue's territory. Delmies, gather the Moon Reapers and follow me. I commanded. As you wish, Star Master. Scarlet moonlight tore through the night sky as the figures of the Moon Reapers emerged behind Delmies. A luminous portal opened before me. I stepped into Tang Wushue's territory, Delmies following close behind. Tang Wuxue was already waiting by the portal with Haley, ready to greet me. Master, Tang Wuxue greeted, stealing a glance at Delmies behind me. Her pupils contracted instantly. Delmies, a manifestation of chaos, evil, and foreboding, exuded an intense and oppressive aura. Meeting Delmies for the first time, Tang Wuxue was immediately overwhelmed by a sense of danger. Haley's legs even wobbled under the pressure. This is Delmies. I introduced casually with a smile. Tang Wuxue nodded slightly. Understood, Master. How did your negotiations with Lin Xiaoxiao go? I asked. As you instructed, everything has been settled. However, the materials required for the purple grade schematics aren't currently available. She'll only be able to provide them after returning to the primary world, responded Tang Wuxue resolutely. I nodded in acknowledgement. Materials for mystical weapons were exceptionally rare compared to those for technological ones. As long as you've worked it out, I won't interfere further. Activate the void trial, I ordered. Still at abyss difficulty? Tang Wuxue side-eyed Delmies cautiously. From now on, it's always abyss difficulty, I responded coldly. Tang Wuxue nodded, her excitement barely contained. System, initiating void trial difficulty, abyss preparation time, 30 seconds. I turned toward Delmies with instructions. Prepare the Moon Reapers. Focus on disabling the enemies. Leave the last hits for the Golden Giants. As you command, Star Master. The Moon Reapers sprang into action, crimson moonlight weaving ominously across the sky. As expected, the invading monsters were abyssal hellfiends once again, albeit in slightly greater numbers than yesterday. The trial commenced. The golden giantesses diligently delivered the final blows, honing their strength and loyalty with each strike. An hour passed. Ding. Void trial complete, evaluation in progress. Ding. 0 casualties, enemies defeated. 30,000 external assistance detected, rating SS. Ding. Acquired SS rank, abyss level reward chest. Master, the chest was rated SS rank again. Tang Wuxia said eagerly. Let's see what's inside. I nodded. Ding. Acquired unit recruitment refresh card X1. Ding. Acquired barracks upgrade card X1. Ding. Acquired blueprint for faith statue. Tang Wuxia's eyes widened, her breath quickening. A faith statue. The foundation stone for divinity. What did we get that's got you so worked up? I asked curiously. Without a word, Tang Wuxia placed the blueprint before me. I raised an eyebrow. This? That's it. Tang Wuxia's heart sank. This was a cornerstone for becoming a god. What else? I asked flatly. Unit refresh card and barracks upgrade card. She mechanically answered, handing me the 2 cards. These are what I care about. I pocketed the cards without hesitation. Master, are you sure you don't want the blueprint? It's the foundation for godhood. Tang Wuxia asked urgently. I smirked. Want it? You can have it. Tang Wuxia fell silent, her worldview shaken to its core. Use it yourself. Build it, and aim for godhood. I'd rather enjoy life and watch from my throne, I said with a faint laugh, prompting her to act. Tang Wuxia's gaze hardened, her loyalty deepened. All right, let's open a dimensional breach, I instructed. After clearing out the leftover bodies, Tang Wuxia activated the dimensional rift. Delmi stepped into the rift and soon returned with her report. Star Master, the other side is a world ablaze with fire, inhabited by flaming creatures. Another elemental world, huh? I'm used. Something like that, Star Master, Delmi's confirmed. I snapped my fingers, summoning a golden throne, and settled into it before it hovered into the air. Let's go. I floated through the rift. Wuxia, you and the units aren't suited for that world. Stay back. Yes, Master. Tang Wuxia respectfully responded, fully aware of her limitations. A wave of heat greeted me as I entered the flaming world beyond the rift. The fiery realm extended its scorching embrace. Fascinated, I scanned the crimson landscape. Elemental worlds were trouble, challenging, but laden with treasures. Ding. Synchronization complete. Explore duration, 12 hours. Ding. This world is influenced by an evil god. Native creatures are twisted and frenzied. Weak worlds were easier to penetrate. For now, my level only allowed access to minor worlds. Stronger worlds? I wouldn't even be able to crack them open at this stage. The 7th flame world, locked in, I declared, before returning with Delmis to Tang Wuxia's territory. I stationed 2 Moon Reapers to guard the rift for 12 hours. Let me know if anything moves. Call me. Understood, Master. I walked through the portal door and left. Tang Wuxia's eyes burned with even greater fervor. I handed her the blueprint for the sacred statue, the foundation for godhood. It was unbelievably precious to her, but merely a resource to me. Her ascension to godhood would bring me benefits as well. Back in my territory, I reviewed the 7 black iron dimensional worlds under my control. World number 1, a technological world. World number 2, a Zerg-infested world. World number 3, a dying wasteland. World number 4, a void weaver's realm. World number 5, a water-filled universe. World number 6, a world plagued by a deadly virus. World number 7, a world of eternal flames. 7 dimensions, equivalent to 7 planets. Worlds number 1 and number 6 were the top priorities for development. World number 3 was collapsing and held little value. The Zerg-infested world and the Void Realm would serve well as trial campaign zones. I propped my chin on my hand, deep in thought. World number 6 had Lu Fei keeping everything under control, no worries there. World number 1, however, was problematic. The original inhabitants had experimented with genetic manipulation beyond their means, inadvertently creating a divine shard of flesh capable of immense power. How's progress in world number 2 with the Zerg? I asked. Star-Lord, the recovery rate has accelerated. Complete resurrection is near, came the report. And the void creatures in world number 4? We've purged them for 2 consecutive days. Only half remain now. I frowned. A good kind of problem to have, though. It wasn't a concern about lacking opponents, but rather a shortage of materials for unit evolution. Today's trials had barely elevated Lilith and the others to 1 star. That wasn't even close to enough. We'd need more Zerg worlds. Alternatively, undead worlds could work. Zergs reproduce rapidly, eliminating resource shortages. The undead, on the other hand, grow using corpses, feed their leftovers from a Zerg campaign, and get double the utility. As I plotted, the portal shimmered open behind me. Hershey stepped forth, a faint halo encircling her, her presence radiating power as she had reached the silver rank. God King, she greeted with a knee bent. Rise, I acknowledged her with a nod. In my Titan army, all the seasoned troops had also reached the silver tier. With abundant resources, ranks climbed quickly. Everyone, rest up for now. I'll check on world number 2. I glanced at my territory. Demonic angels and celestial angels soared overhead, shield maidens patrolled the grounds, dragons gathered in clusters, and titans stood sentinel everywhere. There was barely enough room for all. Let's go. To world number 2. The air turned arid as we stepped into the Zerg-infested desert world. Delmis, can you detect the Zerg movements? Yes. She pointed, and a crimson full moon rose within the skies. The sands churned and erupted as colonies of Zerg creatures awoke en masse. At the sight of Delmis, the largest ones scattered, undoubtedly under the Queen Mother's orders. Tens of thousands of biological resources later, a decent portion of the Zerg had restored themselves. By tomorrow, I'll send recruits to comb through their ranks for materials. The treasure chest reward progress stood at 53%. No rush. I'd save the final unlock for the end of this beginner phase. Back to base. Back in my central domain. World number 1 was stable under Xia, Lu Fei, and the elite Gene Guard. Lu Fei was overseeing the divine flesh's absorption. No risk there. Checking my territory's level, 13. Upgrading twice brought it to 15, expanding its diameter to 2,400 meters. While my rank was above 10,000th, the top positions featured 19 level territories. Reaching territory level 20 marks a massive milestone. By then, ascension requires withstanding tribulations. Failure means annihilation. I planned to tackle this head-on during the final 2 days of the novice period. With the Void Trial's final chest, my lord's heart would grade up to silver, allowing Lilith and her units to breach the gold tier. The bottlenecks, though, were troop capacity and unit type caps. Legendary difficulty trials would unleash both gold-grade enemies and fledgling demigods. I'd need to stockpile unit type cards to prepare. But for now, I shelved those concerns. Taking Delmis along, I headed to the Unlimited Arcade. Celestial and demonic angels had beaten us there. Eyes lighting up, I rushed toward the grandiose 100-meter water slide. Woohoo! Crashing into the pool. Demons, succubi, and angels all gathered, lifting me out of the water. A white veil was placed gently across my eyes, carrying a faint, alluring fragrance. My God King, come catch us, one teased. My queens, here comes your king. I laughed so loud it echoed through the night. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yishio looked weary as he surveyed his faltering domain. Recovering his troops after heavy injuries was impossibly slow. His name had already fallen off the combat power leaderboard. A new force had emerged, Qingwu Feishue, the future giant empress. On the 20th day of the beginner phase, she erupted onto the scene, claiming the leaderboard's second spot. Yishio was filled with regret. He'd wanted to invest in her early, but had long since run out of resources. His greatest setback was being blacklisted by the largest merchants trading network. Without access to high-grade scientific tech from alternate dimension traders, any attempt at progress was crippled. Exploration of dimension fractures yielded immense losses without proper technology. For him to even dream of catching up with the frontrunners, he'd have to overpay on gray market deals. He bitterly recalled that game-changing moment, the opening of the first dimensional gate. Su Yi, the tech world lord, immediately secured a near-perfect resource sphere as foundational capital. Yishio always knew Su Yi wasn't ordinary. Even in his past life, he'd radiated charisma and knew how to keep pretenses for over a decade. Su Yi, the extravagant playboy, master of scandalous headline affairs, juggling politics and women with apparent ease. A perpetual trendsetter and a celebrity lord. Credit where credit's due, Su Yi was sly. But sheer strength? Not a chance. Still, this wasn't the time for direct confrontations. I should scheme carefully, Yishio muttered, finding an unfamiliar name on his comms. Nightmare. Gotcha. His eyes gleamed with dangerous intent. An enemy of the Long family is an ally of mine, he concluded, forming a tactical alliance born out of mutual enmity. Back at my poolside throne, immersed in a world of aquatic serenity, my private chat lit up. Lin Xiaoxiao had just sent me a gift, 20 summon refresh cards, absolutely free. Stunned, I processed the generosity. Lin Xiaoxiao commanded at least a network of 20 vassal territories and boasted abundant resources. This was the hallmark of a power-backed aristocratic clan. Never one to look a gift horse in the mouth, I accepted without hesitation. Her message included a casual mention. The boon came from her auxiliary lord's void trial rewards, thanks in part to my advanced weaponry. Lying poolside as angelic beings fanned me, I deliberated on production expansion, rifles, grenades, security droids. My volume was still modest. Delmis, let's head to the Research Institute. After planting a kiss on each angel's cheek, I headed off. Welcome, Emperor and Lady Delmis, greeted Unit 0, embodying boundless enthusiasm. How many blueprints do we have currently? I asked. 38 weapon designs. Bring up only the white tier ones, I instructed. Rifles, sniper weapons, energy knives, they had it all. I picked 3 white-grade items: chainsaw swords, psionic sniper rifles, and energy shields. Not bad, I thought as I initiated print orders and set out to establish a subsidiary factory. Avoid aiming for premium markets. Ordinary territory lords can only afford basic yet reliable arms. Bronze tier is good enough. 3 factories have been built from the ground up. Chainsaw sword, durable and robust. Sniper rifle, excellent armor penetration. Energy shield, immune to control effects and less broken. The shield is practically a cheat. DM Lin Xiaoxiao, you there? Yes, boss. Sent her a screenshot. Interested? Let's collaborate. Holy crap. Most lords' troops are running around naked. Mine come with their own artifact. Others don't have that privilege. Definitely interested. I'll go collect the materials. All right, let me know once you've got everything. As night falls, campfires are lit. Bai Ling pours me wine, and she smiles gently. The night passes peacefully. Day 15. Ding. Lord War module activated. I groggily sit up from Hishi's embrace. Take a swig from the Chaos Spring, and I'm refreshed. Lord Wars are virtual battles. No need to worry about casualties. No rush. I'll finish my recruitment first. Daily recruitment starts. Plus 30 fallen angels, plus 30 genetic legionnaires, plus 30 dragons. I enter the sacred temple, and holy light rises. An angel forms, dusk-colored wings with silver-white armor. Alyssa greets my lord. Troop type, end of all things. Talent, oblivion. Potential, creation, no limit. Note, if I deem you guilty, then you are guilty. She nods and smiles at Demon Alice. I suddenly realize she divides everything into believers and non-believers, disregarding factions. If you have questions, ask Keisha. Take her to world number 2 for leveling up. Continuing recruitment. Plus 30 Valkyries, plus 30 Star Gods, plus 30 Demons, plus 30 Titans. Lucky day, another hero emerges. Summoning Hall of Sacred Relics. Summon. The crimson light fades, and a golden jar appears. Demon King, watch out. Alice pulls me back. My desires surge unnaturally. It's downright eerie. Wishmaker's jar. It fulfills desires, but at a steep price. Into the treasury it goes. The price is too high. The treasury is full of cursed artifacts. Am I becoming a ward for evil relics? Summon the army, and begin the void trials. I collect resources from the affiliated territories and send all the robots over to Lin Xiaoxiao. Activate void trials, abyss difficulty. I sit on the grass and start a live stream. My subordinates will handle it. I'll focus on recruitment. An hour later. Ding, 0 casualties. 500,000 enemies killed. Rating, SSS. Ding, corpses dismantled. Origin crystals times 100,000. I open 100,000 treasure chests. 5 types of resource cards, 200,000 each. Alice comes back, and I take a few sips of spiritual energy. Open the SSS chest. Ding, troop refresh recruitment card times 1. Ding, hero upgrade card times 1. Ding, exotic wonder, infinite orchard. Ding, unique artifact, ring of greed. Infinite orchard, always fruitful, plus 10 loyalty. Integrated into the palace of origin. Ring of greed, automatically collects treasure chests within 10,000 meters. Unlimited inventory space. Absolute cheat. Ding, bind the artifact to your soul. Bind it. I bind the ring without hesitation. You can't have too many exclusive items. Better to hoard them all. Sitting on the grass, Alice naturally comes behind me so I can lean against her. This has become standard behavior for my troops. They all know I enjoy it. DM Lin Xiaoxiao. Traveler from another world. You there? Xiaoxiao merchant. Yes, boss. Initiate trade. I send her 200,000 rifles, 200,000 grenades, and 300,000 robots. Xiaoxiao merchant. That much? Traveler from another world. If you have enough materials, I can produce 1,000,000 a day. It's up to you. Xiaoxiao merchant. Understood. I'll gather the materials for the new weapons by tonight. Traveler from another world. Pleasure doing business. The origin crystals I just obtained will be put to good use tonight. Once I get them, I can equip the liquid robots. The factories are ready, and it's time to begin mass production. Alice, gather the troops. It's time for the next battle. Shadows descend as the Shadow Legion emerges from the dark. The portal of light opens, leading to Tang Wushue's territory. There's a Lord War waiting when we return. An opportunity to reap more benefits can't be missed. Tang Wushue is prepared, with 1,000 golden giantesses added to her forces. Master, My territory leveled up twice, and I recruited 1,000 troops. I nod. You take charge of that. Her emotions are mixed. Most lords keep a tight grip on their affiliates, but I treat her like a tool, leaving her to act freely. She feels both frustrated and fortunate. At least I'm not the cruel type. Ordinary lords usually exploit their affiliates like expendable pawns. Only elite families with inheritances understand the true value of affiliates. Let's get started. Ding. Void trial activated. Difficulty, Abyss. Alice, weaken the monsters. Wuxue, have your troops finish them off. Don't charge at the front. Understood, master. I sit on the grass and watch the stream. Tang Wuxue hesitates before sitting beside me. I wrap an arm around her waist. Her body stiffens, then relaxes. After all, she is my affiliate. Where are you from? Shanghai. Small world. I'm from there too. Which school? High school number 10. You. Number 1 high school. Orphan. She nods. Me too. She looks surprised. The Lord's world has lots of orphans. Parents dying in dimensional expeditions is pretty common. When we return to the main world, let's meet up and figure things out. Blushing, she nods. An hour later. Ding. 0 casualties. 40,000 enemies killed. Rating, SS. Open the treasure chests. Ding. Troop refresh recruitment, card ×1. Ding. Barracks upgrade, card ×1. Ding. Advanced wonder, innate spiritual lake. Ding. Exotic wonder, world anchor. Tang Wuxue lays the items out in front of me. I take the refresh card and the upgrade card. The rest is yours. She freezes. Master, don't you want them? These are treasures. They're more useful for you than for me. Your people are my people. It's all the same in the end. I grip her chin with a mischievous smirk. She blushes, thinking back to earlier. Open a dimensional rift. Alice enters to scout and returns immediately. Demon King, that world is collapsing. Bad luck, it's a crumbling world. 2 hours later, the rift collapses entirely. Time to return. Master, aren't you eating? Tang Wuxue glances at the glowing portal. I look at her poorly seasoned roast meat. You go ahead. I've got things to do. I reach out and, chin raised, a gentle kiss on the lips, and I led the legion back to our territory. Tang Wuxue stood frozen before the glowing gate, her face flushed, a soft smile painting her lips. Back in the territory, I summoned all heroes. Lilith, Ishtar, Talus, Bailing, Pangelia, Cassilia, Olidith, Delmas, Hershey, and Alice gathered promptly. The Lord's battle module commenced. The rewards for the victors were enticing but came with a caveat. Our identities had to remain hidden. Pangelia and Cassilia's distinctive forms immediately disqualified them. Likewise, Talus and Bailing were unsuitable. Hershey and Olidith deemed the risks too high. Delmas suggested transforming into stars for concealment. After weighing my options, I decided to give it a shot. Olidith readied the Sullen Moon Legion, while Alice stayed behind to rest. The three of us entered the Lord's battle realm with our forces. Ding. Would you like to hide all information? I confirmed all information was hidden and disabled viewing access for spectators. Ding. Troop count, 390 units. Combat power, 39 million. Matchmaking in progress. I approve the match. Ding. Map, grasslands. Preparation phase, 1 minute. The space around us shifted, turning into a modern living room with the battlefield map projected onto a wall. Olidith, attack with everything. Ensure we remain incognito. Her form shimmered into light and vanished. On the opposing side, the enemy leader, Night Wraith, stared at our displayed combat power of 39 million, his expression darkening. Is this a system glitch? He scanned the map desperately, only spotting a lonely crystal, but an uneasy feeling loomed over him. Suddenly, hundreds of deep crimson beams descended from the heavens. Scarlet stars tore across the skies like violent flames, drenching the battlefield with chaos, malevolence, and pure annihilation. Night Wraith froze, staring at the crimson stars in disbelief. When the light pillars touched the ground, devastation ensued, cascading elimination notices filling his system. His crystal shattered almost instantly. Ding! The war is over. You have been defeated. Night Wraith's lips twitched. How did combat power escalate from 39 million? Grinding newbies, are we? He let out a cold laugh. Ranked first in combat power? Were those orbital weapons? Since when did tech evolve this much? System notifications interrupted his fury. Ding! Victory achieved with 0 casualties. Assessment: aliens dominating cavemen. Ding! First time, Lord's battle victory. Rewards doubled. Ding! SSS level war, chest X2 obtained. A smirk curved on my face as I replied coolly. This was supposed to be evenly matched? This is their level. Night Wraith actually wasn't too shabby. His troops comprised Saint-Rank units, nearly 10,000 in bronze level. But compared to my forces, he was a caveman facing aliens. Open the chests. Ding! Acquired. Blood Battle Invitations X2. Recruitment Refresh Cards X2. Abyss Exploration Cards X2. The Blood Battle Invitations were stellar, 12-hour-long battles with doubled rewards, an unparalleled leveling tool. The Abyss Exploration cards would come in handy later, but the Abyss had 666 levels. I'd save them for the right time. I headed back to the territory with Delmiz in tow. No sense in bullying weaker lords. One battle per day suffused. Alice reappeared. Lord Demon King, what's next? Let's head to world number 1 first. Save the flirty talk for later. She chuckled coquettishly and followed me through the portal. Beyond the portal loomed a towering structure of black steel, piercing the sky. The ground and city were forged entirely from iron, resembling a vast forest of metal. Robots moved efficiently, transporting materials, as holy angels patrolled the skies above. Keisha appeared, bowing slightly. My lord. Where's Sia? In the factory. Prepare yourself mentally before entering. Why? She's experimenting. Inside a brightly lit colossal factory, I found Sia by a conveyor belt. Flesh twisted grotesquely as humanoid figures were integrated into thick armor by mechanical arms. Emperor, she greeted as she approached. What are these? I gestured toward the human-like armored beings. Experimental war drones. Why do they resemble mutated tin cans? They're single-use disposables, the lowest form of currency in your empire. Can't you make them obedient after modification? There's no need. They'll sleep until deployed, then attack indiscriminately, spreading flesh-eating viruses even after death. I scrutinized the colorless armored forms. What did you name them? You have the naming rights, Emperor. Then let's call them Unit 1 Biodrones. How many have you made? 5,986 so far, and production continues. With 10 factories, we can churn out 100,000 per day. I was momentarily speechless. Sia led me to the tower's summit. From there, I saw the Crimson Sea, blood and flesh pulsating and writhing just beyond towering steel walls. All of it was composed of monstrous beasts of flesh. The divine blood has been transferred here, drawing all monsters. The steel walls are crucial for protection. And how do you keep them in check? Feed them. Anything from bugs to void beast corpses will do. A realization hit me, turning my thoughts sharp. An eternal engine between world number 1 and world number 2. Corpses fed the blood, which attracted the bugs. Bug corpses fed the divine blood, an endless loop. But there's bad news, Sia continued. Bug production is declining. Excuse me. The queen bug has been overexerting herself, nearing exhaustion and sterility. How long? 1 month at most. As little as 1 week. I sighed. What about future upgrades? Blood battle invitations were great, but 12-hour defensive waves could be grueling. Where's Liu Fei? In the underground lab. Liu Fei was dissecting divine flesh, deeply engrossed. A new world's been discovered, I noted. Tech-based, wiped out by a virus. Before I could finish, her eyes gleamed with excitement. Emperor, I want to see it. Just like that. She nodded firmly. But consider this. A world-ending virus must have high lethality and rapid transmission. Theoretical implications. If the ecosystem was destroyed on a microbial level, fascinating possibilities open, she exclaimed. Enough. I interrupted. Research it yourself. Returning to the territory, I rallied the armies of Pangelia and Alice. With a deafening roar, Pangelia emerged, her black gold dragon form commanding awe as countless draconic soldiers lined the skies. Climbing onto her back, my golden throne materialized. Move out. The portal blinked open, leading us to world number 6, an apocalyptic viral world. Before us lay a verdant forest, eerily silent, absent of any sound, even insect chirps. Search for a city. A dragon's roar echoed as we advanced. From the horizon, an overwhelming blackened cloud loomed, the rotting avian swarm, cloaked in filth and mire. Roar! A burst of dragon flame turned them to ash. A blackened city emerged in the distance, technological structures now consumed by the vile sludge. Test purification. Pangelia unleashed a catastrophic breath, engulfing the city in fiery annihilation. Only a deep, scorched crater and molten magma remained. Suddenly, the black sludge began to shift, spawning distorted figures dripping with corruption. What the heck is this? Empress Lu pulled out a crimson test tube. My emperor, may I conduct a little experiment? What's that? It's the prototype of a flesh-eating virus. Will it affect us? Not at all. Divinity protects us. All right, give it a shot. A twisted smile emerged as Lu flicked the test tube toward the ground. Crack. The tube shattered, and the crimson glow dissolved. Below, shadowy humanoid shapes began consuming each other. The flesh-eating virus is kicking in. It forces living flesh into eternal hunger and endless devouring, acting like a vessel for fostering the perfect overlord, a plague king. And then it hit me. The black sludge was mutated flesh, transformed by this virus. So, the transformation is caused by the virus? Lu considered this. It requires scientific verification. But one thing's for sure. The black sludge and living flesh are indistinguishable. Otherwise, the virus wouldn't work. So, what's your plan? I want to study these more closely. That's out of the question. Our domain doesn't have the resources to dive into two realms at once. Lu nodded. I need cleaner samples to take back for research. That can be arranged. Use World 6 for your experiments, but don't go overboard. Understood, my emperor, she replied, her eyes gleaming with excitement. World 6, plagued with this virus, was rich with untapped resources, but wildly uncontrollable. Building a base there was out of the question, yet it was perfect as an enormous virus research lab. Stretching lazily, I said, come on, join me in the hot springs. Alice grinned and followed me. Relaxing in the perfectly heated springs, I pondered the future development of my domain. We need to prioritize weapon manufacturing. Liquid robots should also be fast-tracked. Master, Alice caught my attention as she straddled me. Suddenly, all the succubi gathered around, tightening the circle. My thoughts were instantly scrambled as I indulged in an afternoon of pleasures that blurred my sense of time. Sometime later, my personal comm chimed. Lin Xiaoxiao sent me a trade. 18 million prime origin crystals were credited to my account, along with a generous shipment of weapon materials. The bulk of the delivery consisted of chainsaw blades and energy shields. Fuel-efficient, durable chainsaw blades and life-saving energy shields were the staples everyone traded for. Emerging from the hot springs, I slipped into shorts, a t-shirt, and flip-flops. Then I headed to my subsidiary territory to initiate production lines. Time flew, and nightfall marked the 15th day's end. Morning of day 16. I peeled myself off the giant bed, surrounded by passed-out succubi and angels. Approaching the chaos fountain, I looked at my pale, hollow face in reflection. 2 sips of its restorative water brought me back to life. Logically, my divine body should only grow stronger under the constant nurturing of faith's power. So why did I appear so drained? Staring at the golden skies above, realization struck. My troops were also growing stronger. The eternal light, primordial light, and divine light were all boosting their prowess tirelessly. They were far surpassing even my expectations. Guess I'll seek a confidence boost from Tang Wuxua later. Ding. Received. Recruit refresh card, barracks upgrade card, troop advancement card. Lilith and Ishtar appeared beside me as today's companions. The day began with recruitment. 30 fallen angels, 30 gene-enhanced troopers, and 30 dragons joined the cause. At the Valkyrie shrine, golden light burst forth, and a bronze-skinned, tall and curvaceous Valkyrie stepped forward. Dressed in gleaming golden armor and wielding a hefty spear, she was accompanied by a dragon-scaled Pegasus. Lena greets the God King. Name, Lena. Unit type, Star Shatter Warlord. Innate talent, Power of Origin. Skills, Star Shatter. Note, her strike can obliterate an entire realm. A spark of battle lust flashed through Lena's eyes. A true war fanatic who thrived in pure, honest combat. Orita, guide her to World 2 for upgrades. Continuing recruitment, 30 star gods, 30 demons, and 30 titans strengthened our ranks. An unexpected heroic addition rounded out the day's recruits. Plenty to work with. On to the sacred summoning hall. Summon. Scarlet light flared up as an ancient bloodstained pocket watch appeared. Forbidden artifact, the Rewind Watch. Effect, reverses time by 1 minute at an unknown cost. I tossed it into my personal God King treasure vault. Forbidden relics weren't to be used lightly, though they might come in handy as experiments for others. Rewind time? Not necessary for now. Summon the army. Begin void trials, abyss difficulty. Before departing, I visited the subsidiary domain to package last night's manufactured supplies. 200,000 rifles, 200,000 grenades, 200,000 androids, 100,000 sniper rifles, 100,000 chainsaw blades, and 100,000 energy shields. S1 sniper rifle, anti-armor, guarantees a critical hit every 5,000 shots. S1 chainsaw blade, highly durable and adaptable to all environments. S1 energy shield, negates control effects, absorbs 10 strikes from bronze tier foes. Returning to the central domain, the army assembled. Abyss difficulty void trials, activate. Ding. 30-second preparation window begins. Sitting cross-legged on the grass, I watched the one-sided massacre play out. It became mundane quickly, so I messaged Lin Xiaoxiao. Otherworld traveler. Boss, you there? Small merchant. Present. Did the weapon batch finish? Otherworld traveler. Halfway, sending you your share first. A trade request followed. 20 cards each for rifles, grenades, and androids. 10 cards each for sniper rifles, chainsaw blades, and energy shields. Lin proposed setting the price at 10 origin crystals for each weapon type. I felt it was steep, knowing the production cost was under 2. She reasoned, snipers pack immense firepower, chainsaws last forever, and energy shields save lives. Most lords are broke anyway. This is a fair deal. I relented. Future collaborations seemed promising. Excited, she reassured me. Rest easy, big boss. I'll always have your back. 1 hour later, results poured in. Ding. 0 losses. Enemies defeated. 600,000. Trial rating SSS. Ding. Corpses dissolved. 120,000 prime origin crystals acquired. Lilith and her team ascended to silver 5-star status. The next advancement would require a significantly larger effort. Time to investigate battle invitations. Ding. Open 120,000 silver-level treasure chests. Open them. Acquired. 6 types of mid-tier resource cards, 20,000 per type. Ding. Claim SSS rating reward. Claim it. Rewards included 1 troop refresh card, 1 barracks upgrade card, War God statue, unique wonder, and Bow of Lust, Lord exclusive relic. The 2 unique items piqued my interest. War God statue. Rating, unique. Traits. Bloodlust, morale never falters. Fervor, power doubles. Command loyalty, plus 50 loyalty. Sanctuary, nullifies damage once per day. Battle spirit. Every additional 1,000 units boosts overall strength by 10%, infinitely stackable. 5 traits. That battle spirit alone turns this into a strategic ace for large armies. Designing the statue visage, I created a 20-meter-tall iron throne atop which I sat, gripping a cold weapon, emanating raw hostility. My private comm pinged. A trade request from Lin Xiaoxiao had arrived. 2.8 million origin crystals were credited, alongside 10 troop refresh cards. What do refresh cards do? They're incredible freebies. Only for the closest teammates, she replied enthusiastically. Companion, we need to expand production. This is far from enough. Understood. 2.8 million crystals should be enough to start liquid robot production. Claiming 10 free refresh cards feels like a good deal. Getting hungry, time to head to the Origin Palace. Ask Lilith how many monsters are needed to ascend to 1 star. Thousands upon thousands. And for troops, not as many as monsters, but still insufficient. It's not easy to ascend to the golden rank. Time is limited, so I need to plan carefully. I glanced at the Bow of Lust, a pink longbow that targets enemies, triggering either passion or destruction. Maybe it's part of a weapon set, possibly including others based on deadly sins. Bind it. I lounged back on the sofa and began upgrading my territory. After consuming massive resources, the territory leveled up to 19. Just 1 level away from Tribulation Ascension. Lilith, Ishtar, bring the Legion and follow me. We stepped through the light gate into Tang Wushue's territory. She was already waiting, dressed in a JK uniform with twin ponytails, blushing. Activate Void Trials, Abyss-level difficulty. 1 hour later. Ding. 0 losses, 40,000 enemies killed. Rating, SS. Open the treasure chest. Recruit refresh card ×1. Hero advancement card ×1. Relic Wonder, Gate of Conquest. Gate of Conquest allows you to lock in previously visited worlds and territories, opening portals for direct travel. A low-tier version of a dimensional gate. I collected the refresh card and advancement card. You handle the rest on your own. Master, aren't you opening dimensional rifts today? Not today. I have other matters. Back at my territory. Notify Worlds 1 and 2 to recall all troops. While waiting, I decided to engage in a Lord battle. Match successful. Map, Battle Bridge Showdown. The opposing side was shrouded in mist. Delmes and the crimson twilight hung in the scarlet skies. Meanwhile, Yishio stared at the game screen in stunned silence. It's him, Crimson. Their 10-win streak just broke. A crimson beam descended from the heavens, obliterating their crystal within 10 seconds. Battle ended. Duration, 10 seconds. 0 losses. Rating, True Dragon Crushing an Ant. Rewards, Blood Battle Invitation ×1. Recruit Refresh Card ×1. Returning to my territory, the troops were all assembled. Fallen angels, humans, holy angels, dragons, titans, demons, star gods, and valkyries all gathered. I reviewed a stack of 52 refresh cards and used 6 per barracks across 8 units, recruiting 1,440 in total. Though no new heroes appeared, which was a slight disappointment, I called for all existing heroes to gather. The reason for today's summons is the Blood Battle Invitation. The invading monsters will match your highest level and scale with upgrades, I explained. I have 2 goals. 1. Ensure new recruits reach silver rank. 2. Everyone push towards silver rank 9. Turning to Lu Fixiu, I said, take your group back to World 1 for rest. There's no backup there. Prepare yourselves. Use the Chaos Fountain for recovery if injured. Don't push too hard. Understood. Raise the Great Wall of Sovereignty. A magnificent golden wall appeared, radiating an imposing aura. Begin the blood battle. The invitation ascended, burning away amidst the maniacal laughter of demons. At the border of the territory, blood churned as countless demons poured in. Blood battle activated. Novice buff active. Decompose for origin crystals. I sat on the hovering golden throne, watching coldly as the battle began. Lilith wielded her scythe, sweeping through enemies. Kesa unleashed holy judgment. Pangelia eradicated swaths with dragon breath. Delmes hung her crimson moon in the sky. Hershey sighed, aging all demons in her range into dust. Within the golden walls, there was peace and stillness. Outside, demons suffered a brutal massacre. I returned to the Origin Palace, snacking on fruit while opening the Lord's Heart menu. One upgrade or two. A single upgrade might not yield a golden tier creature, but two almost guaranteed it. Let's give it a shot. Maybe I'll get a golden tier abyss chest too. System, upgrade the Lord's Heart. Upgrade consumed. 2,000 origin crystals. Upgrade consumed. 3,000 origin crystals. After 2 upgrades, the improvement was limited. Strengthening divine abilities proved exceptionally hard. I stared at the 2 trade draw options. Draw one first, and redraw if I'm not satisfied. System, draw traits. A red trait and 2 golden traits appeared. Red trait, Eye of Omniscience. Allows viewing of hidden properties. Note, you can truly see everything. Don't get yourself cursed. Another authority trait, knowing everything won't help if I can't win a fight. Second trait, 7 days to divinity. Ascend to godhood in 7 days, but at the cost of eternal stagnation as the weakest deity. My expression grew complicated. The temptation was immense, but the price was too severe. Becoming a god in 7 days felt like a trap. A weak god might end up as someone else's sustenance, or worse, a relic. Forget it. Final trait, Dragon Mastery. Doubles dragon combat strength, boosts potential and loyalty by 20%. Not bad, but I was worried about alienating the non-dragon units in the mix. System, bind the red trait. Eye of Omniscience. Ding, Eye of Omniscience bound. Hidden properties are now viewable. I eyed the remaining trait draw opportunity, feeling the itch to use it. Forget it. I'll wait for a change of luck. I visited a subsidiary territory. The liquid robot production was short on basic alloy. Using a resource card, I directed robots to mass-produce 100,000 units. 100,000 alloys were enough for 1,000 liquid robots, at a cost of 1 million origin crystals. Liquid robots are optimal for guarding Iron Tier dimensions, an elite Golden Tier force. Back at the Origin Palace, I rummaged through the Greed Ring for stored treasure chests. 175 Iron Tier and 88 Bronze Tier, mostly collected from World 6. Open the Iron Tier chests. Ding. Obtained 30 crates of oiled stockings. Ding. Obtained 30 crates of bunny girl uniforms. Ding. Obtained 1 crate of lubricating oil. I froze. All of this. It feels like I'm a total degenerate. I moved on to the Bronze Tier chests. Ding. Obtained 1 set of glow-in-the-dark G adornments. Ding. Obtained 1 set of platinum handcuffs. What kind of insane world is this? Truly outrageous. I collapsed on the sofa, letting out a twisted laugh. I should have Pangelia visit that world herself someday. Time passed quickly, and night descended. Lilith and the others all advanced to Silver Rank 9 after nearly 12 hours of slaughter. The newly recruited troops also reached Silver Rank 9. The blood battle is almost over. I stood up from the sofa and went to seal weapons in the subsidiary territory. 200,000 rifles, 200,000 grenades, 20,000 robots, 10,000 bullets, 100,000 sniper rifles, 100,000 energy shields, and 100,000 chainsaw swords. Expand the base tomorrow. Print out more blueprints. Returning to the main territory, under a sky lit by a brilliant full moon. Haven't seen a night like this in years. Half an hour later, the bloody hue along the border began to fade. Lilith and her group appeared with smiles on their faces. Thank you for your efforts. Your Majesty, this was too easy to call effort. With a single thought, the golden wall dissolved. Beyond the wall lay mountains of corpses, dyed the land crimson. Disassemble. Ding. Disassembled 50 million corpses, gaining 100 million origin crystals. Damn, my eyes widened. A crystal haul in the tens of millions. What an unexpected windfall. The system likely never anticipated any beginner waging a bloody battle during the starting period. The beginner's buffs had triggered this unforeseen anomaly. Ding. Would you like to open 20 million silver tier chests? 20 million? I licked my lips. The blood battle chests had doubled, growing from 10 million to 20 million. This is it, we're taking off. Open them. Ding. Received X 10 beginner silver resource cards. Ding. Received X10 beginner gold resource cards. Ding. Received X10 beginner diamond resource cards. A total of 40 million beginner level resource cards. Only beginner level cards, but hey, I'll take it. As the bonfire roared, goddesses gathered around. Before me, succubi in backless sweaters and white stockings danced. I sipped wine, enjoying Lilith's massage. A passionate and indulgent night. On the 17th day of the beginner phase, I woke amid a pile of beautiful women, my body dehydrated like a withered husk. Auto-navigation activated toward the chaos spring. Drinking really does take a toll. That necklace, platinum chain, glowing, all the alcohol's fault. Drinking spring water restored me. Ding. Acquired X1 Troop Refresh Recruitment Card, X1 Troop Upgrade Card, X1 Barracks Upgrade Card. Talus and Bai Ling appeared. It was their turn today. Recruitment began. Plus 30 fallen angels, plus 30 human unions, plus 30 dragons, plus 30 holy angels, plus 30 valkyries. No heroes yet. Arriving at the celestial sanctuary. The starlight burst as black energy swallowed everything. A girl in a purple Lolita dress emerged, her twin tails proud, her crimson pupils biting at her finger. Shiro reports to the Star Lord, said the petite girl with a sweet smile and a curtsy. Name, Shiro. Troop type, World Devourer. Talent, Devouring Essence. Notes, one of the ends of destruction. A lowly and legal. The end. Including Dalamis, I'd now summoned 2 apocalyptic existences. The sanctuary was becoming increasingly terrifying. Shiro jumped into my arms, clinging coquettishly. Don't overthink it, must have been Alice's bad influence. Her personal army, Star Eater Legion, was pure malice incarnate, hostile to all beings other than themselves. Dalamis will show you around the territory. Back to recruiting. Plus 30 demons, plus 30 titans. Talus, Bai Ling, assemble the troops. The Void Trial will be full of surprises. As you wish, Emperor. I headed to a sub-territory, checking the weapon production from last night. 200,000 sniper rifles were complete, as well as another 200,000 energy shields and chainsaw swords, with 100,000 more in production. Securing the stock, I returned to the main territory. Shiro and the new recruits had gone to World 2 for leveling up. The Army's troops were all at Silver Level 9-star peak. With 2 level grades gained yesterday, a gold tier should show up today. Ding. Void Trial initiated. Difficulty, Abyssal. Preparation time, 30 seconds. At the border, a wash of blood seemed to bubble and writhe like living flesh. The first monster appeared, a grotesque hybrid of human and beast wrapped in bloody red. Chaos spirits, all ranked at Silver 9-star. Sitting cross-legged on the grass, I didn't bother watching the footage. I knew gold-tier enemies were bound to show up. True enough, a 5-meter-tall humanoid creature stepped forth, draped in blood-red armor and wielding a battle axe. Using my all-knowing eye. Name, Skullcracker. Tier, Gold 1-star. Trait, Rend. A mortal threat to anyone below Gold class. That's a formidable trait. I took a deep breath. This was the terror of Gold-tier beings, innate talents and significantly evolved power. The Skullcracker roared, swinging its massive axe with ground-splitting force. Ista surged forward, parrying with her Shadow Warblade despite not yet ascending to Gold tier herself. Is this what Gold tier strength amounts to? Ista hasn't even leveled up yet. She morphed into black mist, her shadow power tearing through everything in her path. With a swift slash, she bisected the Skullcracker. Yet, even severed, the monster quivered, attempting to heal itself. Golden life forms were notoriously resilient. Only targeting weak points could end them. 1 hour later. Ding. Battle losses, 0. Enemies killed, 700,000. Rating, SSS. Ding. Disassembled corpses, gained origin crystals X140, 000. 140,000 silver chests, and 100 golden chests to open. Opening silver chests, 7 types of intermediate resource cards, 200,000 of each. Opening golden chests, 10 low-tier anti-magic stones. The first batch of gold-tier chests, decent haul. Off to the Origin Palace to relax in the hot springs while waiting for Talus and Bai Ling. Returning from washing off the scent of battle, they joined me. Come here and soak with me. After taking in several deep breaths of their fortune, I proceeded to open my SSS-rated chests. Ding. Acquired X1 Troop Refresh Recruitment Card, X1 Barracks Upgrade Card. Ding. Acquired Exclusive Unique Relic, Crown of Arrogance. Ding. Acquired Wonder, Fountain of Youth. Looks like inhaling fortune works wonders. I already had the Greedy Ring and the Bow of Lust. Was this all part of a 7 deadly sins set? Crown of Arrogance. Immunity to 50% elemental and 50% physical damage. Description. One of the 7 deadly sins set, now held by a ridiculously overpowered lord. A raised eyebrow. Slander. Are they saying I'm arrogant too? Talus and Bai Ling. The Emperor is faultless. Binding. Fountain of youth. Grants eternal life and perpetual youth to the user. Description. A divine authority reserved for gods. Even demigods can succumb to time, but divinity reigns eternal. Sell this, and even demigods would go mad over it. Many demigods were nearing their end without hopes of ascending to godhood. This relic was priceless, but it could not be sold. It would lead to chaos. In flowery swim shorts, a t-shirt, and flip-flops, I visited Tang Wushue's domain. She grimaced at my casual attire. Activate Avoid Trial. Abyssal difficulty. An hour later. Ding. Battle losses. 0. Enemies killed. 50,000. Rating. SS. Tang Wushue looked at me with a hint of grievance. Master, the trial is over. I patted her lightly. Open the chests. Ding. Acquired Tier 1 Barracks. Tree of Sprites. Ding. You have acquired the extraordinary wonder, Gravity House. I need a barracks and 2 cards. She nodded, seemingly guessing that I had the ability to evolve the barracks, but didn't ask. I pinched her chin lightly. Some things are best kept clear but unspoken. For the next 2 days, hold off on opening dimensional rifts. I've got other priorities. I activated the light portal and returned to my territory. Looking over my pending tasks, inspecting world number 1, producing liquid robots, drawing attributes, the Lord's War, summoning, etc. What a hassle. Starting with my subsidiary territory, I headed for the liquid robot factory. A cold mechanical voice rang out. Welcome, Emperor. What's your name? Nameless. I'm the built-in AI of this diamond-grade structure. Let's call you Red Queen. Red Queen greets the Emperor. I pulled out the materials. 1 million source crystals, 100,000 units each of basic alloy, silver, gold, and mithril. Produce 1,000 liquid robots, all female. As you command. How long does it take to produce one? 10 minutes per unit. Just 144 a day? Too slow. I needed to ask Sia if there was a way to accelerate production. Heading back to the main territory, I entered the Divine Summoning Hall. Summon. A crimson glow erupted, enveloping the entire hall in a blood-red hue. This thing doesn't look trustworthy. The light faded to reveal a floating blood-colored altar in midair. A Russian doll-looking thing. The omniscient I revealed. Sacrificial altar, subspace altar. Grade, artifact. Trait 1. Sacrifice. Gain a random reward through sacrifice. Trait 2. Exchange. Can trade anything, including souls. Warning. Activation will alert a dark deity, opening a subspace channel that could serve as an invasion node. I thought to myself, how sinister. Better keep this thing for later trade rather than personal use. This is usually the kind of thing the main protagonist stumbles across. That reborn individual is definitely playing the protagonist role. I wasn't overly concerned, but neither was I maliciously intrigued. Let's stash it for now. I'll just sell it later. I tossed it into the divine vault alongside a demon contract, a dark god summoning seal, and an accursed pocket watch. A mischievous thought crossed my mind. What if I used them all at once? Would the entities behind them start a brawl? Best not to awaken my inner chaos lord. I dismissed the idea and left the hall with Thalys and Bai Ling. Dermis. She appeared. Star Master, the End-Moon Legion is assembled. Let's go. I led the army into the Lord's battle space. Start matchmaking. Ding. Match successful. Map. Frozen Wasteland. Prepare for battle in 1 minute. Yawning, I sat down. The display showed the enemy. Long Hao. Troops. Frost Dragons. Saint Rank. Bronze 7 stars. Not bad. Scarlet stars hung in the sky. As the countdown hit 0, countless scarlet beams rained down like orbital cannons, wiping the battlefield clean. All the Frost Dragons shattered instantly. Ding. Battle duration, 10 seconds. Losses, 0. Evaluation, like shooting fish in a barrel. Ding. Earned an SSS-Rank War Chest X1. Stretching lazily, I quipped, good thing I've got top-notch skills. On Long Hao's side, confusion turned to disbelief, then rage as they failed to even see the summary screen before losing. He shouted furiously, "Are you hacking? Doesn't the Eternal will put a stop to this nonsense?" Open the chest. Ding. Acquired Unit Refresh Recruitment Card X1. Ding. Acquired Abyss Exploration Card X1. Ding. Acquired Hero Advancement Card X1. No Blood War invitations. The rewards from war chests are never fixed, so it wasn't surprising. Daily Lord's War done. That's 3 wins in a row. 10 wins in a row gets a special chest, but 1 match a day was enough for me. Only the 1,000-win streaks lead to the good loot. Pulling Thalys and Bai Ling closer, I exhaled deeply, the 3 of us slightly flushed but maintaining upright posture. System, roll for attributes. 3 red beams appeared. Triple crimson. Not bad luck. First attribute. Ascend every 10 days. Automatically ascend one minor rank every 10 days with no side effects. Deactivates upon becoming a god. Second attribute, unlimited upgrades. Units can upgrade without restrictions. With enough resources, godhood is achievable within a day. Third attribute, elemental nullification. Troops are immune to elemental attacks 2 major ranks above their current level. 10-day ascension completely outshines 7-day godhood. All upside, no backlash. Unlimited upgrades, though? Straight up cheat mode. I took a deep breath, a pang of frustration hitting me. How do both show up at once? Unlimited unit upgrades meant Lilith and her comrades could always power up, and I could still hope to catch up over time. Fixing my gaze on Thales and Bai Ling, I asked. 3 choices. 1. Boost my level with no side effects. 2. Break upgrade limits for you all. Or 3. Increase your current powers. What's your pick? Without hesitation, they answered. The first one. You are everything to us, Emperor. As long as you grow stronger, we'll remain safe. I fell silent. I had intended to choose the second option to spare them the limitations of power caps. But in the long run, the first option made the most sense. Then, remembering how much of a nobody I was before, I mocked myself for even needing automatic ascension. The troops were what really mattered, anyway. Bind unlimited upgrades. Ding. Attribute successfully bound. Thales and Bai Ling gasped as the restrictions on them released. Emperor, they exclaimed in awe. Take good care of yourselves, I replied. Reaching out to Lin Xiao, I traded last night's batch of weapons. 200,000 rifles, grenades, and robots. 100,000 sniper rifles, energy shields, and chainsaw swords. A total value of 5.6 million source crystals. Closing the private chat, I opened a light portal and entered world number 1. In the industrial steel city, robots were transporting materials everywhere. Within just one day, the city had evolved further. A hovering vehicle approached, with CS stepping out. Where'd that car come from? A lightweight anti-gravity hover car. She smirked, a little toy. How do you know I was here? She pointed skyward. Launched 3 near-Earth satellites yesterday. The Eye of Heaven system is online. How many robots now? 5 million and growing. We've expanded the Black Tower factories to 100, each producing 100,000 robots daily. Nodding, I asked, anything else notable lately? Mostly just core infrastructure work, Sia replied. Oh, and Emperor, I've got a gift for you. Following her into a building, we reached a sleek black car parked in the lobby. Its curves, matte black finish, and craftsmanship made it a work of art. This is your gift. You mentioned wanting a car last time. The omniscient I revealed. Unnamed, diamond grade. Traits, durable, immune to attacks below diamond level. Flight, supersonic speeds. Unlimited energy, onboard nukes. 2. Smart cruising. Taking a step back, I blinked. Sia, how did you even manage this? Just using the materials of this world, without relying on lordship rules. Repeated refining and engineering. You do know that this. Wait, do vehicles actually have ranks and traits? That's the key point. In a wild world, handcrafted items of the diamond rank could be created without any lord rules. Surprised, Sia asked, a birth rank and traits? She hadn't seen it coming. But is this thing even safe? She glanced at the 2 nuclear warheads inside the vehicle. They're detachable and completely safe as long as they aren't armed. What's the blast radius? About 3 kilometers in diameter, with an effective damage radius of 5 kilometers. Speechless. Naming the sports car Long Xiang, Dragon Soar. It was stored in the Divine King's treasury. Is Lu Fei still in the underground lab? Sia nodded. Let's go check it out. Underground laboratory. Lu Fei was intently observing a petri dish, inside of which was a writhing, twisted mass of black flesh, covered in fleshy buds full of teeth. Taking a repulsed step back. What is that? Adjusting her glasses, Lu Fei explained. It's cultivated from the black mud virus and flesh creatures. The black mud virus can strengthen organisms' physiques, and its adaptability is incredibly high. She hesitated before adding, it would be better if I had a live specimen to experiment on. Silence. A reluctant agreement. Maybe in the future. Keep up the research. We'll need you all when the blood battle begins in the territory later. Returning to the territory through a light gate. The blood battle wasn't planned for today, but due to the arrival of a new trait, unrestricted upgrades, the schedule had to change. Now that there were ample resources, units could be directly upgraded without barriers. Tallies, Bai Ling. Notify our otherworldly allies to return to the territory. From the inventory, retrieved a level 1 barracks, elven sapling, a green tree sapling no more than 50 centimeters tall. Immediately initiated the upgrade. System notification, level 1 barracks, elven sapling, has evolved into a divine class barracks, elven sanctuary. Before their eyes, a chaotic colored sanctuary appeared. The murals depicted countless graceful elves, emanating an ancient aura. The elven sanctuary was placed within the territory. Beneath the world tree, Pangelia and Cassilia awoke, their golden dragon-like eyes locking onto the sanctuary in wonder. Lilith, Ista, and others also turned to gaze at the primordial sanctuary. System notification: spend 100 origin crystals to upgrade the elven sanctuary. Upgrade. Primal light enveloped the territory. System notification: spend elemental seeds, 1,000 origin crystals, and 10,000 gold coins to continue upgrading. Upgrade. The piles of stored elemental seeds in the warehouse finally had a purpose. System notification: Elven Sanctuary upgraded to level 3, Divine Class Barracks. Recruitment limit: 30/30ths. Trait: Primordial Shelter. Primordial Shelter. Units will not die permanently. Upon death, they will be reborn in the sanctuary. Another feature with resurrection armor. Truly overpowered. The Divine Class Barracks aura seemed to either boost combat effectiveness or add resurrection-like perks, all astounding in their own right. The light gate reopened, and a streak of purple shot through, colliding into him, nearly knocking the wind out of him. Looking down, little lowly Shiro. She had already advanced to the bronze rank. Star-Lord, I missed you so much. Shiro clung to him affectionately. Holding her, he carried her into the elven sanctuary. Tallies, Bai Ling followed closely, with Lilith, Ista, and others also gathering. The new power within the territory was apparent, naturally attracting everyone's curiosity. As long as no one starts a fight, things should be fine. Since everyone's here, let's take a look inside together. The interior was adorned with elven murals, a female elf statue standing at the center. This statue oddly resembled a certain dark-skinned elf from a fantasy-themed game. System notification: spend 30 gold coins for daily recruitment. Recruit. Black divine energy gathered. Wait a minute. Why did elves from the Order faction emanate a dark and ominous vibe? When the black light dissipated, slender figures emerged. Leading them was a pale beauty, her silver hair cascading down, a cold and stern demeanor highlighted by her black leather armor. Her figure was curvaceous, almost too much so to match her icy aura. It inevitably brought to mind various detective tropes in certain media. Eleanor greets the Divine King. Her eyes burned with intense fervor as her unit knelt behind her in unison. Everyone rise. Noticing Eleanor casting a hostile glance toward Alice, who returned an equally annoyed glare, he frowned. What's going on? Lilith chuckled. Divine King, they've encountered their rival. Examining the stats. Eleanor, Iron Rank 1-star assassin, with the innate talent evolution through slaughter, indicating limitless potential. Her exclusive unit, the Shadows of Slaughter, possessed plunder as an innate ability, able to devour other beings to gain power. Alice, Eleanor, your allies, not enemies. No need for hostility. The two exchanged reluctant nods. Leaving the sanctuary, everyone had gathered, 15 hero units in total, not including Sia or Lu Fei. The level cap has been lifted for all of you. As long as we have enough resources, you can upgrade without limits. We'll now commence the blood battle. Newly recruited allies will be prioritized for upgrades, and ascending to the gold rank will follow a set order. Discuss and decide amongst yourselves. Hershey recommended, Divine King, let Lilith advance first. She was the first to accompany you. He agreed. We'll proceed by recruitment sequence. If no one objects. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lilith, you'll upgrade yourself first. The rest of you will prioritize helping the newcomers advance. Understood. System, initiate the blood battle. System notification: blood battle initiated. Preparing in 1 minute. At the edge of the territory, space distorted as horrifying humanoid insectoids poured through the rift. Hideous maws, compound eyes, bladed arms, and chitinous armor covered their grotesque forms. Insectoids. White gold rank, 9 stars. The insect race, a faction belonging to a cataclysm camp, was one of the most loathed enemies to deal with for lords. Fearless, impervious to pain, they were like biological robots. When faced with the insect race, it was a matter of survival. Either they perished, or the lord's territory would be obliterated. A private message popped up. Merchant Lin, Big Boss, are you there? Traveler from another world. I'm here. What's up? Merchant Lin, trade request. Trade contents: 2.8 million origin crystals along with 20-unit recruitment refresh cards. Lin included a note. These 20 cards are a gift for you. Closing the messages, he launched the world chat channel. Traveler from another world. Recruiting vassal lords. Female lords prioritized. Message me if interested. Traveler from another world. Recruiting vassal lords. Female lords prioritized. Message me if interested. Traveler from another world. Recruiting vassal lords. Female lords prioritized. Message me if interested. Why specifically females? Well, he certainly wasn't looking to recruit men, was he? The reactions in the chat channel. Is this guy insane? Looking for sugar babies? Boss, I'm based in Chengdu. Can we work something out? Wow, even Nantong is in. This is getting wild. Ignoring the comments, he continued spamming the channel. For hours passed. 7-colored radiance began emanating from Lilith. Arrogance, pride, crimson wrath, pink lust, golden greed, green envy, blue sloth, and orange gluttony. The 7 deadly sins. God Emperor. Lilith appeared among the 7-colored light by my side. Talise, it's your turn, Lilith whispered. God Emperor, I will need more time. The light morphed into a massive 7-colored cocoon, blooming into the symbols of the 7 sins. The crown of pride, axes of wrath, blades of envy, eye of greed, mouth of gluttony, heart of lust, and staff of sloth. Watching the 7-colored light flow continuously from my body into the cocoon, why do I carry more sins than anyone else? Yet it feels strangely fitting. 6 hours passed, but Lilith remained in slumber. Meanwhile, Talise began to radiate her own light, struggling to suppress it. Emperor, Talise called out, prompting me to motion for Ishtar to take over. Talise walked to my side, surrounded by a glowing white light, her genetic strands intertwining into an ascending cocoon. By the 11th hour of the blood war, only 1 hour remained, but I could only sigh while gazing at the still unconscious Lilith. I had underestimated the advancement process. While rumors suggested heroes needed no more than a half-hour to ascend, reality seemed much harsher. Night fell as Lilith's cocoon reached its 8th hour, and the battle finally ended. All lower-tier soldiers were now raised to silver 9 stars, but there were still no newly ascended heroes apart from Lilith and Talise. Observing the mountain of corpses, I activated Divine Authority. Decompose. Ding. 6 million corpses decomposed, yielding 1.2 million origin crystals. I put away the crystals and turned to the 2 cocoons. Lilith lay still, and Talise had only just begun her metamorphosis. Emperor, Bailing appeared before me. Our accumulated silver treasure chests number 1.2 million. Open them. What poured out included 2 billion gold coins and 20 million in assorted resources. Today's blood war brought a decent haul, and tomorrow will be even better. Once Lilith and Talise complete their ascensions, the beasts will be pushed into the gold tier ranks. I declared, it's time for a feast. Day 18 of the novice period. Awakening in the Origin Palace, I felt a strange weight on me. Looking down, I spotted the little girl Shiloh, somehow having snuck into my bed and fallen into an innocent sleep. Gently placing her back on the bed, I walked to the chaos spring and fountain of youth, sipping a mix of the two to rejuvenate myself. Casting my gaze toward the 2 cocoons glowing in my territory. Over 10 hours had passed already. It should be soon, I muttered. Kaisha and Alicia appeared. Master. System, open the daily power pack. Just as I was preparing to leave, a 7-colored radiant beam burst out from Lilith's cocoon, piercing through and illuminating the territory. The cocoon fractured, the 7 sins symbols flashing and intertwining. Pride, greed, wrath, gluttony, lust, envy, and sloth. I felt their intoxicating pull, their energy surging through my heart. From within the radiant beam emerged a figure, Lilith reborn. Her dark violet-black 4 wings, white jade skin, and perfect, irresistible allure made her transcendent. God Emperor, she whispered, taking me into her embrace. Breaking away, I reviewed her stats. Lilith, golden 1 star, fallen of the 7 sins. Exclusive trait, vessel of original sin. Increases combat strength 10-fold, with bonus increases scaling with power. Potential, creation tier. An exclusive trait like this. Absolutely dominant, I murmured. I instructed her to acclimate to her newfound strength, promising the blood wars to come would hinge on her. Playfully, she cooed back. Yes, God Emperor. Leaning close, she added in a sultry whisper, and don't forget your reward for me tonight. With a teasing kiss, she vanished. I could only sigh, resolving internally to investigate this matter thoroughly tonight. Fallen angels, sacred angels, dragons, valkyries, star wardens, demons, titans, and elves. I recruited 30 of each unit, but failed to summon a new heroic figure. Setting off toward the Divine Relic Summoning Hall, I activated its power. Summon. A swirl of pitch-black light rose. I've seen golden or crimson auras before, but this ominous black hue was unprecedented. The light dispersed, revealing a black parchment floating before me. Eternal Contract, Necromancer's Pact. Signatories will never truly die, but slowly transform into undead beings. Another twisted artifact. The Summoning Hall might as well be renamed the Chamber of Curses. Storing it in my Divine King's vault, I marveled at how my collection of undead, eldritch, void, and demonic relics was growing. Tomorrow, Perhaps I'd roll the dice for zergs or mechanical calamities. Returning from an auxiliary territory laden with technological weapons, I stored away 200,000 sniper rifles, 300,000 energy shields, and liquid frequency robots before returning to the capital. Activating the system. Void trial, abyss difficulty. Begin. Ding. Preparations in 30 seconds. With a crimson aura rising along the horizon, I seated myself on the grass, opening my private chat messages. Trading 20 high-tier sniper rifle cards, 30 energy shield cards, and Chainsword equipment cards earned me 8 million origin crystals from Zio and a 280,000 crystal trade-in for summoning cards. Glancing at my inbox flooded with 99 plus unread messages, I sorted through shameless requests, moochers, and scammers, blocking them all. Naming themselves my subordinate for some alliance? Blacklisted. One particular photo from Yibing caught my attention, a bedraggled pair of twins standing in a sandy, oppressive region. Despite their plight, their appearances scored a solid 90 out of 100. A dual lord pair? Dual lords meant helping them achieve abyss-level trials and claiming at least 2 SS-tier treasure chests. I fastened a plain shirt printed with Dumb Dragon alongside flip-flops as I stepped through the glimmering portal into the dilapidated desert landscape. Suyi. I introduced myself casually. Looking at them, they were eerily identical, indistinguishable unless insidious, personal checks persisted internally anyway. I'll inspect troops. Action cues poised. She transformed into a shadow, delivering thousands of strikes in an instant. Hundreds of demons and dark elves were drenched in a bloody rain. The sisters were left dumbfounded, and the hopeless predicament was resolved with ease. Well, that's a bit of a shame. How about taking advantage of the moment? I teased. The two sisters stared at me in shock. Just kidding. I'm not that kind of person, I clarified with a smirk. Now, let's check your talents. Nangong Yabing and Nangong Yashua talent. Twin fate. Trait 1. Twins. Doubles the recruitment numbers. My eyes lit up. Spending just 1 unit of resources would yield 2 recruits. So useful. Let's keep it simple. I initiated the realm reset. The sisters' territory transformed from barren sand into lush grassland, its area reduced to a diameter of 2,000 meters. You're too weak, I commented, glancing at their 2 third-tier barracks, the succubus nest and the dark elf house. From my inventory, I brought out 16-unit upgrade cards. Come here. The two sisters were still confused, but clearly understood they were entirely at my mercy. Their eyes held firm resolve, their defeat evident, seemingly resigned to their fate. What's with those faces? With you two around, it's much more fun to play. I grinned with a wicked humor. Nangong Yabing's face turned pale, and I gently lifted her chin. I want it all. Nangong Yashua tightened her grip on her sister's hand, her eyes revealing despair beneath her resignation. I had to give it to the sisters. They had enough guts to walk into this knowing the outcome. Relax, I'm kidding. Take these and upgrade your units already. I tossed them 16 upgrade cards glowing with ethereal light. The sisters froze. These cards, mostly things of legend seen only in textbooks or auctions, should never be this easily accessible. Why are you standing there like statues? Upgrade your troops already. Clutching 8 cards, Nangong Yabing was so excited she almost questioned whether this was all a dream. Before, you wouldn't even call me master. What do you call me now? I teased, tilting her chin. A master, she stammered, trembling. Nangong Yashua, overwhelmed, pounced on me and kissed me fiercely in excitement. I gave her a light pat on the backside. All right, enough. Go upgrade your units. Nangong Yabing began upgrading the barracks. Ding. Deployment of upgrade card successful. High-tier saint-level succubus units are now recruitable. Recruit them now. From the black haze emerged 2 awe-inspiring succubus heroes. 2 hero units. Even heroes come as twins? This twin fate lord talent is wild. The 2 succubi sauntered toward Nangong Yashua. Are you the lord? One asked haughtily. I checked their stats. Anna/Only, loyalty, 60, saint level, black iron 1 star. Loyalty of 60 is normal. No inherent loyalty bonus. Alice, I called, addressing a veteran subordinate. Teach these 2 who the real master is. Chains of shadow wrapped around Anna and Only, suspending them mid-air, bound like dolls. A black sun and moon rose behind Alice, only to shatter the next moment. You dare defy me? How reckless. Alice coldly scolded, a long whip manifesting in her hand. Snap. Enough for now. Turning away, I gestured to Nangong Yashua. Your turn to upgrade the barracks. She nodded, summoning 2 more hero units from the shimmering portal. 2 tall, lean figures emerged, dark-skinned, sharp-eared dark elves donned in leather armor with piercing gazes. Corey/Co, loyalty, 60, saint level. Lord, they knelt on one knee. Seeing the 2 succubi still suspended and humiliated, beaten into submission. The Dark Elves wisely knew better than to resist. Smart choice, I remarked. 10 minutes later, I released the restrained succubi, both drenched in sweat. What's it going to be? Follow orders, or continue receiving some good old love education? Terrified, Anna and Onley knelt before me, visibly more frightened of Alice than myself. The territory is now under the four of your care. Do your jobs well, and you'll be rewarded. Rebel, and you'll be punished. The four hero units answered in unison. Turning to Nangong Yabing and Nangong Yashue, I said, it's settled. Misbehaving only gets punished. Simple. If you encounter issues, involve me. Publicly, I'm to be addressed as a tech faction lord. Don't forget it. I left them with 1,000 high-quality food cards and 100,000 gold coins. Use these resources wisely to develop the territory. Don't upgrade the lord's heart unless I expressly command it. Understood, master, replied Nangong Yashua solemnly. My sister and I are no different from your faithful dogs. We'll obey your every word. Her cheeks reddened as she spoke of being a dog. I'm heading back. I'll check in later. I opened a portal and stepped back into my own domain. Swiftness defined my actions. Within 20 minutes, I finished all necessary preparations. The void trial concluded. Ding, battle damage, 0 enemies slain, 800,000 rating, SSS. Ding, corpse breakdown complete, 160,000 essence crystals acquired from 800,000 corpses. This totaled 160,000 silver abyssal chests and 200 golden abyssal chests. The silver chests yielded 4 types of intermediate resource cards, for million each. The golden chests contained 2,000 beginner-level Spirit Iron resource cards. After Kesha and Elisa finished tidying up, I called out to the SSS rating exclusive treasure chest. Open. Ding. Recruitment refresh card X1. Ding. Barracks upgrade card X1. Ding. Unique Lord's relic. Armor of Gluttony. Ding. Unique wonder. Star of Blessing. The armor of Gluttony could absorb and store energy attacks. One of the 7 deadly sin armor pieces. No wonder my sin identity is exposed. Finding it now. Equipped now with Gluttony's armor, the crown of pride, lust's bow, and the greed ring, I was only 3 pieces away from completing the set. The Star of Blessing provided a divine daily blessing, lasting 24 hours. Today's blessing, unmatched, quadruple power, immune to all negative effects. Damn, now this is a cheat. Brilliant golden light enveloped the entire domain, strengthening all the units tenfold. The weight of that. A golden rank Lilith under unmatched could take on and devastate a diamond rank head-on. I enshrined the Star of Blessing in the center of my domain. A golden star ascended to the sky and disappeared. Delmas, prepare the troops. I commanded. With the Lunar Guard assembled, I called upon the system. Match me with an evenly skilled opponent. Ding. Match successful. Map, grasslands. 1 minute preparation time. 10 seconds later, a crimson beam engulfed the entire map. Ding. Match ended in 10 seconds. Battle damage, 0 opponent obliterated. Rating, fish in a barrel. Ding. Acquired SSS battle chest X1. I opened the chest. Ding. Abyssal exploration card X1. Ding. Recruitment refresh card X1. Ding. Black Iron welfare secret key X1. I didn't get another blood battle invitation, but the welfare secret realm key was unexpected. Welfare secret realms are unique. Unlike dangerous parallel worlds, they guarantee complete safety. Although others might only have an hour in the realm, well, my secret realm is an entirely different story altogether. Let's head back. Stretching lazily, I returned to the main domain with Delmas. 4 wins in a row. Aladeth Lena. 2 Pegasus riding Valkyries flew in. You 2 head to assemble the Legion as well. I now have 2 vassal lords, 3 if you count the twin lords. Splitting up and tackling void trials simultaneously saves time. Let's go, heading to Tang Wushue's domain first. I opened a portal of light and stepped through wearing my casual, goofy dragon meme t-shirt and shorts. Initiate void trial. Abyss difficulty. Aladeth, Lena, same routine as usual. Suppress and weaken the enemies, and leave the rest for the golden giantess to finish off. Opening another portal, Tang Wushua looked puzzled. Master, you're not staying until the trial is completed? I glanced at her carefully prepared JK uniform and white stockings and replied casually. I just acquired the twin vassal lords. They still need to complete their trial, so I'll head over there first. Stepping into the portal, Kaisha and Elisa followed me with their angelic legion. Arriving at Nangong Yashua and Nangong Yabing's domain, the twin sisters stared at the holy angels in awe. Master, who are they? They are Kaisha and Elisa. No time to waste. Let's initiate the void trial. Abyss difficulty. The sisters hesitated, astonished. Abyss difficulty? If it's not abyss difficulty, why would I even bother making you vassal lords? For fun. System, initiate void trial. Difficulty, abyss, Nangong Yabing announced solemnly. As twin lords, the trial difficulty is doubled for them. Kaisha, Elisa, you know the drill. Crush the enemies first. Your units can wait behind and handle the cleanup afterward. The sisters froze, thinking their units would be sacrificial pawns, but instead, they were ordered to stay in reserve. I plopped down on a grassy patch, opened up a live stream, and leisurely watched. The holy radiance burst forth, and the sisters' worried expressions quickly turned into shock. Abyss difficulty was usually reserved for top-tier rookie lords nearing the end of their growth phase. But here I was, treating Abyss difficulty trials like casual, regular runs, handling them with ease. Jokingly, I gave each one a playful head pat. They didn't resist. It seemed they'd made peace with their roles. One hour later. Ding. Battle losses 0. Enemies killed 50,000. Without side assistance. Rating SS Ding. Obtained 2 SS rank Abyss rating treasure chests. As expected, without side help the highest is only SS rank. Nangong Yashua opened hers first. Troop refresh recruitment card. Hero advancement card. Barracks upgrade card. Tier 5 barracks. Necropolis of the Undead. And an extraordinary wonder grade blessing statue. She directly took the barracks upgrade card, the refresh card, and the necropolis of the undead. Keep the hero advancement card and the wonder for yourself. Nangong Yabing opened hers. Troop refresh recruitment card, hero advancement card, barracks upgrade card, tier 3 barracks, Foxkin tribe camp, and an extraordinary wonder grade astrology tower. Another barracks. Her eyes lit up. She directly took the barracks, the refresh card, and the upgrade card. Let's go. Want to go see our other companion. Back to Tang Wushue's territory. This is Tang Wushue, my first vassal lord. These two are Nangong Yabing and Nangong Yashue, twin lords. Get to know each other. Tang Wushue respectfully called him master, her gaze turning to the Nangong sisters. Facing two powerhouses of G-grade, her D-grade self felt a bit unable to keep up. Nangong Yabing smiled and obediently called out, Sister Wushue. Nangong Yashue, carefree as ever, looped her arm through Tang Wushue's. She thought that as long as the two sisters didn't fight, whoever else came didn't matter. Tang Wushue reminded them that the SS-Rank Abyss treasure chest had not yet been opened. The chest produced a troop refresh recruitment card, a hero advancement card, a barracks upgrade card, and 2 extraordinary wonder grade items, the Moon Spring and the Blessing statue. She only took the troop refresh card and the barracks upgrade card. You 3 come here. From now on, you're best friends and comrades in arms. To the outside world, I'm a technology side lord. Yabing and Yashue are vassal lords, and Wushue is an ally. Disband. Go back on your own. Back in his own territory, he took a deep breath. It was still more comfortable here. The other territories were too ordinary, like the difference between heaven and the mortal world. You've worked hard. Go rest first. We'll have another bloody battle later. He opened a portal to the vassal territory. On the grass stood rows upon rows of female liquid robots. One day's production was only 144 units. It would still take several days to reach 1,000. Emperor, the robots knelt on one knee, fair-skinned and cold, like girls. Can you wear clothes? Yes. Clothing materialized on her body. A JK uniform, stockings, and a collar. Why is it a JK outfit? The Red Queen mainframe designed it based on the Emperor's preferences for different age groups of women. Girls wear JK, mature women wear yoga pants. After a moment of silence. Fine. That's okay. He checked the information. Liquid robot, gold rank trait. Liquid body, physical attacks ineffective. Elemental resistance 50%, fusion upgrade, can level up by devouring alloys, up to legendary rank. A note said that the mechanical creator seemed dissatisfied, for reasons unknown. Staring at the robots, he wondered where exactly Shiyu was dissatisfied. From now on, you'll be called number 1, and the others will be numbered in order. Thank you, Emperor, for granting us names. Numbers 1 through 100 come with me. From 101 onward, wait for production. He opened a portal and took the 100 girl robots back to his main territory. He summoned Shiyu and Lu Fei. For you, 50 girl androids each. Lu Fei's eyes lit up. Can we go to World 1? Shiyu adjusted her glasses, staring at the machines, her brows slightly furrowed. She recalled the note saying the mechanical creator was dissatisfied. Shiyu, what are you dissatisfied with? Emperor, production is too slow, their strength is poor, and many modules are missing. Shiyu said in a low voice. Silence fell as he realized that when it came to machinery, Shiyu was the expert. Shiyu, I'll hand over the territory with the highest productivity to you. If you need construction resources, Take them directly from the warehouse. A strange light flickered in Shiyu's eyes. At last, she could really let loose. A gloomy tomb model appears in his hand, the Tomb of the Undead. The undead are a member of the Calamity faction and are extremely dangerous to a lord. If there were a ranking of troops most likely to betray and devour their master, the undead would rank first. By nature, they hate the living. Without loyalty, they devour their master. Devour their master? I'm not afraid. Deep blue, power me up. White light envelopes the tomb, and the aura of death spreads. Ding! The Tier 3 barracks, the Tomb of the Undead, has evolved into the God-tier barracks, the Death Temple. That's pretty creepy. Upgrade. Ding! The temple has been upgraded to level 3. Aura, eternal death. Troops that die do not truly die. It is merely a new birth. Here comes another resurrection armor. He places the Death Temple beside the Titan Divine Court. He walked into the main hall of the Death Temple. Recruit. Crimson light rose, the aura of death spread, and after the wails of wronged souls, everything turned into boundless pitch-black darkness. Hoofbeats rang out, and a black heavily armored knight burst through the light, riding an undead heavenly steed. His face was as pale as snow, and scarlet eyes shimmered beneath his helmet. Artoria pays her respects to the Underworld King. The Black Knight removed her helmet, revealing an exquisite face. Checking her attributes, Artoria, Black Iron 1 star, Despair Heavenly Knight talent, Despair Divine Armaments, Spear of Finality, Sword of Despair Potential, Creation Note. One of the 4 Heavenly Knights of Despair, Fear, Death, and War. The more dangerous, the stronger. He took a deep breath. Only Despair Heavenly Knight had been recruited. What about the other 3? Artoria, they're all our companions. She looked coldly at Keisha, Alice, and Lilith, then nodded slightly. You are of the undead faction, but in my territory, no one will hate you. You may freely choose your way of life. Artoria was stunned for a moment. Underworld King, I'll try to get along with them. A private message arrived. Little Merchant sent a trade request for million source crystals and various materials. She reminded him that the novice period was about to end and production needed to be expanded. Taking Keisha and Elisa through the light gate into the subsidiary territory, he laid out the materials sent by Lin Xiaoxiao. These are materials for 6 factories. Sia, can you speed up production? Sia nodded. Yes. Is the territory meant to be shown to the outside world? Yes, it's a display territory. Build whatever you like in the tech category. A barracks appeared in his hand, the Foxfolk Barracks. White light enveloped it, and evolution began. Ding! The Tier 3 barracks, the Foxfolk Barracks, has evolved into the God-tier barracks, the Beast God Court. Upgrade. Ding! The barracks has been upgraded to level 3. Aura, glory of the Beast God. The strength of recruited troops is doubled. Not a resurrection armor, but it's good enough. He walked into the palace. The murals depicted various beastkin races: foxfolk, tigerfolk, pig-headed people, minotaurs. Recruit. Golden light surged upward. As the light faded, a group of incomparably alluring beastkin stood before him. White tails, beast ears, and bare jade white feet. At the front was a foxfolk woman in a red chi pao, with pink hair and 9 snow-white tails swaying gently. Her pitiful, puppy-like expression made one want to protect her. Umph! Lilith snorted coldly. I turned back to look at the new hero and confirmed she was from the foxfolk race. But she was completely different from what I remembered. This one actually carried an air of immortality. It was a bit uncanny. The alluring foxfolk woman knelt on one knee. Yao Yao pays her respects to Lord Beast King. Rise. Checking her attributes. Yao Yao, Master of Empty Tranquility, Talent, Spatial Domination, Potential, Creation. Exclusive Legion, 29 beings, all with potential at the level of main god. He gave a wry smile. This setup is way too exaggerated. He instructed Yao Yao and Artoria. No fighting in the territory. Live in peace. Understood. The blood battle is about to begin, and all the enemies are gold tier. He looked at Lilith, the only gold tier presence in the territory. You have to hold the line. Lilith smiled. My emperor, leave it to me. 10 minutes later. Activate the bloody battle. Black-purple void creatures surged across the border. Worms, devourers, shadow fiends. All of them were cannon fodder of the void faction. Dark thought. Are we supposed to deal with demons, the insect race, and the void in turns? 7-colored light converged as Lilith spread her 9 pairs of black-purple wings, blood-red light blazing in her eyes. Original sin form. At this moment, she looked like a true queen of the 7 sins. The worm horde spat out corrosive energy bombs. She raised a hand and swallowed them all, unharmed. Giving them back to you. The rebound blast smashed the worm horde to pieces. Her battle scythe swept across, cutting down countless void creatures. a tenfold battle power boost, combined with the recovery from the territory wonder, created an overwhelming bug. 2 hours later, white light soared into the sky. Teretha's transformation was complete. The giant cocoon shattered, and the white-haired girl landed on one knee. Emperor, get up, go help everyone share the pressure. Check her attributes. Gold 1 star, trait, battle god, tenfold combat power increase, potential, creation. Sure enough, the other heroes should also have similarly outrageous combat traits. Black light suddenly erupted. Istha appeared. Sovereign god, I'm about to advance. Go ahead. She turned into a black cocoon. Pangelia took over, slaughtering madly, even fiercer than Istha. At the 8th hour, Pangelia also became a cocoon. Kesha took her place. This bloody battle is too slow. The resource consumption was enormous, and the number of hero advancement slots was limited. In the final hour, Kesha also began her advancement. 3 cocoons stood in the territory: the dark Istha, the crimson Pangelia, and the pure white Kesha. The bloody battle ended. 3 heroes advanced today. Consider it a happy kind of trouble. Disassemble. Ding. 80 million corpses. Obtained 16 million source crystals. 160 million gold treasure chests. Divine crystals, anti-magic stones, spirit iron, advanced fire element crystals. Time for a banquet. Holding Shiloah in my arms, Yao Yao fed roasted meat, while Artorias stared blankly. Succubus, angel, and Valkyrie danced in stockings, leaning into Hersey's embrace and enjoying the soft warmth. The 19th day, I got up from bed, face pale, holding my waist, and walked toward the spring. Too much wine last night, couldn't take it. After a few mouthfuls of spring water, I was back at full health. Lena hugged me. My king, was it good last night? Black lines, could that kind of thing be discussed in detail? Pretty good. She laughed loudly, as bold as an older sister. Today's blessing, infinite mana, 24 hours. Better than nothing. Routine recruitment, 330 units from 11 barracks, no hero recruited. First farm the Bloody Battle Invitation, the Bronze World can open anytime. The Bloody Battle Invitation is highly valuable. Once past the newbie period, there won't be another chance. Black light rose, and Istha awakened. A black pillar of light pierced the territory, dimming even the brilliance of the sun. A silver-haired, 4-winged fallen angel appeared. Sovereign god, check her attributes. Gold 1 star, trait, body of primordial dark, tenfold combat power increase, potential, creation. As expected, a power boost is standard. Activate the void trial, abyss. Sat on the grass watching the live stream. A private message came in. Little merchant, 2 million materials per weapon type. Tomorrow is day 20. There will be good materials. Traveler from another world. I'll definitely come find you. Tomorrow, the sprint begins. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Ding. Battle losses 0. Enemies killed 900,000. Rating SSS, disassemble. Ding. Obtained 180,000 source crystals. 180,000 silver treasure chests. 5,000 gold treasure chests. The silver chests produced 300,000 sheets each of 6 types of materials, and the gold chests produced 5,000 anti-magic stones. Pulled Lena close and took a deep breath of good fortune, then opened the SSS chest. Ding. Unique relic. Wrath's protection. Ding. Unique wonder. The treasure basin. I took the 3 cards with a smile. I'm used to it. I checked the Wrath protection. Purple gold gauntlets. Unique grade. Attributes. Divinity, a tenfold increase in strength. Divine body, a tenfold increase in physique. One of the 7 deadly sins sets. Bind it. The bracers appeared on both arms, then vanished with a thought. That leaves envy and sloth. Then I looked at the treasure basin. Wealth attraction. Each day, randomly receive 10,000 to 99,999,999 gold coins. Fortune gain. Each day, randomly obtain 1 treasure. Great luck. Increases the Lord's luck, turning danger into safety. My eyes lit up at the sight of the treasure basin. Getting gold and treasures every day, and it could even increase luck. With this, the things I draw tomorrow should be even better. With great luck upon me, a 10-pull of all golds was no dream. I placed the treasure basin beside the Chaos Spring Eye. The golden basin was covered in patterns of lucky cats and Pishio. Let's take a trip to the evil summoning hall. After entering the hall, I stared at the altar. With great luck upon me, it shouldn't be something evil again, right? Summon. Blood red light erupted, and I was stunned on the spot. Is this treasure basin's great luck not working? A deathly aura filled the blood red light. A bone-white battle sword appeared, its blade white as a spine. 10,000 spirits bone sword, divine artifact. Attribute. Those wounded by it endure the impact of countless billions of vengeful souls, and the bone lord may be summoned. Note. Grab it, and you can become an immortal undead. I recalled the Summoning Hall's introduction, summoning lost divine artifacts and hidden treasures. It had nothing to do with luck at all. The Summoning Hall itself was evil. I put the 10,000 Spirits Bone sword into the Divine King treasury. Too toxic to use. I'll only keep it as a collection piece. I entered the affiliated territory. The changes were obvious. The factories had expanded to 18, and the biodroids were busy transporting goods. I found Sia. What are you preparing to do? Launch satellites. Establish a space-based defense system with near-Earth satellite strikes. The complicated and troublesome satellite defense plan was described by Sia in a few casual words. These materials are the newly arrived batch, 300,000 of each of the 6 weapons. Understood. The nuclear bomb factory in world number 1 has been completed. How many do you need? I froze for a moment. Start production first. You and Lu Fei figure out a way to create the flesh-eating virus. Sia nodded. Oh right. The mother insect in world number 2 has committed suicide. That fast. Use all the insects in that world to feed the divine flesh and produce more flesh monsters. I returned to the main territory. I opened 2 light gates. Olids Lena, go to Tang Wushue's place. Alicia, come with me to the Nangong sisters. Nangong Yashue ran over and hugged my arm. Master, you're finally here. Let's begin, same as always. I sat on the grass with one on each side, watching the live stream to pass the time. An hour later, the void trial ended. Nangong Yabing opened the treasure chest, an advanced wonder, the innate spirit source lake, and a faith statue blueprint. Master, don't you want the faith statue blueprint? Her voice trembled. I can't use that thing. Keep it. Huh. I already have one myself and was planning to sell it. You can give me any you don't want. Nangong Yabing decisively handed it over. If you need it, take it. I pinched her delicate chin. That kind of awareness makes me happy. Since it's given to you, keep it. An affiliated lord can become a god too. Nangong Yashue opened her treasure chest, an advanced wonder, the conqueror statue, and a faith statue blueprint. Just right. The 2 sisters each got a key to becoming a god. I took the refresh card and upgrade card. You can figure out the rest yourselves. Enter the territory of Tang Wushue. Master, the side on Nangong's side is a twin territory, so I'll keep a closer eye on it. Tang Wushue understood his thoughtfulness and felt a warmth in her heart. Got it. Don't cry. I didn't say I don't want you. Has the treasure chest been opened? Waiting for you. Ding. Divine Grade Wonder. The Pool of Evolution. Trait. Evolution Water. Increases the bloodline potential of troops. Ineffective against divine grade troops. Note. But it's useless to you. Silence. I know. Don't call me anymore. He took the refresh card and upgrade card. Keep them and use them yourself. Tang Wushue froze. Thinking of Elisa, Alidus, and those angel Valkyries, she swallowed hard inside. Outrageous. Just what kind of top-tier main lord did she hire? Dalmas. The cold figure appeared, and the sorrow of the end moon assembled complete. Today we need to open a few more lord battles. Half an hour later, 16 lord battles, 20 consecutive victories. 16 SSS grade war treasure chests, and a 10-win chest. Ding. Blood battle invitation X16. Ding. Troop refresh recruitment card X16. A gleam of light appeared in his eyes. Unexpected harvest. Half an hour later, all the heroes gathered. Pangelia, Kesha, and still in slumber. The blood battle is about to begin. Lilith, Ister, and Taris are responsible for suppression. Alidus will advance at full force. The rest will assist the new companions in leveling up. Yes. Start the blood battle. Black mist spread, and skeletons, zombies, and wraiths emerged from within. The undead faction. Lucky today. At least we didn't run into the mechanical catastrophe or outer gods. He returned to the Origin Palace and soaked in the hot spring. System, upgrade the Lord's Heart. Ding. Consume X 4,000 source crystals. Upgrade. Ding. Consume X 5,000 source crystals. Upgrade. The Lord's Heart rose to bronze 6 star. I lay back in the hot spring and closed my eyes to enjoy it. Bad luck, I'll hold off on drawing traits for now. Even with blessed fortune, it still might not guarantee a good pull. 2 hours later, a golden pillar of light split the sky. It was time for Alidus to advance. She appeared riding a heavenly steed, God King. Golden threads wrapped around her, forming a massive golden cocoon standing in the territory. Alidus stepped down from the throne, and Dalmas took her place, beginning the slaughter and leveling up. For hours later, a crimson pillar of light pierced through the territory. The crimson giant cocoon pulsed like a living thing before finally shattering. A loli with crimson hair and delicate, fair skin slowly emerged. Her frame was even smaller than Shiloah's, and her eyes were a brilliant gold. Pangelia, I was shocked. The girl was still in her childhood, not even really a loli. Pangelia instantly teleported over and wrapped her arms around my neck. her face full of Yandra-like obsession. Feeling her fervent, fixated emotions, I took a deep breath. Put on some clothes first. This little girl was really too young. I couldn't let her serve as a flesh armor. Pangelia put on a black and gold princess dress. Doesn't the divine emperor like it? It's not that I don't like it. It's that you're too small. She looked down at herself, and a trace of crimson appeared in her brilliant golden eyes. After checking her attributes, the corner of my mouth lifted slightly. Finality Extreme Dragon, Golden 1 star. Trait: Great Destruction, Strength increased tenfold. Destructive power can obliterate everything. Divine Weapon, Spear of Final Destruction. Potential: Infinite. This invincible dragon was baring its fangs. Once it fully grows, no one will be able to stand against it. Go support the battlefield. Pangelia nodded obediently, dragon wings unfolding, a dark red spiral spear in hand. Like a meteor tearing through the void, she instantly slew tens of thousands of invading monsters. Lilith, Ister, and Taris looked at Pangelia in her little girl form, their expressions shifting. She was the territory's top combat force, and all the heroes were completely convinced by her. At the 8th hour, blood-red moonlight flooded the territory. Dalmas descended upon the moon. Star-Lord, go! The blood-red moonlight wrapped around her, turning into a blood-red full moon hanging high in the sky. Cassilia took over and began slaughtering like mad. Clearly provoked by Pangelia, she would never allow the dignity and elegance of dragons to be trampled upon. On the 9th hour, a holy pillar of light appeared over the territory. A four-winged angel knelt on one knee and said, "My lord." Kaisha rose from the ground, her body illuminated by divine power, making her look incomparably sacred. Attribute display: Holy Order, Kaisha, Gold 1 star. Trait: Sacred Body, Combat Power multiplied by 10. Divine Weapon, Sword of Order. Potential: Creation. I glanced disdainfully at the note. Absolute holiness and order? The victor is king, and justice is the embodiment of power. Victory belongs to me. That is absolute order. Kaisha was no weaker than Lilith or Ishtar, both possessing unique traits and a tenfold boost. At the 10th hour, radiant golden light rose. Cassilia's massive dragon form shimmered with the brilliance of the sun. Pangelia gripped her crimson spear, itching to strike Cassilia down, but held back because I cared. God Emperor, the giant dragon landed before me. I nodded, and golden light intertwined, forming a giant cocoon with sun-patterned Wanlu standing in the territory. Cassilia fell asleep, and Alice took her place. Golden light rose again, and Alidus awoke. Countless golden raindrops fell over the territory. God King, I nodded in satisfaction. There were now 5 gold rank heroes. I checked Alidus' attributes: Sky Patrolling Martial God, Gold 1 star. Trait: Incarnation of Heaven, Power multiplied tenfold. Potential: Creation. The note mentioned punishing on behalf of heaven, wielding heavenly authority. What kind of cheat is that? Half an hour later, Alice appeared cloaked in shadows. Demon King, the resources are sufficient for advancement. Good work, go ahead. Alice transformed into a black and red giant cocoon. In the final half hour of the blood battle, Bai Ling took over. The resources weren't enough, so the enhancement had to be postponed. The blood battle ended, and the territory was filled with corpses and shadows. Disassemble. Ding. Disassembled 80 million corpses. Obtained 16 million source crystals. Ding. Open 16 million gold treasure chests. Open 8 million divine crystals. 80 million anti-magic stones. Done for the day. Today's task is complete. Pangelia appeared quietly in a princess dress and took my hand. I scooped her up at once, and her little body nestled in my arms like a harmless cub. Feast. By the bonfire, Pangelia leaned against my chest, and Shirluo sat close beside me. Lilith swayed her hips and came up near us, saying to Pangelia, "Eat more, you'll grow faster." Though small, Pangelia was sensible and understood what she meant. Eat first. It's rest time, don't talk about anything else. Lilith immediately sat down obediently. The 20th day of the newbie period. Ding. Temporary Lost Secret Realm module unlocked. Once per day. I groggily opened my eyes and saw Bai Ling sleeping soundly, with Pangelia lying in my arms. When did this little one sneak in? Lost Secret Realm? I'm used. Secret realms could yield good items, but they were of limited help to me. Forget it, I'm not going. If I did go, I'd only take 10-tier liquid robots. My troop type was unique and couldn't be disguised. The daily blood battles already consumed a huge amount of energy. Opening a secret realm would take up the whole day. I didn't even have time to soak in the hot spring. Sigh, what a hard life. System, open the daily combat power gift pack. Ding. Troop refresh recruitment card X1. Barracks upgrade card X1. Hero advancement card X1. I walked toward the treasure basin. Ding. You obtained 1 million gold coins. Good grief, a full million? Ding. You obtained a purple blueprint. Purple gold hammer. A purple blueprint. Tang Wuxue can use that. The golden giants are excellent blacksmiths. Begin the daily recruitment. Fallen angels 30, coalition 30, dragons 30, holy angels 30, valkyries 30, star gods 30, titans 30, demons 30, elves 30, undead 30, beast gods 30. No hero appeared, but the numbers were already sufficient. A private chat lit up. Lin Xiaoxiao's messages flashed one after another. Xiaoxiao merchant. Boss, are you there? You didn't forget what day it is today, did you? I frowned. After fighting a bloody battle all night yesterday, I'd indeed forgotten. Otherworld traveler. Hold on, coming right now. I entered the vassal territory and packed up the weapons. Rifles, sniper rifles, grenades, robots, chainsaw swords, energy shields, 1 million units of each. Otherworld traveler. Little boss. Trade requested. Xiao merchant. Clients were bombarding me first thing this morning. Save up, save up. Trade completed. Back in the main territory, I headed straight for the weird summoning hall. Summon. Golden light shot into the sky, and I stared dumbfounded. It actually dropped gold. Ding. You obtained a tier 7 barracks. Banshee's Nest. I actually got a tier 7 barracks for free. Without the slightest hesitation, I upgraded it immediately. Ding. Tier 7 barracks evolved into a divine barracks. Witch's Hall. Witch's Hall. I curled up the corners of my mouth. If it really was the witch I was guessing, then that would be terrifying. Every witch controls ultimate rule power. They themselves are the embodiment of rules. Consume source crystals X100 to upgrade. Upgrade. Consume barracks upgrade card to upgrade. Upgrade. Witch's Hall upgraded to level 3. I stared at the level 3 Witch's Hall, my eyes gleaming faintly. Witch's Hall, a divine barracks. Recruitment limit, 30. Aura. Undying witch. Troops do not truly die. After falling, they are reborn in the Witch's Hall. Note. Witches control the taboo of rules. Each one is an existence of absolute forbidden power. Note. Whether it's cheating, you know it in your heart. I stared at the note, my heart pounding. Banned. I rely on effort and sweat. If you can't handle it, just say so. I placed the Witch's Hall beside the Beast God Court and looked at the row of divine barracks, feeling a surge of accomplishment. TSK, the territory is still too small. It's not the right time to advance yet. The troops haven't finished upgrading, and the risk is too great. I walked into the Witch's Hall. In the center of the Great Hall, a female statue shrouded in black mist shifted in an elusive haze. Summon. Black light surged upward, and several seductive figures emerged from the mist as space distorted and warped. 30 witches appeared one after another. The leader had long black hair, purple eyes, and wore a black dress, her aura elegant yet profound. My king. The leading witch knelt on one knee. Rise. I began checking her attributes. Scarlet, twisted witch. Talent, twisting. Divine weapon, sword of twisting. Potential, creation. Note. She controls the power to twist everything, able to twist space-time, reality, and thought. One of the ultimate apocalyptic existences. I took a deep breath. As long as Scarlet was strong enough, she could twist reality itself and turn a deer into a horse. No wonder she was called a forbidden witch. System, activate the void trial, difficulty, abyss. All of the invaders were golden tier beings. I sat on the grass and started a live stream, waiting for the void trial to end before drawing traits. At this moment, on Yishio's side, he activated the Lost Secret Realm module and chose the Ice Abyss with a 9-star difficulty. The system warning read, temperatures of -100 degrees Celsius and frost-type monsters' strength increases 5-fold and they go berserk. Activate. The bone-chilling cold felt as though it froze the soul. Anti-cold potions were consumed, and all troops had to take them as well. The effect lasted only 1 hour. Half an hour later, Yishio stared dumbfounded at his glaring C-rank evaluation. Suyi said only SSS-Rank can obtain the inheritance of a higher true god. With a sigh, his gaze remained firm. Though it was an SSS, clearing it and getting a C rank was already a gain. The treasure chest opened. Hero rank up card X1, Platinum weapon Berserker's Axe, Ice type Demigod Divinity X1. Yishio stared at the divinity, eyes flashing. How did Suyi get an SSS rank 9-star treasure chest? He wondered. I sneezed a few times on my end. Who the hell is so uncivilized that they're cursing me? Watching Yishio on the live stream pull divinity from a C-rank treasure chest, I couldn't help but like it. Ridiculous. An hour later, ding, void trial ended, battle losses 0, enemies killed 1.2 million, rating, SSS, 120 million golden monsters invaded. Disassembling the corpses yielded 240,000 origin crystals. 240,000 golden abyss treasure chests were opened, obtaining intermediate alloy, lightning element crystals, anti-magic stones, and spirit iron resource cards. Then came the opening of the SSS-Rank Abyss Rating Chest, Troop Refresh Recruitment Card X1, Barracks Upgrade Card X1, Hero Ascension Card X1, Lord's Exclusive Unique Treasure, Sloth Boots, and Unique Wonder, the Pantheon. Sloth Boots, one of the 7 Deadly Sins sets. Trait, Teleportation costs nothing, immune to any negative buff. A note teasing me as the embodiment of the 7 Deadly Sins? I ignored it with a dark face. Bind, the luxurious boots appeared, and with a single thought, I turned them into a pair of flip-flops. This is still more comfortable. The Pantheon can condense different divinity crystals, duration 30 days. Divinity condensation speed and comprehension increase 100-fold. Can devour gods' corpses to accelerate condensation. Such a treasure that even gods would covet, demigods would dream of it. I ordered Kesha, Elisa, Odette, and Lena to lead their legions to Nan Gong Yabing's and Tang Wushue's territories to assist with the Void Trial. Shiro was sent to assemble the final Moon Purge Legion. I brought the final Moon Purge into the Lord War space. The war ended in 10 seconds, and the SSS-Rank treasure chest was in hand. 21 straight wins. A brilliant pillar of golden light rose within the territory. Cassilia awakened. The golden pillar shot into the sky and transformed into a golden-haired little girl with golden dragon wings, youthful yet haughty. Cassilia looked at Pangelia with a disdainful, provocative gaze. Their auras collided head-on, erupting into a physical brawl. I shouted sharply to stop them. Cassilia pretended to be wronged. She started it. Stop trying to act tough. I checked her stats. Eternal Sun Dragon Cassilia, Gold 1 star. Trait, Immortal Blazing Sun. Power increases tenfold. Battle intent rises endlessly. Divine Weapon, Blade of the Eternal Sun. I patted the heads of the 2 little dragons. Come on, come soak in the hot spring with me. Just as I lay down in the hot spring, Lilith appeared. Pangelia and Cassilia exchanged a look, then glanced at Lilith's voluptuous body. Pangelia said in a low voice, "Sooner or later, I'm going to cut you down." Cassilia rarely nodded in agreement. Lilith smiled, pulling Shiro closer to me. Looking at Lilith's fair chest, I took 2 deep breaths of fortune. System, draw the traits. 3 red lights appeared. Overwhelming Beauty, Hero among men and ghosts, Extreme Sublimation. Overwhelming Beauty. Only female troop types are produced, strength increased by 200%, potential raised by 2 tiers, loyalty plus 30, and can be merged with the Crystal Palace trait. I asked Lilith, stable income or short-term Haishoid? Short-term Haishoid is meaningless. System, choose Overwhelming Beauty. Ding. Do you want to merge with Crystal Palace? Merge. Ding. Obtain red trait, Peerless Elegance, Peerless Elegance. Only female troops can be recruited, strength increased tenfold. Divinity condensation and divine art comprehension increase 100-fold. Loyalty plus 100, potential tier increased by 4. Not bad. My eyes lit up. System, continue drawing traits. 3 red lights flashed. Another 3 reds. Chosen 1, no taboo, invulnerable to all laws. I remained silent, pain intertwining in my heart. All 3 red tier entries were incredibly powerful. I wanted them all. Though invulnerability to all laws was unbeatable, it had limitations. Blessing of the Chosen One was good for luck, but I already had strong luck echo. In the end, I steadied myself and said, troops are the foundation of a lord. I'll choose Unrestrained. System, bind entry, Unrestrained. Ding. Entry, Unrestrained, has been bound. Opening the panel, it showed bronze 6 star, with 14 entries in total, 13 red, and 1 gold. I'm afraid even Lord Photo Editing couldn't make this strong. I laughed. I got up and left the hot spring. Lilith carefully helped me dry off the water droplets. Wearing a white short-sleeved shirt printed with the dragon is delighted, paired with floral shorts and flip-flops, I left the Origin Palace. I suddenly remembered I still had a black iron welfare secret realm key in my hand. Without hesitation, I opened it, and the key turned into a light gate that appeared in the territory. Pangelia, Cassilia, and Sherluo, the 3 little ones, stepped straight into the secret realm. After a while, Sherluo returned and said, Star-Lord, it's safe. I passed through the light gate, and before my eyes were fields of spirit medicines, treasure chests, gold coins, and mountains of origin crystals. My eyes lit up. The Black Iron Welfare secret realm was about the size of Earth itself. It was basically a little treasury. With this excuse in the future, my Rise from Scratch story would make sense. I immediately locked down the sealed secret realm, leaving my mark to ensure it belonged solely to me. Returning to the main territory, I took the 3 little ones to Tang Wushue's territory. Tang Wushue's eyes lit up when she saw me. On the side, Haley immediately bristled the moment she saw Pangelia, fear as if facing the top of the food chain. Pangelia glanced at Haley lightly, and Haley instantly dropped to her knees, gasping. I turned to Tang Wuxiue and said, "Take a look at what you got today." Tang Wuxiue opened the SS grade Abyss rating treasure chest. 10,000 beast pasture, 10,000 flower garden. Not bad. Keep these wonders. I took the Trooper Fresh recruitment card and the barracks upgrade card. I'm leaving first. I've been busy lately. Message me privately if anything comes up. I came to the territories of Nangguang Yashue and Nangguang Yabing. When Anna Onley, Keisai Kelly, and the other heroes saw Pangelia, their loyalty immediately soared. It was the terror of truly facing the end. Open the treasure chests. Brilliant stars, Space Divine Stone, Sun Wheel, Moon Wheel. I'm taking the Trooper Fresh recruitment card and the barracks upgrade card. You handle the rest yourselves. I yawned, opened the light gate, and left. I had only one goal: make money, and keep making money. Half an hour later, the blood battle invitation landed in my hands. Activated. Black mist rose along the edge of the territory. A group of foul-smelling deep ones surged into the territory. My mouth twitched. The Outer God's minions are here again. Bai Ling. Understood, Emperor. Bai Ling drew her blade and stood ready, spiritual energy storm gathering throughout her body. Bai Ling swung her blade, and spiritual energy tore through the void. Hundreds of golden-tier great deep ones were instantly slain. After an hour of bloody battle, Bai Ling appeared before me. Emperor, well done. Bai Ling's body turned into a colorless giant cocoon and began to advance. In the second hour, a crimson full moon hung in the territory's sky. The invading deep ones mutated, their eyes turning blood red as they slaughtered and devoured one another. The red moon shattered, and Delmas stood in the void. Star-Lord. I checked her attributes. End of all things Crimson Moon. Delmas, Gold 1 star. Trait. Descent of the Red Moon. Lower beings will be twisted into disasters. Potential. Creation. Delmas was evolving towards something indescribable. At the third hour, Elisa began her advancement. Then Lena and Sherluo. A mass of black-red light bloomed, and Alice's advancement was completed. Black-red scales covered her body. A pair of wings spread from her back, and her crimson eyes opened. Master of Demons. Alice called in a sweet, seductive voice. The scales faded away. Does Master of Demons like it? This is my fear form. Very handsome. I checked her attributes. Ultimate Fear. Alice, Gold 1 star. Trait. Fear descends. Strength increased tenfold. Potential. Creation. Go on, Alice. Alice's figure distorted and disappeared into the endless shadows. The 12-hour blood battle was over. The red moon dispersed, and the mountains of corpses stood like piled walls. Disassemble. Ding. Disassembled 80 million corpses. Obtained 16 million source crystals. Was the blood battle limit 80 million? Was it constrained by the eternal will? Opening the golden treasure chest yielded 80 million each of basic anti-magic stones and basic spiritual iron. Let's have a feast. The bonfire was lit, and Pangelia and Cassilia took up position beside me. On the 21st day, I woke up. Alice and Lilith kept me company, while Pangelia and Cassilia, lying there drooling, were a nuisance. I gently moved them aside, walked to the chaos spring water, and drank a couple of mouthfuls, instantly restored to full health. I activated the Star of Blessing to check today's buff. Double critical strike. Today, any treasure chest opened will yield double rewards. Holy crap, this blessing is insane. My eyes lit up. Looking up at the sky, I sighed, cheat mode. Ding. Troop Refresh Recruit Card X2. Barracks Upgrade Card X2. Hero Ascension Card X2. A gift pack is also a kind of treasure chest. I was grinning from ear to ear. I walked to the treasure basin. Ding. 5 million gold. Ding. Golden Blueprint Deep Space Battleship. I pocketed it. The Deep Space Battleship materials were expensive, so I handed it straight to Siya to handle. Come recruit new companions. We're lucky today, we might get hero units. Bringing Alice with me, I began recruiting. Fallen Angel plus 30, Human Alliance plus 30, Dragon plus 30, Holy Angel plus 30, Valkyrie plus 30, Star God plus 30, Demon plus 30, Elf plus 30, Undead plus 30, Beast King plus 30, Witch plus 30. No hero units, but the normal units are pretty good. Just as I was about to head to the weird summoning hall, an urgent private message came in. Lin Xiaoxiao's messages were densely packed, having never stopped since 8 last night. I awkwardly scratched my head and opened the chat. Little merchant. Boss, are you there? /. Bringing Alice through the light gate into the subsidiary territory. After packing 6 kinds of weapons and equipment, I added 200 advanced resource cards of each type. Otherworld Traveler. Sorry, I was busy last night. Trade approved. Little merchant. You scared me to death. I was afraid something happened to you. The trade was completed, and 21.5 million source crystals arrived. Lin Xiaoxiao also gifted 50 troop refresh recruit cards, and materials of each type in the tens of millions. Little merchant. Boss, speed up production. Goods are scarce and prices are high. Otherworld traveler. Okay. Little merchant. Find you at 3 p.m. You must be online. After closing the private chat, I assigned the robots to handle material production. Looking around the subsidiary territory, I felt that something was a little off, but I had no time to think about it for now. Passing through the light gate back to the main territory, I called over Kesha and Orlitis. Go assemble the Legion. Leave today's recruits in the territory for upgrades. The rest go to the territories of Nangong Yabing and Tang Wuxue. Understood, Master. Yes, God King. I thought to myself, do their open treasure chests count as mine? After all, this is a subsidiary territory. The connection is distant, but it still counts for something. I summoned the remaining heroes, and as usual, let the newcomers level up first. System, begin the void trial. Difficulty, abyss. Lying in the hot spring, I watched the territory boundary. A blood-red light rose at the boundary, and a swarm of monsters poured in. I opened a live stream, preparing to freeload rewards. The top-ranked stream was actually not an H stream, but a Secret Realm adventure live stream. Have these people changed their tastes? I clicked into the live stream and saw an old acquaintance, Yezgyu. This guy is live streaming. Is he planning to show off? Yishio's troop type was dragon-slaying warriors, and the leading hero carried Ice Divinity, challenging the 9-star Extreme Ice Abyss. Interesting. A thoughtful glint flashed in my eyes. Yishio clearly opened the live stream to help others clear the stage, but the treasure chests belonged to him alone, which was absurd. This was just the protagonist's normal move. Sign the contract, and that's it. He didn't get the rating treasure chest, but plenty of people came to him for ordinary 9-star treasure chests. I thought to myself, acting so damn cocky, aren't you afraid of getting crushed the moment you return to the main world? But the protagonist's enemies are basically all brainless. Thinking about my own troops again, I started to question my life. Am I really not the protagonist? Whatever, no point obsessing over it. I glanced at the live stream. The protagonist was just leading people to farm resources. This trick was definitely going to be copied by others later. I casually opened a live stream. The female streamer was the holy girl type, pure face and figure, no need to spend money. She seemed to be from the White Eagle side. The troop she'd summoned was a 6th-tier corrupted giant troll, the kind that eats anything. An hour later, the system announced that the void trial had ended. Battle losses, 0, enemies killed, 1.4 million, rating, SSS. Obtained an SSS grade Abyss difficulty rating treasure chest. Today he farmed 1.4 million gold monsters. Immediately disassemble. 1.4 million corpses exchanged for 280,000 origin crystals. Not bad. The treasure chests gathered together, 280,000 gold Abyss treasure chests. Open the chests. 20 each of advanced lightning, ice, earth, and wind element crystal resource cards. 70,000 of each kind. Actually 1.4 million cards total. Today was Blessing Star double reward. All taken into my pocket. Staring at today's main event, the system asked whether to open the SSS Abyss rating treasure chest. Suddenly, I remembered that Alice still hadn't come back. First, absorb some luck. Alice came back. I dove in and started absorbing luck. She froze for a moment, then hugged my head and laughed. Only after a long while did she raise her head. Open. The system rewards popped out. Troop refresh recruitment cards ×2, barracks upgrade cards ×2, hero rank up cards ×2, god tier wonder, 10,000 star river ×2, unique lord exclusive treasure, jealousy blade, unique wonder, immortal monument. I broke into a perverted grin. Sure enough, the god tier wonder 10,000 star river came out doubled. Ridiculous. I really love you, blessing star. I stared at the golden star above my territory. The officially designated cheat. Exclusive treasures and wonders don't get doubled. After all, if something is unique, doubling it wouldn't be unique anymore. Then the system prompt suddenly appeared. Detected 2 identical god tier wonders. Merge them? It can still merge. Without hesitation, merge. Ding! 10,000 star river ×2 merged into the unique wonder. Infinite star sea. Infinite star sea traits. Each day, it gives birth to 10 drops of stellar heavy water, 10 units of stellar divine gold, and 10 units of stellar crystal. Every 30 days, it gives birth to 1 stellar core. Looking at the infinite star sea, my eyes shone. With a thought, the infinite star sea spread across the heavens above my territory. Starlight blazed brilliantly, then faded into concealment. Now my territory has the sun, the moon, the stars, and even the deep reaches of the cosmos. I nodded in satisfaction. I fixed my gaze on the next treasure. Name, Jealousy blade level. Unique traits. Ignores defense. Every strike pierces through. Burning fire scorches the heart. Immortal. Absolutely indestructible. Note: one of the 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins set is complete. Bind immediately. Without hesitation, I bound it. The jealousy blade turned into light and merged into my body. 7 colored halos surrounded me. Pride, lust, greed, jealousy, gluttony, sloth, wrath. 7 emotions converged and were continuously absorbed by me. Alice, seeing this, froze and silently stepped back. A gorgeous purple crown appeared above my head. A cash ring appeared on my finger, blue long boots on my feet. An orange battle armor covered my body, and red wrist guards appeared on my wrists. A green long blade and a pink longbow circled around me. In the end, everything merged into my body. Ding! Obtained original sins 7 deadly sins set. Ding! Activated the 7 deadly sins set. Obtained authority, original sin. Ding! Obtained unique title, original sin Grand Duke. I opened my eyes and immediately felt different. In my vision, the 7 deadly sin lights drifting through heaven and earth appeared before me. Authority, original sin? I opened the panel. Original sin. Passively absorbs the original sin of heaven and earth, or may yield unexpected gains. Note: original sin is the instinct of all intelligent life, and also a taboo that must inevitably be committed. Title: overlooked title, sin sovereign. Description: you possess the potential to step onto the throne of the abyss. This feels like a big villain. I let out a bitter smile. With the reborn protagonist ahead of me, I've ended up as the Muho boss instead. I looked at the details of the sin set. Name: Sins 7 Sins Rank. Unique traits. 1. Greed's domain. Infinite space. Automatically picks up treasures within 100,000 meters. 2. Lust desire. Stir up or destroy an enemy's desire. 3. Pride's protection. Immune to 50% of damage. Once per day. Invincible for 10 seconds. 4. Gluttony's devour. Devours energy attacks and counterattacks tenfold. 5. Wrath's power. Body and strength enhanced 100-fold. 6. Sloth's laziness. Infinite teleportation. Immune to all control effects. 7. Envy's edge. Ignores defense and triggers sin effects. Note: the set can grow stronger along with the Lord's strength. I was speechless. These 7 deadly sins are just the beginning? Won't this become absurdly overpowered as my strength increases? By now, I'm no longer a weakling, but the best among the trash dogs. That's a progress worth celebrating. After all, even with the 7 sins buffs, I still couldn't beat the Pegasus of the Valkyrie Riders. I turned to the last extraordinary treasure. Name: Immortal Monument Rank. Unique traits. 1. Immortal Glory. Permanently increases morale of the territory's troops. 2. Absolute Faith. Doubles the speed at which troop faith is generated. 3. Loyalty. Troop loyalty plus 50. 4. Unity. The territory's cohesion reaches the extreme. No lord eating, no internal strife. Note: the Immortal Monument records everything I say and do. Negative content is prohibited. I stared at the Immortal Monument and raised an eyebrow. I actually have a historian now. I said carelessly, whatever. I'm the Emperor. To me, only the second trait was useful. My troop's loyalty was already maxed out. Done. I stretched and looked at Alice. She immediately understood, black and red armor covering her entire body as she merged into the shadows. I'll go to the Divine Artifacts Summoning Hall later. I opened the light gate leading to Tang Wushue's territory. In Tang Wushue's territory, she watched me step out of the light gate and said respectfully, "Master." I nodded. "Open it and see what good stuff we've got today." Tang Wushue opened the SSS-Rank Abyss Rating Treasure Chest. Troop Refresh Recruitment Card ×1. Barracks Upgrade Card ×1. Hero Advancement Card ×1. Extraordinary Wonder. Endless Orchard. I took the Troop Refresh Recruitment card and the Barracks Upgrade card. You keep the rest. Recently I've had a lot on my plate. Other than the Lord's heart, you handle the territory matters yourself. Yes, Master. Tang Wushue nodded gratefully. I opened the light gate and went straight to Nangong Yabing's territory. They opened the SS-Rank treasure chests. Troop Refresh Recruitment Card ×2. Barracks Upgrade Card ×2. Hero Advancement Card ×2. Extraordinary Wonder. Wine Pool and Meat Forest. Extraordinary Wonder. Endless Orchard. I took the Troop Refresh Recruitment cards and the Barracks Upgrade cards. You keep the rest for yourselves. Understood, Master. I opened the light gate and returned to the main territory with Kesha, Orita, the Angel Legion, and the Valkyrie Legion. Back in the main territory, I looked at Kesha and Orita. You've worked hard. Go rest. The two nodded and left. Diarmasis. A cold silhouette appeared. I took Diarmasis and Ultimate Moon's Severance into the Lord battle space. 2 minutes later, we returned. Waiting in line took 1 minute. The battle ended in 10 seconds. I opened the SSS-Rank or treasure chest. Troop Refresh Recruitment card ×2. Blood-Soaked Battle Invitation ×2. Abyss Exploration card ×2. Double crit, nice. Then I headed to the Divine Artifact Summoning Hall. Summon. Black light surged upward, thick with the aura of death. When the light faded, a white bone crown appeared before me. Eye of Omniscience, name. Crown of the Undead Emperor, soul fragment. Rank. Artifact traits. Converts the undead, summons the dead, devours souls. Note. Once you put it on, it will no longer be you. Even a divine soul fragment is hard to resist. At the sight of the crown, I immediately angrily hurled it into a corner of the Divine King Treasury. My Divine King Treasury is turning into a demon-suppressing tower. Looking at the jumble of spiritual treasures in the treasury, I suspected those factions had come here just to fish. Let's go. I left the Divine Relic Summoning Hall with Alice. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the immortal monument. In the Emperor era, the Emperor's summon was unsuccessful. Enraged, his violent nature emerged. I frowned. Another flash, and the monument updated. The Emperor saw the record was unsatisfactory and flew into a rage, wanting to revise it. The historian remonstrated directly, and not a single word was changed. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You really got me there. Then, the Emperor laughed and praised the courage of the blunt remonstrance. Awesome. Helplessly. Using subtle historical writing like that, huh? You've really mastered it. Alice, inform everyone to gather. I have something to say. Alice nodded and summoned the territory's heroes. Lilith, Ishtar, Keisha, Pangilia, Cassilia, Orides, Delmis, Artoria, Yao Yao, Scarlet, plus Alice, made 11 in total. The blood battle is about to begin. Same old rules, no need to say much. Artoria, Yao Yao, Scarlet, your target is to accumulate ascension resources. Lilith, Ishtar, lead the troops to begin ascension, starting with the fallen angels. Yes, all the heroes responded in unison. The blood battle starts in half an hour. Go prepare. Lilith and Ishtar's troops had broken through 1,000, becoming the first 1,000-strong legion. Time passed, and the blood battle drew near. A streak of white light shot into the sky, and a spiritual energy storm swept across the territory. Bai Ling's ascension succeeded. She appeared as light, knelt on one knee, and devoutly cried out, Emperor. I looked at Bai Ling's attributes with satisfaction. Gold Star 1, Psychic Tyrant. Tenfold surge in combat power, potential with no upper limit. Iron Blood Tyrant form, immune to subspace erosion against non-humans. Prepare for a bloody battle. Bai Ling took orders and summoned the army. Artoria, Yao Yao, Scarlet should all be promoted today. Half an hour later, the blood battle invitation was in hand. Open. Blood-red waves surged along the borders of my territory. A group of black-robed creatures flooded in. Cultists. Damn, they really came to punch in? Could tomorrow be mechanical catastrophe? Artoria began her killing and promotion. Lilith led the fallen angels in holding down one side on her own. Half an hour later, Percy's giant cocoon split open. The authority of time circled around him as an ancient god appeared. God King, Gold Star 1, Ancient God of Time, 10 times stronger. Not bad, very good. Percy joined the Titan front. I opened the portal to the subordinate territory. I was dumbfounded by the piles of weapons. So fast. Xia and Lu Fei were nowhere to be seen. Seal them first, ask later. 2 million of each of the 6 types of weapons were collected. I returned to the main territory. The fallen angels had gathered. God Emperor, go and promote. Cocoons were everywhere. Even ordinary troops need to fall asleep to advance. Their status is really high. Black light surged. Artoria's aura of death enveloped everything. Underworld King. Black cocoons appeared. Looking at the 1,000 cocoons. Feels like an alien hatchery. Yao Yao took over the position. A private message rang. Lin Xiaoxiao, big shot, are you there? I replied. Didn't we say 3 p.m. this afternoon? I have something to ask you. I want to push for the Lord rankings. Got any big weapons? Don't you have subordinate lords? You know nothing. Raising troops is too hard. It's like worshipping ancestors. I looked at her message and glanced at my own troops. I don't know. No one understands better than I do. Big weapons? I'll reply later. Preferably before tomorrow. Price is negotiable. Okay. I closed the private chat. This guy has also opened a dimensional rift. I happen to have a nuke on hand, but she probably couldn't afford it. Didn't Lu Fei want to test site? Perfect, let's try it. 2 hours into the blood battle. Dark light bloomed. Elisa's promotion was complete. A 4-winged doomsday angel hovered high above. Master, the end of all things, power of extinction, purifying everything. Combat power increased tenfold. Go. All as the master wills. System prompt. The territory has given birth to 10 gold heroes from different divine systems, obtaining the unique trait, Land of the Gods. What? After confirming it wasn't an illusion, I counted the heroes, 13 gold heroes. You only give me this now. Land of the Gods. All troop buffs in the territory are doubled. A free trait. Pretty good. Feels like playing a cracked game. At the 4th hour of the blood battle, Yao Yao descended through space. Beast King. A colorless light covered her as her promotion began. Scarlet took over the position. At the 5th hour of the blood battle, golden light surrounded everything. Lena's promotion was complete. God King. Shattered Star Martial God. Indestructible form. Tenfold combat power. Her recovery was maxed out. Absurdly overpowered. Go. At the 6th hour of the blood battle, the Gene Praetorian and Psychic Dominators began their promotions. Another private message rang. Lin Xiaoxiao, trade request. I accepted. 2 million of each of the 6 types of weapons. Trade completed. Do you have weapons for exploring dimensional rifts? Powerful nukes. Inhumane biological weapons. Your pick. Holy crap. You have those too? Lucky break. I found a resource secret realm. I can't afford a nuke. What's the virus? Flesh-eating virus. I'll explain later. Take it easy on the pricing. Got it. On Lin Xiaoxiao's side, a nuke is basically a top-tier weapon of early-stage technology. She even has biological weapons. Her tech troop level isn't low. Leaning against the golden lion, her thoughts were complicated. I need to rethink my relationship with him. On my side, I didn't think too much about it. During the newbie phase, Lin Xiaoxiao was the most suitable partner. But after the beginner phase, you need a backer. Only multi-party cooperation can avoid being swallowed up. Those without a backer will eventually be crushed. The 7th hour of the bloody battle. Black divine light surged. Sherluo sprang out from the black light. Star-Lord. World Devourer. 10 times stronger, capable of devouring any living being. Not bad. The little lowly pounced into my arms, took a few breaths, and ran off to fight. The 10th hour of the bloody battle. Scarlet turned into a giant cocoon. Finally, it's about done. Blood-red light shot into the sky. Elena's advancement was complete. God King. Shadow of Slaughter. Killing evolution. The more it kills, the stronger it becomes. Especially effective against divine beings. Go on. The figure faded and vanished from the battlefield. The hero advancement was done. The rest was left to them to handle. I opened the gate and entered the affiliated territory. Xia and Liu Fei were back. Emperor. I walked through the light gate and looked at Liu Fei and Xia. Where have you two been these past few days? Busy with weapons. Liu Fei answered. Making viruses. Xia added. I was speechless. They answered so directly. Has the flesh-eating virus been produced? It has, Liu Fei said, her eyes brightening. Emperor, have you found a test site? Someone asked me for something that can conquer the black iron world. The flesh-eating virus can do it, but the effect isn't ideal. Afterward, there'll need to be a thorough purge. I recommend the black mud virus. Liu Fei took out a test tube containing a black liquid. You carry something this dangerous with you? Dangerous? I don't think so. The black mud virus is derived from the evolution gene potion of world number 6. It can survive in the air for 24 hours and can spread through both air and liquid. Infected hosts go berserk and need to keep consuming blood and flesh to sustain themselves. If they can't hold out, they collapse and turn into black liquid. Its cleansing efficiency is extremely high. Stop, that's already sick enough, I interrupted her. Liu Fei didn't care, her gaze burning with excitement. I turned to Xia. What weapons do you have? Portable nukes, blast radius 1 kilometer. Intercontinental missiles, on standby at any time. Annihilation 1, with a yield of 100 million tons of TNT. If needed, orbital strikes from space-based weapons are also possible. I was speechless. You two are talents. When did you make all this? Just made them on the side. World number 1 has a strong enough industrial foundation. I pinched the bridge of my nose and asked Liu Fei, how's the progress in the virus world number 6? Liu Fei fell silent. Half of it has been destroyed. What? Part of it was caused by experimental viruses, and another part was caused by her. Liu Fei pointed at Xia. Xia sneered. Didn't we agree to handle this one separately back then? Emperor, world number 6 was handed to Liu Fei for experiments, and things got out of hand. She came to me for help, and I used nukes to solve some of the problems. In short, Liu Fei's experiment went out of control, and Xia stepped in to clean up while also testing nuke data. You two are really amazing, I said helplessly. The two looked at each other. Emperor, we were wrong. I don't care that you destroyed half the Black Iron world. What makes me angriest is that you didn't tell me about such a big matter. Emperor, we just wanted to worry you less, Liu Fei said coyly. Fine. From now on, tell me first whenever something comes up. Xia, why are the factories so much faster? Because I leveled up to gold rank. I froze, then slapped my forehead. I had forgotten she didn't need to kill monsters to level up. Check attributes. Gold 1 star, mechanical creator. God tier technological trait. Mechanical output and production speed increased by 99%. New skill, mastery. The mechanical creations she makes are absolutely under control. Are you the Omnisia, the god of all machines? Then I turned to Lu Fei. And you? Almost there, just a little more. All right, give me a batch of black mud virus. How large is its range? A city. It would be more appropriate to call it the Blackwater virus. Then we'll call it the Blackwater virus. Can I record her using this? Lu Fei asked. No problem. CS suddenly said. There's also the gray can stuff. Ask the other side. If they accept it, that's fine too. After packaging was finished, 6 types of weapons, 8 million of each. I opened the light gate, and before leaving, I looked at them. Come back to the territory for dinner tonight. Yes, Emperor. Back to the main territory. The blood battle was still fierce. I opened a private chat with Lin Xiaoxiao. Otherworld traveler. Is the little boss there? Little merchant. The big boss is here. I sent a trade request, exchanging 1,000 advanced resource cards of each of the 6 weapon types. Lin Xiaoxiao gave me 43 million source crystals. Otherworld traveler. Nuclear bombs or viruses? Little merchant. Nukes are too expensive. How powerful is the virus? Otherworld traveler. It can cover an international city, lasts 8 hours, and all bronze tier 3 units turn into Blackwater. Little merchant. Send one over and let me try it. Virus delivered. 1 million source crystals credited. Otherworld traveler. Remember to record a video. Little merchant. Okay. The 12-hour bloody battle has ended. The fallen angels, the human alliance, the dragons, and the angels, from major legions, have all begun their promotion. Disassemble. Ding. Disassembled 80 million corpses. Obtained 16 million source crystals to open the treasure chests. Resource cards flew out. Medium aluminum or gold, silver, and mithril. 80 million cards of each. I stretched and looked at the giant cocoon. Throw a banquet. In the glow of light and shadow, figures gathered as bonfires rose. Elves and demons danced while I drank and reveled. Hershey sat quietly to the side, smiling gently. The immortal monument flashed. In the first year of the Emperor calendar, on the night of January 1st, Emperor Desolation indulged without restraint, and songs and dances filled the air. The 22nd day, I woke up from bed. So the power of fury really is something. With my physical strength increased 100-fold, I was no longer the weakling I used to be. Holding my lower back, I walked to the chaos spring to recover my health. After downing a few mouthfuls of spring water, I was back to full HP. I checked today's buff, Life's Favor, 1 resurrection chance for troops. Won't need it. Everyone already has a resurrection armor. Open the Daily Battle Power gift pack. Ding. Obtain 1 troop refresh recruitment card. Ding. Obtain 1 barracks upgrade card. Ding. Obtain 1 troop advancement card. I walked toward the treasure basin. Ding. Obtained 1 million gold coins. Ding. Obtained purple blueprint, laser sword. I put them away, planning to hand them to Sia. The Fallen Angel Legion had all been promoted. The Primordial Black Gold Dragon and the Primordial Sun Dragon had been promoted to the gold tier. The Human Alliance and the Angels had also completed their promotions. The Holy Angels and Fallen Angels had transformed into 4-wing forms. Hershey appeared silently. Go recruit companions first. Fallen Angel plus 30. Within the Supreme Protocol, Taris and Bailing were waiting for me. Ding. Spend 30 gold coins to perform daily recruitment. Recruit. A white light rose, and a golden radiance appeared. I smiled. An hero unit had appeared. A blonde white woman wearing a lab coat and black-rimmed glasses, with a scorching figure. She looked at Taris and Bailing curiously, then finally locked on a Hershey. A strange light flashed in her eyes, as if she had seen a rare creature. Kristen, at your service, Emperor. Black Iron 1 star, Divine tier, Troop Gene Controller. Skills, Extraction, Fusion, Creation. She can create new life, comparable to the god of creation. I hadn't expected the top-tier researcher Kristen to be the one I recruited. Taris is of the enhancement type, while Kristen is pure creation type. Kristen, this is Taris, Bailing, and Hershey. Kristen nodded, her gaze fixed tightly on Hershey, burning with a desire to explore. Hershey frowned deeply. Kristen, don't use that kind of look on your comrades, I warned. I wasn't worried about this war criminal level talent doing something. I was only afraid she'd incur public wrath and get herself killed. Taris, Bailing, take her around and have a look. The two nodded. I took Hershey to the barracks to recruit. Dragons plus 30, Holy Angels plus 30, Star Gods plus 30, Valkyries plus 30, Demons plus 30, Elves plus 30, Titans plus 30, Undead plus 30, Beast Kings plus 30, Witches plus 30. Blood battles can let them advance. Perfect. Let's go to war. Come on, let's head to the evil summoning hall. Ding. Open daily summoning. Summon. A streak of red light rose. I couldn't help but give a wry smile. As expected, you didn't disappoint me. The blood-red light faded, and a strange long sword appeared. Its blade was woven from flesh and blood, with writhing sprouts of flesh all over it like mouths. The hilt had a single white eye, staring at me. The all-seeing eye, sword of flesh and blasphemy. A divine artifact, with spiritual contamination. Traits: self-repair, symbiotic host, flesh evolution. Hint: a must-have for ascension to godhood. Slaughtered dozens of worlds to become a god. Risk: may become a medium for the descent of an outer god. Good. 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 Damn it. All kinds of weird stuff are showing up now, even things from outer gods. I tossed it directly into the God King treasury, out of sight, out of mind. Could it be that anything the eternal will can't be bothered with gets thrown to me? I'm really becoming a demon tower now. I left the summoning hall with Hershey. Kesha, Alyssa, Alidus, Lena. The three women appeared. Master, God King, go to Nangguang Yabing and Tang Wushui's territories and help them through the void trial. Open the treasure chests directly and bring back recruitment cards and upgrade cards. A portal opened. Kesha and Alyssa led the Angel Legion into Nangguang Yabing's territory. Alidus and Lena led the Valkyrie Legion into Tang Wushui's territory. Delmas appeared. I entered the Lord battle space, and 2 minutes later returned with 23 straight wins. From the SSS-Rank War treasure chest came recruitment cards, rank-up cards, and hero rank-up cards. System: start the void trial. Difficulty: abyss. Ding. 30 seconds of preparation time. The void trial in the main territory was handed over to Lilith and the others. I went to the subsidiary territories. Last night, 10 million materials had been turned into technological weapons. For the 6 types of weapons, I kept 1,000 advanced resource cards, each for Lin Xiaoxiao. Luo Fei and Xie were busy. I have something to discuss with you. Come back to the main territory first. The two nodded and followed. Main territory, Origin Palace. Kristen was waiting. Luo Fei studies viruses, CS studies machinery, and Kristen studies genes. From now on, you three are a team. The three exchanged glances and nodded. I didn't call you here just so you could get acquainted. I'm preparing to open the Bronze World. It's a complete cosmic space with a vast starry sky. Xia's eyes lit up. Deep space development, interstellar civilization. Luo Fei was full of enthusiasm. New viruses, new experimental subjects. Kristen was fervently expectant. New species, new genes. Kristen spoke up. Your Majesty, I want a private laboratory. Build it. I took out the materials and handed them to Kristen. A standalone villa appeared, 2 floors above ground and 5 floors underground. Gene Research Institute, beginner level. Fusion success rate increased by 50%, positive mutation probability increased by 50%, mortality rate decreased by 50%. It was placed directly beside the Technology Research Institute. The 3 exclusive buildings are all set. Kristen, if you want to study your companion's genes, get their consent first. She nodded, a strange look flashing in her eyes, as if she already had a plan. An hour later, the void trial ended. Ding. 0 battle losses, 1.6 million enemies killed. Rating: SSS, disassemble. Ding. Obtained 320,000 source crystals. The 320,000 golden abyss treasure chests yielded 800,000 each of spirit iron, anti-magic stone, fire element crystals, and water element crystals. SSS Abyss Rating Treasure Chest, Recruitment Card, Upgrade Card, Hero Rank Up Card. Unique Treasure, Deceiving Heaven Cloak. Unique Wonder, Sun Moon Starlight Lake. Deceiving Heaven Cloak. Trait 1. Invisibility. If you don't take the initiative, no one can discover you. Trait 2. Deceive the heavens. No one can check your information. Trait 3. Disguise. Can disguise itself as any living being it has seen. Note: with it, you can openly enter the women's bathhouse. Not bad. Would you like to soul bind it? After binding, it cannot be traded, and it will disappear upon death. Bind it. Just as I was about to look at the wonder, a wave of despair suddenly enveloped the territory. A black pillar of light shot into the sky, and a dark knight riding a black, undead heavenly horse appeared. Artoria's advancement was complete. Underworld King. She knelt on one knee. Get up. Name: Artoria level, Gold 1-star troop type. Despair Heavenly Knight talent. Despair trait. Power of Despair artifacts. Endbringer Spear. Despair Holy Sword description. One of the 4 Heavenly Knights. In Despair form, power is amplified tenfold. A full force strike is like a nuclear bomb. Alright, I get it. You're Dark Alt. Go prepare. You'll lead the army in an upgrade during the blood battle. Yes, Underworld King. 2 portals of light opened. Kesha, Alyssa, Alidus, and Lena returned with the Legion. Master, God King, they handed over the recruitment cards and upgrade cards. Rest up. The blood battle will begin soon. Sun Moon Star Light Lake. Trait 1. Sun Divine Water. Increases physical body strength. Trait 2. Moon Divine Water. Increases soul strength. Trait 3. Star Divine Water. Increases magical power. Trait 4. Light of the Sun, Moon, and Stars. Increases level. Trait 5. Infinite Amplification. The innate Spirit Source Lake can retire now. The Sun Moon Star Light Lake will replace its position, and the innate Spirit Source Lake will be withdrawn. Take Herxi to the affiliated territory and place the innate Spirit Source Lake there. Lu Fei Xia hurried over. Emperor, everything's arranged. Let's go back to the main territory. I gathered the hero units. All arrived except Yao Yao Scarlet. Initiate the blood battle. Pangelia, Cassilia, bring the Dragon Legion with me. The newly recruited ones will upgrade in the territory. The rest follow me. Yes, God King. Lilith, Ista, Talus, stay behind to guard the territory. Absolutely. System, open the dimensional rift. Once opened, the rift gate will last for 12 hours. Open it. A massive rift stood in the territory like a scar. Pangelia transformed into a 100-meter black gold dragon, space distorting around her. It's time to upgrade the territory. I observed the distorted space. Pangelia led the Black Gold Dragon Legion into the rift and returned in less than a minute. God King, it's safe. I nodded, and the blood battle invitation appeared in my hand. System, initiate the blood battle. Blood battle initiated. 1 minute of preparation. Lilith, the territory is in your hands. Pangelia carried the golden throne onto her back, and I climbed aboard. Lu Fei, Xia, and Christine followed. Cassilia appeared leading the primordial Sun Dragon Legion. Pangelia, go scout that world. Pangelia took off, a crimson barrier enveloping me as we entered the rift. Crossing through, we arrived in a new world. Blue skies, white clouds, and scorched, ruined land stretched for thousands of miles. Data synchronization, complete world information, technology side world. Humanity has gone extinct. Apes have risen and taken control. God King, something is spying on us in the sky. Pangelia's voice suddenly rang out. I looked toward the horizon, satellites. I never expected humans in this world to be wiped out by apes. Truly useless. Thousands of miles away, in a bustling city, apes in clothes moved through the streets. On the projection screen of a military base, our figures appeared. Legendary dragons. They've come for this world. The ape general in a 5-star general uniform said in a deep voice, his gaze dark. Immediately notify base number 7. We must stop them. In the desert, Ape Empire base number 7. Missile silos opened one after another, and destruction missiles shot into the atmosphere. I sat upon the golden throne, looking down over this world. Trouble had come. The natives would surely resist. More importantly, the world's will was intact, and a gold-tier infant god was bound to be born. That was precisely why. I hadn't invaded the bronze worlds before. A complete world would inevitably give birth to a savior, a protagonist, or a hero. Something's dangerous. Cassilia fixed her gaze on the heavens. A flickering point of light rapidly approached. My heart stirred. The fusion strike is here. Can Cassilia block it? No need to panic. Teleportation and invincibility are enough to save her life. No problem. Cassilia answered arrogantly. Golden dragon wings spread open as she shot toward the light point like a beam of light. Golden flames coiled around her body, and a golden sun rose into the sky. With a thunderous boom, a mushroom cloud erupted and blinding white light burst forth. As the white light faded, the golden sun still hung high, the blazing radiance undimmed. Cassilia emerged from the nuclear blast completely unharmed. Got hit with a nuke the moment I arrived. No wonder no one wanted to mess with the technology world. In worlds below the gold rank, no one dared challenge a technology world lightly. Otherwise, they'd immediately face nuclear bombardment, and silver rank worlds even had more terrifying weapons. Someone asked whether we could cooperate with the natives. Impossible. The world will itself repels foreign lords, and the native beings would despise the lords. It's like suddenly having an intruder break into your home, point a gun at you, and say, let's cooperate. Who would agree? My king, this world, Pangelia's voice rang out. An aura of ruin spread, and the heavens turned pitch black. Crimson lightning kept flashing and falling. This is a technology-side world, I said calmly. Controlled by a bunch of gorillas. Humanity has completely collapsed. Here are the test subjects you wanted. Xia adjusted her glasses. Yufei licked her lips, and Kristen was curious how gorillas had defeated humans. Tell me the plan. Destroying it outright is too wasteful, Xia said concisely. As long as this world keeps functioning normally, it can be used for live experiments or modification. The decision was made, and this world's fate silently plummeted. Let's try the gray currency first. Save the virus for last, CS said, looking at Yufei. Yufei nodded. Dispose of the beings in this world as you like. My heart is too kind to stand these things, I said casually. Anchor. Seal it. A dimensional gate enveloped the bronze world and sealed it completely. Call it Bronze World Number 1. A city appeared before us. A modern metropolis, except the residents were not humans, but gorillas. Their human-like appearance made me feel uneasy. My king, shall we destroy it? Pangilia's aura of ruin overflowed. I sat on the golden throne, languid and arrogant, resting my chin on one hand. Sia, show me the gray currency. The gorillas fled in all directions, and those with skill climbed the skyscrapers. The gorillas who usually pretended to drive now revealed their true nature. Beasts are beasts. They'll never become human. Sia stepped forward, and a massive light gate opened. Don't waste the dead, send them to divine flesh. It will provide gray currency. Inside the light gate, liquid robots moved out first, armed to the teeth. Behind them were robots with steel skeletons. An army of robots poured out. Sia, how many robots did you prepare? 1 million, she said, adjusting her glasses. This world is better than Number 1. If its industrial foundation can be inherited, technology will undergo a qualitative change. Cassilia, where was the nuclear bomb just now? My king, if it wasn't launched, it can't be detected. I frowned. Emperor, I have a way. Sia took out a black wristwatch. The light brain includes Program Zero's clone. It can handle surface-level technology. A projection appeared, and Zero manifested before us. Emperor, Creator. Zero, infiltrate this world's network and seal and control all nuclear bombs. Completed. Dangerous marked map has been labeled. A map unfolded before me, densely covered with red dots. Several mountains had been completely sealed off. Good. The operation can begin. The light gate opened, and armed helicopters transported 20-meter-long containers. Unfreezing begins. 10-second countdown. Deploy. The gray steel cans were directly airdropped. The ice crystals dissipated, and crimson eyes opened. Bloody flesh buds grew wildly from the seams of the cans. Roar. A terrifying roar echoed through the sky. 100,000 gray cans began their hunt. Inside the city, the guerrilla forces launched brutal street-to-street combat. Buildings burned, and the firelight dyed the night sky red. The sounds of gunfire and explosions rang out continuously. In the projected image, the gray cans and guerrillas wearing exoskeleton armor collided fiercely. Enhanced strength, stamina, and defense, Shiyu explained. Humanity has already been wiped out. Their intelligence isn't even as good as these gorillas, Cassilia said coldly. A boring farce. Can the gray cans be recycled? I asked. They're disposable items. Shiyu was stunned. As currency, their value is to have the emperor sacrifice himself in exchange for benefits, Lu Fei said solemnly. The emperor's mercy shouldn't be wasted on trash. I was speechless, looking at the three of them with serious expressions. Got it. There won't be such a day. Meanwhile, inside the gorilla empire's palace, the white-furred gorillas gathered together, and in the projection, I and the war flames appeared. On the throne sat Caesar, lightning scars on his cheeks, wisdom in his eyes. Our ultimate weapon has been sealed. This time, nothing will happen. We're definitely going to win. Caesar was full of confidence. The Gene Project has made major breakthroughs. Super soldiers can be produced. The elders were thrilled. Tighten the empire, establish restricted zones, and fortify the border defenses. Caesar's orders were issued. I looked at the burning city. Don't rush to clear it. Wait until the golden infant god is born. A cruel smile curled at the corners of my mouth. Golden infant god? Shiyu asked curiously. Apply appropriate pressure to these beasts and stimulate the world's will to give birth to the infant god. I'll leave this world to you. Everything else doesn't matter. Yes, Emperor. Pangilia, Cassilia, protect this realm. Understood, God King. The light gate appeared, and I stretched. I'm counting on you next. I entered the light gate and returned to the main territory. Back in the territory, the bloody battle was still raging. As the battle continued, the troops began to advance. Beast King, you're back. Yao Yao appeared. Yao Yao had successfully advanced. Only Scarlet remained unfinished. Name: Yao Yao level. Gold 1-star troop type. Master Avoidability. Spatial Overlord trait. Lord of Space. Strength increased tenfold. Divine Artifact. Severing Realm Blade. Not bad. Yao Yao smiled, kissed me, and jumped back into the battlefield. I returned to the Origin Palace to soak in the hot spring and gradually fell asleep. When I woke up, Scarlet was standing beside me. Advancement complete? Scarlet nodded and helped me lean against her. Gold 1-star Twisted Witch. Twisted Divine Body. Strength increased tenfold. Any hostile item that touched her would be twisted. Not bad. Enjoying Scarlet's massage. How much longer until the bloody battle ends? About 3 hours. I checked my private messages. Lin Xiaoxiao had sent an explosive update. Her luck was outrageously good. She had stumbled into a welfare world. She didn't even need to use the Blackwater virus. Boss, I'm here. Lin Xiaoxiao replied instantly and talked about the trade. I obtained 215 million source crystals. There were also 50 troop refresh cards and 20 million each of 6 kinds of weapon materials. I was half skeptical. Lin Xiaoxiao had made a lot of money from technological weapons. There was no reason she would give me so much for no reason. Mutual understanding between adults. Neither of us said it outright. Watching the one giant cocoon after another in the territory, the advancement of ordinary troops accelerated. 3 hours later, the bloody battle ended. I sat in the open-air hot spring, using my authority to disintegrate the monster corpses. Ding! Disassembled 80 million corpses. Obtained 16 million origin crystals. The blood battle had reached its cap. The newbie period was at its limit. With a thought, treasure chests converged into 16 million. Open them, and I got beginner spirit iron, anti-magic stone, spirit jade, enchanting stone. 40 million beginner resource cards in hand. Spirit jade and enchanting stone appeared for the first time, so I kept them. Let's have a banquet. Bonfires were lit in the territory, and I sat around them with Yao Yao and Scarlet. Holding a mug of wheat juice, I leaned into Scarlet's arms. The golden portal opened, and Kristen walked out. They still haven't come back. They all have things to deal with. It's not my turn yet. A strange color was hidden in her eyes. She was clearly lying. The other heroes noticed it, but didn't make a scene. Kristen had no hostility. Emperor, Pangelia, and Cassilia burned down 10 cities and slaughtered hundreds of millions of guerrillas. I was astonished. Why? The moment you arrived in that world, you were given a nuclear bomb as a gift. Maybe that doesn't matter to you, but it's unacceptable to them. Luckily, CS stopped them. Otherwise, that place would already have been reduced to scorched earth. I stroked my chin. Doesn't matter. The place is big, and there are plenty of guerrillas. Let's let it go. The death of hundreds of millions of lives was like dust. I didn't notice any change. My heart remained undisturbed, perhaps because the numbers were simply too cold. The banquet continued. The Emperor calendar recorded. January 2nd. The Emperor expanded his territory. The natives used nuclear bombs to repel him, but the Emperor was unharmed. The giant dragons under his command were enraged, slaughtered 20 cities, and killed billions of living beings. The Night Emperor held a banquet, indulging in wine, meat, and pleasure, and forgot all about Honda. Late at night, Kristen looked at me, who was sound asleep, then clutched her stomach and limped away. Lilith followed after her. Inside the Gene Research Institute, Kristen stared at the milky white liquid. Lilith questioned, "What are you trying to do?" "Don't worry. My loyalty to the Emperor is just as unwavering as yours." Kristen changed the subject. "Do you want to have a child with the Emperor?" Lilith's pupils contracted sharply. "You know how much this would affect things. The Emperor would never allow it. I'll use technology to help you create a child." Lilith fell silent. "What's the condition?" "Your blood." Lilith slid her finger, and blood flowed out. "Don't lie to me. Rest assured, I would never betray the Emperor." Kristen collected the blood, labeled it, and stored it in an active preservation device. "The progenitor gene body needs time to gestate." Lilith nodded. "I have time, but only if I'm not waiting for nothing." The two tacitly kept this little secret between them. Kristen looked at the preserved liquid, the corners of her mouth curving slightly upward. "I wonder how much power it'll ultimately inherit." Her only purpose was one: to create a powerful progenitor for the Emperor. Imperial calendar, January 3rd. A gene progenitor belonging to the Emperor is about to be born. The 23rd day of the novice period. I got up from bed, and only Lilith was by my side. Holding my waist, I walked to the chaos spring. My weak, pale reflection appeared in the mirror, my eye sockets sunken. I really couldn't hold on anymore. They were far stronger in combat than I was. After drinking a few mouthfuls of chaos spring water, my body gradually recovered. The giant cocoon in the territory had already disappeared, and all troops had finished advancing. Check today's buff. Honed through 1,000 trials. Weapon crafting success rate increased by 50%. A mysterious type buff, useless to me. System, open the daily combat power gift pack. Ding, obtain troop refresh, card ×1. Ding, obtain barracks upgrade, card ×1. Ding, obtained hero rank up, card ×1. I walked toward the treasure basin. Ding, obtained 3 million gold. Ding, obtained tier 7 barracks, 10,000 serpent's nest. A barracks was added right away. I'll keep it for now. Kaisa, Alicia, Aeolidius, Lena. For figures appeared. These few days, you'll be responsible for escorting Nangong Yabing and the others through the void trial. Understood. Set off. Go to the evil summoning hall first. Ding, start daily summons. Summon. Black light soared into the air. When it dispersed, A metallic, radiant energy core floated there. Mechanical core, God tier. Trait 1. Mechanization. Upon activation, the territory transforms into a steel mechanical creation. Trait 2. Mechanical life. Grants life to mechanical creations. Description: the energy core of the mechanical overlord from before the era. Activating it will attract the mechanical catastrophe faction. So you really came. I muttered helplessly. Damn, the main god's energy core of the mechanical faction? Taking a deep breath, I tossed it into the divine king treasure vault. The vault was now like a demon-suppressing pagoda, with all kinds of demons and monsters gathered inside. The mechanical catastrophe, upon first contact, was a two-dimensional foil. If it couldn't be dealt with, then the mechanical army would be sent to wipe it out. If even a two-dimensional foil couldn't be resisted, then death was the only outcome. I walked out of the summoning hall and took out the nest of 10,000 serpents. Upgrade. White light enveloped it, and amid intertwining rays a magnificent palace appeared. True dragon patterns covered the walls. True dragons. Ding. The rank 7 barracks, nest of 10,000 serpents, has evolved into the god-tier barracks, ancestral dragon hall. Continue upgrading to level 3 and place it beside the beast god court. A golden palace appeared, with true dragons circling and roaring. Ancestral dragon hall attributes. Level 3, faction chaos, 30 recruits per day. Aura, dragon battles in the wild. Recruited troops strength doubles, triggering an undying state. Enter the ancestral dragon hall to recruit. Purple gold light rose, and 30 true dragons floated in the air. The leader had tender dragon horns, purple gold scales, and was about 5 meters long. Ao Long, greetings to the heavenly emperor. Her crisp voice was as innocent as a little girl's. Black Iron 1 star, undying suppressing ancestor true dragon. Born with an immortal body, even after death it can regenerate. Its exclusive legion, undying true dragons, is likewise neither dead nor destroyed, and is immune to 90% of elemental damage. A bug-tier legion, absurdly powerful. Ao Long looked at the heroes curiously. Hello, everyone. The heroes were all astonished in their hearts. She was born with an undying trait. The system has activated the Void Trial, difficulty, Abyss. 30 seconds preparation time. Open the gate to the subsidiary territory and package the technological weapons. 2,000 high-level resource cards for each type of weapon. Return to the main territory and sit on the grass to watch the livestream. World number 1 bronze. Shiyu stared coldly at the monitors. 0. Calculate when they'll reach the border. At most 30 minutes. The base is still only half built. Deploy 100,000 gray currency first and delay them. Yes, creator. A certain underground laboratory. 2 gorillas with crimson eyes were tearing at each other, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Lu Fei recorded everything with fervor. The black water virus strengthens organisms, but they lose their sanity. The death rate is high and contagion is low. It's not ideal. She wanted to find the standard for enhancement without being fatal. In the adjacent room, a fused two-headed gorilla roared. Flesh and blood merged together, with sprouts of tissue growing over eyes and teeth. The flesh-eating virus was more complete, but its enhancement was not as strong as the Blackwater virus. It still needed improvement. An hour later. Ding. Void trial ended. Battle losses. 0. Enemies killed. 1.8 million. Rating. SSS. It's over. I turned off the livestream. A purple gold dragon head hung down from the sky. Ao Long. An hour ago she was still a 5-meter little dragon, but now she was already a true dragon more than 50 meters long. Heavenly Emperor. The girl's voice was still tender. I patted Ao Long's head, and her dragon eyes were full of joy. Go on. Go play by yourself. Ao Long leaped into the sky and plunged into the sea of stars. Tomorrow, Ao Long would advance to the gold rank. Kesha, Aelides, and the others returned halfway through the trial. They brought back 3 trooper fresh recruitment cards and 3 barracks upgrade cards. I used my authority to command. Disintegrate. Ding. Disintegrated 1.8 million corpses. Obtained 360,000 source crystals. 360,000 crystals. Not bad. Open all the golden abyss treasure chests. 6 advanced elemental crystal cards. Lightning, fire, wind, water, earth, and wood. 600,000 of each. Open the SSS chest. 1 trooper fresh card, 1 barracks upgrade card, and 1 hero rank up card. Unique wonder, Tower of Elements. Unique wonder, Eternal Ring. No secret treasure, nothing new. Tower of Elements. A black, 9-story tower with infinite space inside. It can condense elemental crystals and nurture the territory with daily elemental tides. Once placed in the territory, multicolored light flowed. The world was veiled in a thin mist, and the radiance looked dreamlike. Not bad. Then I looked at the Eternal Ring. Trait 1. Eternal Protection. The territory cannot be invaded by any living being. Trait 2. Eternal Rank. Source power is never lost, and rank never drops. Hiss. I drew in a sharp breath. Few words. Absurdly powerful ability. The main territory is absolutely safe. Only I can take the initiative to attack others. Rank never decreases, only increases. As I gripped the golden ring, the golden circle dispersed. Countless divine patterns spread across the territory, intertwining and expanding. Today's harvest is bountiful. A blood battle invitation appeared in my hand. The goal was clear. Before the newbie period ends, upgrade all troop types. System, begin the blood battle. The troops assembled. The sky-soaring true dragons soared through the air, while fallen angels, star gods, and valkyries patrolled. On the ground, the gene guards, psychic controllers, demons, and titans formed ranks. These are all the lands I've conquered. Bronze World number 1. CS stared at the surveillance screen. 0. How's the gray currency data? Comparable to a 4th-tier monster, with a level approaching silver. It feels no pain, has no fear, and is contagious. In actual combat, it can rival a 3rd-tier silver life form. In the footage, the gray cans fearlessly ignored gunfire. Their only goal was to kill every flesh and blood life form. CS suggested, implant nanobombs and detonate them at the critical moment. 0 reported, we've discovered a batch of special gorillas. In the projection, a group of 10-meter-tall gorillas wearing exoskeletal armor appeared. Genetically enhanced gorillas, with strength and physique increased dozens of times. Pain sensation removed, and they've been controlled through brainwashing. The number is under 10,000, but they can exceed 100,000 within 10 days. Combat strength, 5th tier, silver level. The enhancement agents are unscientific, breaking through yesterday and going into mass production today. 0 asked, should we launch a nuclear strike? Sia remained calm. Wasteful. Record the genetic potion and technological data. She stared at the projection, deep in thought. This is exactly the machine servant template. No pain, easy to control. If we transform them into machine servants, they'll add a new troop type for the Emperor. I'm soaking in a hot spring right now, enjoying fine wine and delicacies. Kristen is by my side. Why aren't you going to the front lines? They don't need me there yet. She smiled as she looked toward the other heroes, a strange light flashing in her eyes. I wondered whether to open another Bronze World. But manpower is limited, and development takes too long. Take it slow. 10 hours later, AO Long entered a dormant advancement state. A private message came in. Lin Xiaoxiao told me that one of the affiliated lords had accidentally opened a Zerg world, and a fierce battle was underway. The Zerg are brutal and troublesome. A trace of envy flashed through my eyes. The Zerg world is rich in resources. The two sides quickly completed the trade and obtained massive amounts of source crystals and 6 kinds of weapon materials. Thinking to myself, Lin Xiaoxiao must have pocketed quite a bit of material in private. She really is capable. Although I was the one who promoted the welfare secret realm, she also used similar words to fool me. It's honestly infuriating. I sighed that once the newbie period ends, they'll probably have to withdraw to the imperial capital. Since both I and Lin Xiaoxiao are in the Magic City, there's no running away if we want to cooperate. How many fools can there be among the second-generation heirs raised by aristocratic families? I mocked myself. Lin Xiaoxiao became the biggest newbie merchant lord. It wasn't luck she relied on, but ability, connections, and the capital behind her. Capital is ruthless, devouring people, devouring people, devouring people. Why are the people I run into always this shrewd? I said with a bitter smile. By normal logic, Lin Xiaoxiao should have been the one throwing herself at me. But the reality is, how could the second-generation heirs from top families be naive sweethearts? If she acted like one, she was either truly that innocent or hiding things extremely well. I believe the latter more. If she were really a naive sweetheart, she would never have been groomed as an heir. The naive sweethearts in novels are totally fooling me. I lamented. Once the newbie period ends, I must run. These second-generation heirs have godlike backers behind them. I can't afford to provoke them. I can only cling to the Empire's thigh and get a title at Imperial Capital University. The academy route is the only viable one. Hoping for Lin Xiaoxiao's help? Forget it. The aristocratic families and merchant associations won't show any mercy. I'm not someone who sits around waiting to die, and the sense of crisis is growing stronger. Being capable can make money, but it also attracts deadly trouble. With no backer and no background, you have no choice. The 12-hour bloody battle ended. I stood up and looked at the corpses on the battlefield. Disassemble. Ding. Disassembled 80 million corpses. Obtained 16 million source crystals. With a thought, I obtained 16 million gold treasure chests. Opening them yielded resource cards worth 40 million each of basic spirit iron, anti-magic stone, spirit jade, and enchantment stone. Stop acting already. I sneered and gathered the resources. Let's hold a banquet first. I pulled Kristen toward the center of the territory. The banquet is starting. My voice echoed throughout the territory. An inscription appeared on the immortal monument. The emperor indulged in extravagance and revelry every night, ordering the goddess to dance in stockings for his amusement, a story passed down to future generations. Late at night, Kristen met Ister, Talus, and Bai Ling in the research institute. How did you find out? Lily's condition was abnormal today, and she brought that aura with her, Ister said with a smile. Half an hour later, the three left the research institute. Only they knew the details of the operation. Day 24 of the beginner period. I woke up in Hershey's arms and went to drink chaos spring water. Kesha, Elisa, Alidis, and Lena appeared. Set out. They led the legion to Nangong Yabing and the others' territory. Today's buff. Ascension. Troops can activate an ascension stance for 24 hours. Useless. The enemy couldn't threaten me at all. I walked toward the treasure basin. Ding. Obtained 5 million gold. Ding. Obtained golden blueprint. Hyperluminal engine satisfied. I let CS study it. Go recruit new companions. 12 races, 30 recruits from each race. Not a single hero unit appeared. I went to the evil summoning hall. Summon. A black pillar of light rose up. It summoned a bloody mass of flesh, exuding an oddly fragrant scent. Hershey and Scarlet looked grave. Flesh of a god. Level. God traits. Corrupts divinity, divine might, erosion, devouring, evolution. Note. From a true god. Though most of its power has been lost, it still carries divinity. This god may return again in the future. F***CK. My scalp went numb. Flesh from a real god. Terrifying beyond measure. The god isn't dead yet? Who made this piece of shit unfinished project and got me suffering for it? I decisively sealed the flesh with prison of heaven. Looking at the altar, I mocked myself. Big shot. Please stop messing with me. Can I go back to the main world and burn you some incense instead? At 18, I believed my fate was mine to decide, not heaven's. At 28, I had to beg heaven for mercy. The flesh of a god was too terrifying. What if I really summoned something alive? With unease, I left the summoning hall. In the boundless dark starry sky, a pair of eyes like galaxies opened. An ancient voice sounded. A small piece of my flesh has vanished. The entire starry sky trembled. A giant head lay quietly within it, torn divine body, divine blood, and divine flesh bringing countless traces of ages past. An ancient god who had once failed sensed that a piece of his own flesh had gone missing. Fury surged, and he could not connect to the awakened flesh fragment. Who is it? A roar echoed through the void, and worlds shattered and shook. I sneezed. Who the hell is talking shit about me? My spine turned cold. I felt like something unclean was watching me. Could it be Lin Xiaoxiao? At this stage, the only one targeting me is her. Strange. I rubbed my nose. That feeling just now was like some great terror staring at me, and that was what made it most frightening. Right, I almost forgot about the daily combat power gift pack. I claimed the reward cards. Troop Refresh Recruitment Card, Barracks Upgrade Card, Hero Advancement Card. I summoned Dermes and entered the Lord Battle space. 2 minutes, 25 straight wins. I drew a Troop Refresh Recruitment Card, a Blood Battle Invitation, and an Abyss Exploration Card. The system has unlocked Void Trial, Abyss Difficulty. There are only 30 chances. I have to make the most of them. Alan was still asleep. I entered the affiliated territory and took possession of 6 kinds of finished technological weapons. 5 million of each resource. CS technology far exceeded expectations. The weapons were sealed away, temporarily delaying the conflict with Lin Xiaoxiao. Both sides had their own calculations, and normal trade continued. My main daily tasks are opening the Void Trial and Blood Battle. Right now, the most important thing is to pave the way in the main world. The plan is to get into a top university and become part of the Academy faction. Then, through donations and starting a business, I'll raise my reputation. With enough fame, I can make the major families and merchant guilds wary of me, avoiding being schemed against. The Empire is embroiled in constant strife, and only a powerful Academy faction can provide protection. Number 1 Bronze World. A black steel city was rising, with countless robots busily constructing it. She sat in a room full of sci-fi vibes. 0. Status of the Genetic Guerrilla Legion. A projection appeared, showing more than 10,000 steel-armored guerrillas advancing. The first wave of attack was about to begin. The gray currency troops are no match for them, 0 reported. How is Lu Fei's progress? She is researching the enhancement of the Blackwater virus and has reached a critical stage. The Guerrilla Legion would arrive at the border within half an hour. They were equipped with alloy exoskeletons and heavy firepower weapons. Shiyu decided not to inform Pangelia and Cassilia for the time being. Does gray currency have a self-detonation program? Confirmed. When the whole force is destroyed, it will self-detonate and release flesh and blood contamination. That would cause the flesh-eating virus to spiral out of control and possibly infect the entire world. Shi replied coldly. It won't be allowed to spread. Deploy gray currency out of the city to meet the enemy. I want to see the strength of the genetic gorillas with my own eyes. Yes, creator. On the plain, thousands of genetic gorillas 10 meters tall. They wore exoskeleton battle armor and carried heavy firepower weapons. It shook heaven and earth like a stampede of 10,000 beasts. The containers opened, and gray currency was airdropped onto the plain. Open fire, roared the gorilla leader. 6-barreled Vulcan cannons spun wildly, spraying bullets like a rainstorm. Creator, gray currency has suffered 30% casualties. Should we retreat? The Empire can tolerate sacrifice, but not betrayal. Continue the deployment. Yes, creator. Tens of thousands of gray currency were sacrificed, but to Shiyu, they were only dust. Gray currency had been cannon fodder from the start. Their mission was already complete the moment they stepped onto the battlefield. The Vulcan cannon fell silent, and the guerrillas drew their alloy combat blades. Kill. The leader raised his blade and charged into the formation. Gray currency roared, their crimson pupils blazing as twisted flesh sprouts grew on their armor. The leader killed several enemies with one slash, then roared toward the sky, blood staining his fur red. Their weapons burned with flames, or were entwined with wind blades or thunder. Elemental power was unleashed in the slaughter. Creator, the genetic gorillas have not only enhanced physical bodies, but also mastered elemental power. It is a supernatural power, and the change is benign. Shiyu nodded, her gaze turning thoughtful. Genetic potions should not have given rise to supernatural attributes. Could this be the world we're resisting? She smiled faintly. Keep recording, and deploy another 100,000 gray currency. The infection level is less than 5%. The genetic gorillas have extremely strong resistance to the virus. Shiyu gave a cold instruction. After the battle ends, capture the gorillas and use a nuclear bomb to clean up the battlefield. Inside the main territory, I still did not know the exact situation in World Number 1. I was considering whether to open another Bronze World. With Pangelia and Cassilia in charge, World Number 1 would not easily fall into turmoil. Kaisha and the others returned from the subsidiary territories. They brought back 3 troop refresh recruitment cards and 3 barracks upgrade cards. Let's open another Bronze World. The thought arose in my mind. I hope I can encounter suitable chosen people of the gods. Strength is not the problem. The key is that they must be female and beautiful. The natives hate lords? Then train them well and brainwash them. Where does faith power come from? Troops alone are not enough. The void trial has ended. Ding. 0 battle losses, 2 million enemies killed. Rating SSS, disassemble. Ding. Disassembled 2 million corpses. Obtained 400,000 origin crystals. Opened 400,000 golden abyss treasure chests. 1 million resource cards, each of intermediate gold, silver, mithril, and steel. Opened the SSS grade abyss rating treasure chest. 1 troop refresh recruitment card, 1 barracks upgrade card, and 1 hero upgrade card. Divine grade spiritual root, the tree of the great Tao. Unique wonder, the great Tao altar. I frowned slightly. Another spiritual root had appeared. The tree of the great Tao, divine grade, bears great Tao fruits, enhances divine power, nourishes the divine body. Simple and brutal, yet highly efficient, a treasure gods dream of. This spiritual root really is simple and brutal. I stared at the little sapling in my hand. The great Tao altar. Unique, sacrifice items to obtain blessings. Note, equal exchange. Don't sacrifice useless things. The great Tao is very busy. I stroked my chin, my expression complicated. I thought of those summons in the evil summoning hall. Mechanical cores, divine flesh. I need to find something to test it with. Sacrificing 80 million corpses definitely won't be a loss. The blood battle invitation appeared in my hand. Ding. Blood battle begins. 1 minute to prepare. Let's leave the Bronze World for now. How long is advancing? We'll talk when it's done. Bronze World Number 1. Shiyu stared at the battlefield projection. The plains had already been dyed red with blood. Creator, the first genetically engineered gorilla has finished infection. Mutation is about to begin. In the projection, the genetically engineered gorilla was covered in blood, roaring. Its fur fell away, revealing writhing crimson flesh. Its head was deformed, white bones exposed, eyeballs falling out. Fleshy tendrils continuously writhed and fused with the exoskeleton armor. It transformed into a flesh and blood monster. How long did the infection take? 43 minutes. She thought to herself that this was the limit of the flesh-eating virus. At most, these gorillas were equivalent to Tier 5. The virus could not infect Tier 6. Send the data to Lu Fei. The mutated gorilla suddenly turned traitor and hacked at its companion. The flesh-eating virus erupted, countless fleshy tendrils gushing out from the wounds. The virus shows signs of spreading. Should we launch a nuclear strike? No need. First observe whether it can be captured. Deploy liquid robots and bring back the remaining gorillas. In this farce, the biomechanical girls leaped down from the helicopter, calm and expressionless. The gorilla general glared as a battle blade came swinging down. The girl quickly transformed her arms into hammers and smashed the general's limbs to pieces. Capture complete. Half an hour later, 2,300 have been captured. The rest have mutated beyond reversal. Take back the unmutated ones and execute the extermination order. Blinding light flashed, a mushroom cloud rose, and the blood-red plains were destroyed. Shiyu closed the projection and stood by the window, gazing at the horizon. Welcome to the Steel City. In the main territory, I yawned. The little lowly Ao Long in front of me smiled and gazed at me. With long purple-gold hair, dragon horns, and a delicate doll-like face, she wore a white palace dress. After taking human form, Ao Long was smaller than both Pangelia and Cassilia. Sitting obediently beside me, she made the territory feel like a kindergarten. I checked Ao Long's attributes. Golden 1-star, immortal suppressing primordial dragon. Exclusive to the immortal body. When activated, it boosts power tenfold and renders all laws ineffective against it. I smiled. You should go too. Ao Long nodded. Her soft little body drifted straight down onto the battlefield from midair. I stroked my chin. Forget it, better summon one back. Originally, I had wanted to ride Ao Long to open up the Bronze World. Thinking it over, it would be safer to let Cassilia come back. Alice. Alice appeared like a ghost, kneeling beside me, carrying the smell of blood. Demon Lord. Go to Bronze World number 1 and tell Cassilia and the Primordial Solar Dragon Legion to return. Yes, Demon Lord. Not long after, Cassilia and the Dragon Legion returned. Their massive dragon bodies radiated the golden glow of the sun. System, open the dimensional rift. A huge dimensional rift unfolded in the territory. The troops engaged in bloody battle glanced over, ignored it, and continued leveling up. A golden throne appeared on Cassilia's back. I stepped onto it and sat down. Let's go and see the new world. Have 2 primordial solar dragons scout ahead first. The rest will escort us. The sky was gray and shattered, yet the stars still shone, though the marks of destruction covered everything. I looked at this ruins-like world. It was completely different from Bronze World number 1. World information, a mystic side world. The stars have fallen, all life has perished, and only a few strong ones remain. A world that failed its ascension, destruction, or rebirth. I raised an eyebrow. This was a bronze world that had once tried to break through to silver grade. Failed ascensions were rare. Troublesome, but the foundation is still there. The problem is how to find it. I looked over the charred land, deep in thought. This isn't the time to explore. Retreat first. Anchor. Seal. Cassilia led the legion and left with me, returning to the main territory. I pinched my chin and considered this failed bronze world. Failure at ascension meant irreversible decline, and most of its living beings would have perished. But the world would not be destroyed. It still had the possibility of recovery. That meant its foundation remained, and the world would become even stronger. Who is suitable to investigate? Cassilia and Pangelia solved everything with force and weren't worth sending. Fallen angels, holy angels, star gods, valkyries. Only Kesha and Olids were a bit more careful. Thinking of Kesha's extreme religious tendency, I was worried she might cleanse that world and leave nothing behind. Then let's choose Olids. The Heavenly Patrol Valkyrie is more reasonable. My gaze fell on the Rift Gate. If we can find the chosen people of the gods and make faith values soar, that would be even better. I made my decision. This world will be handed over to Olids. It was named Bronze Ruins World number 2. Exploration would proceed according to plan, but not now. Olids was still busy in bloody battle, so I'd seal it off and wait for the right moment. Sitting on the grass, I opened the live stream and received a private message from Lin Xiaoxiao. Little Merchant. Boss, are you there? Otherworld Traveler. Yes. Little Merchant, please approve the trade request. The trade was completed, and I received 450 million origin crystals. I gave Lin Xiaoxiao 50 million resource cards, each for every type of weapon, 6 types in total. Little Merchant, pleasure doing business. Otherworld Traveler, pleasure doing business. I closed the private chat, smiled, and continued the live stream. On Lin Xiaoxiao's side, looking at the weapon resource cards she had received, a strange expression appeared on her face. TSK, like this? How am I supposed to repay you? What a headache. The underground laboratory of Bronze World number 1. Christine and Lu Fei stared at the genetic gorilla specimen before them. Its limbs were bound in massive shackles, its genes dissected. The humans in this world seem to have gone too far, Christine said. How so? They're the product of secondary evolution. The first evolution gave gorillas a powerful physique and intelligence. After that, these gorillas turned the tables and took control. The gene chain proves that evolution took only a few decades. That's impossible. So they're all products of secondary evolution, Lu Fei confirmed. Yes, and the gene serum is pretty good too. It can strengthen them up to tier 5 silver. The gene serum blueprint the Emperor gave us before can be combined with it to develop an even stronger enhancement serum. How many gorillas are there? About a little over 1,000. Captured by Shiyu's subordinates. What does she need so many for? Mechans. She's developing stronger currency. Inside the steel tower, Shiyu wore a white lab coat, looking down at the giant mechanical arms and roaring gorillas. Blood flowed, and the scent of iron resonated. Creator, the steel skeleton replacement, is complete. The alloy skin has been fitted, and the mind brand has been implanted. Vital signs are at the critical threshold. Nutrient solution is being supplied, and the indicators are rising. The first transformer is complete. In the hall, a metal alloy-skinned gorilla stood among the instruments. The bloodstains had been washed away, but the smell of blood still lingered. Shiyu's transformation was simple and crude, yet effective. The transformer's strength has increased tenfold, and its carrying capacity and destructive power have been enhanced. The alloy skin improves defense, and the pain nerves have been removed. Can this surgery be performed on ordinary gorillas? Impossible. Ordinary gorillas lack the vitality to withstand the transformation. Shiyu decided to shelve the transformer project. Transformers that couldn't be mass-produced were meaningless. The existence of gray currency depended on divine flesh and blood that could be produced in unlimited quantities. If it couldn't be mass-produced, it was worthless. Inside the main territory, the bloody battle was over. I ordered the corpses sent into the great Tao altar for sacrifice. Sacrifice 80 million golden rank corpses. Sacrifice. Golden light flashed, and the corpses vanished. A purple blueprint appeared on the altar, the crystal magic staff. A blueprint capable of continuously producing weapons in exchange for tens of millions of source crystals. The long-term returns were considerable, so I put it away in satisfaction. I opened the golden treasure chest. 4 resource cards, each for basic spirit iron, anti-magic stone, spirit jade, and enchantment stone, with 40 million of each. Thinking that Shiyu might be researching anti-magic stone right now, I wondered how far she had progressed. I lit the bonfire and announced a feast. Lilith and Artorias stayed by my side, and the atmosphere was warm. But I knew that once the novice period ended, the real trouble would begin. The immortal monument flickered. The Emperor indulges night after night in wine, meat, and sensual pleasures, and has lost his imperial majesty. The 25th day of the novice period. I woke up and saw Artoria and Lilith beside me. I walked toward the chaos spring water, thinking to myself, does that make me a necromancer knight? I opened the daily combat power gift pack. 1 troop refresh card, 1 barracks upgrade card, and 1 hero upgrade card. Better than nothing. I checked today's buff from the Star of Blessing. My pupils contracted. Great fortune reaches the heavens. Luck surges dramatically, lasting 24 hours. I walked to the treasure basin and opened it. Ding. Obtained 100 million gold coins. Ding. Divine level wonder. The endless mine. I shouted excitedly. Holy crap. So this is what being blessed with immense fortune feels like. I love it. Endless mine. Divine level wonder. Unlimited mineral quantity. Limited to ordinary minerals only. Copper, iron, silver, gold, and jade. Advanced minerals are not included. Sure enough, great fortune reaches the heavens. A perverted grin spread across my face. Although they were only ordinary minerals, being unlimited would still allow the territory's technology to soar. Advanced minerals could be synthesized or purchased. Let's go, AO Long. Artoria, let's recruit new companions. Today, I should at least be able to recruit 1 hero unit. The fortune buff wasn't something to joke about. Straight to the fallen heavenly temple. Ding. Spend 30 gold coins to make your daily recruitment. Recruit. Black-purple radiance rose, and my smile gradually froze. As the light faded, 30 clergy appeared. We pay our respects to the divine emperor. I couldn't help muttering to myself. Where's the fortune that reaches the heavens? Why didn't I recruit a hero? Continue recruiting. Human Alliance 30, Dragons 30, Angels 30, Valkyries 30, Star Gods 30. Still no progress. I began to suspect this buff doesn't work on divine level barracks. I changed course to the demon temple. Recruited again. Dark aura filled the hall. In the black mist, a voluptuous female demon slowly took shape. Covered in scales, her whole body radiated chaotic evil. Lava-like pupils, massive wings, a demon tail. Erna pays her respects to Lord Demon King. The accompanying demons echoed in unison. Excited, I ordered, rise. Erna's attributes: Black Iron 1 star, Divine Rank, Primal Sin. Talent, Sin. Skills, Sinful Flame, Divine Artifact, Sin Blade. Potential, unlimited. Exclusive Legion, Sin Legion, Demon Legion, feeds on evil thoughts. Use Sinful Flame. With caution, it can burn away sin, and it can also incite sin. Alice, tell Erna the territory rules. I'm going to keep recruiting. Continue recruiting. Titans 30, Elves 30, Undead 30, Orcs 30, Witches 30, True Dragons 30. Staring at the Star of Blessing, I felt puzzled. More than a dozen barracks, and only one hero unit was recruited. It's barely useful, but it really was only one. Forget it. Let's go to the Cursed Summoning Hall first. Inside the Divine Summoning Hall, golden light flickered above the altar. As the light faded, an irregular diamond-shaped crystal appeared. Divine Spark of the Light Chief God. Divine Rank, Light Law, Light Divinity. The Light Chief God of some world had fallen, leaving behind a pure divine spark, containing divine arts, divinity, and divine laws. Once refined, it can become a new chief god. I ignored the note and stared at the divine spark, thinking, this must be at least a gold-tier world. That world was probably shattered. The chief god's fall means they fought all the way to the end before being brought down. This buff really does work. I stored the divine spark into the divine king treasury. Delmas appeared. Star-Lord. Let's go. A flash of white light brought us into the Lord battle space. 2 minutes later, we returned, and I had 3 more cards in hand. What a pity my strength isn't enough. If I could enter the abyss, the gains would be unimaginable. In that place, even half-gods can't make a living. Gods are everywhere. Suddenly, the light gate opened, and Sia walked out. Sia, what happened in Bronze World number 1? Nothing serious, just a breakthrough in materials. Sia handed me a piece of gray alloy. What is this? Anti-magic alloy. Anti-magic alloy. Rare grade. Anti-magic. Seals all supernatural attributes. Hard. Hardness 100 times that of diamond. Personally studied by the mechanical creator, with dual supernatural properties. Derived from anti-magic stone, it can be used to make high-quality weapons. My heart trembled. Anti-magic stone is mainly used to make handcuffs, chains, and prisons. This was my first time hearing of anti-magic alloy. It was something newly developed by Sia. How do you plan to use it? Your Majesty, I want to upgrade the liquid robots. Their strength is too weak, so upgrade the bionic girls with anti-magic alloy. I'm also planning to produce more. Then it's up to you. Understood, Your Majesty. How is Bronze World number 1 progressing? Everything is under control, no major issues. In reality, it was just a patch of planes that had been nuclear pieced. Tell me if anything comes up. Sia nodded, opened the light gate, and quickly headed to the affiliated territory. I sat cross-legged on the grass and opened the private chat panel. The trades seemed to have changed. After the last trade yesterday, Lin Xiaoxiao had not sent any more weapon materials. I realized that my relationship with Lin Xiaoxiao might be coming to an end. Perhaps we should temporarily suspend our cooperation. We'll only be able to confirm things after the newbie period ends. I don't want to contact her first for now. Taking the initiative would mean showing weakness. The Void trial began, and I started a live stream, waiting calmly for the trial to end. In the highest conference room of the first Bronze World, the Ape Empire, Caesar and the elders gathered there. A white-furred ape elder reported. The first Super Soldier Legion has not returned for a day. Contact has been lost. Caesar looked grim. Those were the gene apes captured by Shiyu. A nuclear explosion had occurred at the location where contact was lost, indicating the other side was extremely powerful. Another elder said, the good news is that the nuclear explosion shows they were unable to withstand the Super Soldier Legion. The atmosphere eased a little. The Super Soldier Legion was their greatest threat, and the nuclear explosion proved it was hopeless. Pangelia and Caxilia had been deliberately forgotten. The fear brought by the giant dragons made them dare not mention them. Otherwise, all hope would be lost. Throughout the Ape Empire, they tacitly avoided speaking the names of those evil dragons. Has the kindling plan been initiated? Caesar asked. Yes, Your Majesty. The elder replied heavily. Caesar ordered, activate the Gene Warrior plan nationwide. The elders were shocked and tried to stop him. At this moment, we have no time to worry about anything else. Only by gathering all our strength and getting through this can we have a future, Caesar said wearily, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Steel City. Shiyu had returned from the subsidiary territory and received Zero's report. The apes are massively promoting the Gene Warrior plan, while simultaneously launching the Kindling plan. The Kindling plan involves scattering their own people and hiding them all over the world as preparation for failure. Shiyu smiled faintly. So they've learned to disperse and hide. but they still haven't learned that failure means no future. Have they forgotten the mistakes they once made? What have Lu Fei and Kristen been doing lately? Lu Fei has made progress in researching a new virus and an enhanced Blackwater virus. As for Kristen, she's achieved results in gene potions. She nodded and stared out the window, silent for a long time. Keep monitoring those beasts and record all their movements. The Ape Empire's leader, Caesar, has injected a super gene enhancement serum. It belongs to the progenitor gene potion. The success rate is only 1%, with a 99% mortality rate. You thought of the pressure behind the birth of the infant god. The world's living beings were forced onto the path of genetic evolution, and as a result, the infant god was born. Once successful, the infant god would become the savior. Yu and the others would become the sealed, evil villains. This plot was illusory, yet familiar, like the demon king being sealed away, only with different names. Within the territory, I watched the live stream as the light gate opened. Kaisha, Alisha, Aldous, and Lena walked through the gate. They had just returned from the territories of Nangong Yabing and Tang Wuxia. They brought back 3 troop refresh recruitment cards and a barracks upgrade card. I said to Aldous and Lena, take a break. After that, lead the Valkyrie Legion to the second bronze world to investigate intelligence. Find suitable chosen people of God. Yes, God King. I thought of the current development of the Black Iron Worlds. The Black Iron Worlds had limited value. Unless they were kept for transformation, destroying them was simple. By merely extracting the world's resources, one could bring about its demise. I controlled 7 Black Iron level worlds. 1. Technology Flesh World 2. Yellow Sand Insect World, resource depleted. 3. Silent World, on the brink of collapse. 4. Void World 5. Water World 6. Black Mud Virus World 7. Flame World among them. Worlds 2 and 3 had almost no resources left and were about to die. The remaining 4 still had room for development. Developing worlds is so troublesome, especially the 2 special worlds, water and fire. The Void trial ended. Ding. 0 battle losses, 2.2 million kills, SSS rating. Ding. Obtained an SSS grade Abyss difficulty rating chest. I rose from the corpses, closed the live stream, and used my authority to decompose the bodies. Ding. Decomposed 2.2 million corpses, obtained 440,000 source crystals. I opened the 440,000 gold chests. Ding. Obtained Advanced Spirit Iron Resource Card X10, Advanced Anti-Magic Stone Resource Card X10. I was stunned. Can a Golden Abyss chest yield advanced resource cards? Too much luck to be explained. I stared greedily at the SSS Abyss rating chest. Lilith was washing the blood from her body and glanced at me. Greedy. With a smile at the corner of her mouth. Although she was a fallen angel of the original sin, she understood my current changes even better. The power of original sin had taken root in my body and was affecting my thoughts and personality. It was making me increasingly greedy, arrogant, lustful, and irritable. But it would not change my essence, nor control me. It would take time to adapt. Ding. Open the SSS grade Abyss rating chest. I licked my lips, unabashedly greedy. Open it. Ding. Obtain Troop Refresh Recruitment Card X1, Barracks Upgrade Card X1, Hero Ascension Card X1. Ding. Divine Spirit Root, Xianhuang Divine Tree. Ding. Unique Lord Exclusive Secret Treasure, Book of Destiny. Ding. Unique Wonder, Endless Trial Tower. Seeing the harvest, I was satisfied. Spirit Root, Secret Treasure, and Wonder, all complete. Xianhuang Divine Tree, Divine Spirit Root Attribute 1. Xianhuang Qi, increases the physical strength of troops. Attribute 2. Xianhuang Fruit, increases the level and power of troops. Attribute 3. Xianhuang Mineral Vein, accompanied by Xianhuang Mineral Vein, from which Xianhuang Divine Gold can be extracted. Attribute 4. Immortal, as long as the territory is not destroyed, the divine tree will not die. Xianhuang Divine Gold. A strange light flashed in my eyes. I placed it into the territory. Looking at the spirit roots within my territory, the Golden Origin Divine Tree, the Green World Tree, the Xianhuang Divine Tree, the Sun Moon Divine Tree floating in the sky, and the Tao Tree filled with the essence of the Great Tao. Though crowded, it'll be fine once I advance the world. Book of Destiny, unique exclusive secret treasure attribute. Fate Insight, know a true name, write it down, and you can see through its past. Note, though it has no offensive power, it is extremely useful. Would you like to soul bind the Book of Destiny? After binding, it cannot be traded, and upon death the secret treasure will vanish completely. Without hesitation, I chose to bind it. Opening the Book of Destiny, a golden pen appeared in my hand. After a moment of hesitation, I wrote 3 words, Lin Xiao Xiao. Instantly, golden light flashed, yet nothing appeared. As expected, I smiled bitterly. Lin Xiao Xiao's name is fake. These great clans really were cautious, even keeping their true names hidden. Using a successor's name as a secret code, that's just excessive. I realized I was still too young and hadn't thought of everything. Maybe I should get myself a nickname too. I put away the Book of Destiny, at least now knowing that name wasn't the real one. Endless Trial Tower. Unique Wonder Attribute 1. Endless Projection. Can project and simulate any being, indistinguishable from a real being. Attribute 2. Endless Tower. Infinite Space. Attribute 3. Trial Blessing. Trials yield unexpected rewards. System prompt. This is basically a cheat tower. Want good stuff? Don't just keep squeezing me. Go try it. With a smile at the corner of my mouth, I added the Endless Trial Tower to my territory. There would be plenty of chances for trials, but I only had 30 days to milk it dry. If I didn't go all out, I'd be letting myself down. Aelides Lena. The two Valkyries immediately appeared, leading their legions. God King. Both of them said, their expressions hot with fervor. Go scout that world. If there's anything good, bring it back at once. Yes, God King. They led the Valkyrie Legion like meteors into the light gate, heading for the number 2 bronze world. Another blood battle invitation appeared in my hand. System, initiate blood battle. Blood battle initiated, preparation time, 1 minute. Newbie buff activated. Decomposition yields source crystals. The blood battle begins. I lie in the open-air hot spring of the Origin Palace, enjoying the warmth, and open the Lord Heart panel. System, upgrade the Lord Heart. Consume 6,000 source crystals to upgrade. Upgrade. Consume another 7,000. Upgrade. Lord Heart upgraded to level 8. Bronze 8 star now. The Lord level has no effect on my troops, so it doesn't matter whether I upgrade it or not. There are still 2 chances to draw traits. Holding a bronze wine cup, I lie back in command. System, draw traits. 3 red beams flash past, revealing 3 red traits. The Blessing of the Gods. Eternal Land. True Unique. The Blessing of the Gods. Red trait troops will be favored and protected by the gods. I raise an eyebrow. The gods, are they evil gods, old gods, or outer gods? This trait seems useless to me. I don't need the gods at all. By the time I become a god myself, everything will be completely turned upside down. So-called gods are nothing more than creatures of great research value, or prey. Eternal Land. Red territory trait allows the territory to continually devour worlds and evolve, developing toward the direction of an eternal world. I look at the Eternal Land trait, my eyes gleaming, and I genuinely like it. I can't help wavering. I mutter to myself, if the big boss doesn't die, how am I supposed to take the throne? No, the big boss treats me so well, I can't let him down. True Unique. Red Lord Troop trait locks the timeline into unity, merging all versions of yourself across countless timelines. A singular existence, converging into the attribute of true uniqueness. Truly, the eternal of truth, the one and only existence. I narrow my eyes slightly, my heart trembling. The unique attribute means locking onto a single timeline, cutting off future trouble. No need to fear gods from other timelines coming to cause trouble. Faced with the 2 traits, Eternal Land and True Unique, I hesitate for a moment. Time is a paradox. In the end, I choose Eternal Land. True Unique is good, but I don't believe my future self will lose to a time-based deity. The mysterious treasure, the temporal sacred hall, anchors time, and the ancient god Hersher can't detect it. Therefore, Eternal Land is more practical. Ding. Bound red trait. Eternal Land ding. Obtained Lord Authority. Devour worlds. I looked at the newly added World Devouring Authority in astonishment. Remembering the several worlds I controlled, world number 3 was on the verge of utter desolation. Ding. Devour the number 3 desolate world. I was half believing, half doubting as I muttered, it really can? In the end, I decided to devour it. The system began analyzing. No resisting sentient beings, and the world will show no resistance, meeting the conditions for devouring. I suddenly understood. Devouring had to satisfy 2 conditions: no resisting sentient beings, and no resisting world will. This was effectively refining a world by another name, though a bit more troublesome. But I was already at Bronze 8 star, which was enough for now. A white glow appeared, and Lilith and the others saw golden raindrops in the territory merge into the earth. The territory expanded at a visible speed. The invading monsters were stunned as the golden raindrops pierced through bodies and into the ground, and the earth swelled wildly. Suddenly, a dragon's roar rang out. 100-meter-tall purple-gold true dragon stood in the sky, coiling through the clouds as Ao Long spread out his true form. Immediately after, a golden giant dragon burst forth with the brilliance of the sun, dazzling and radiant. After devouring the number 3 desolate black iron world, the territory's area surged tenfold. It expanded from a diameter of 2,800 meters to 28,000 meters. I frowned in confusion. That's it. Secretly, I thought, could the Eternal will be pocketing some kickback? But I also understood that world number 3 was resource poor, so the increase in area was limited. After all, the level hadn't increased. Any expansion was still good news. I pondered, if I don't promote the territory, can the area keep expanding indefinitely? I quickly abandoned the idea. Promotion wasn't just expansion, it was also an ascent in dimension. There was a fundamental difference. System, extract a trait. I said in a deep voice while soaking in the hot spring. 3 red traits emerged. Advanced consumption. Overdraw 1 month of troop recruitment in exchange for 1 guaranteed hero unit recruitment opportunity. Land of Return to Ruins. The territory becomes a gathering place for shattered worlds, where resources can be harvested. Risks and opportunities coexist. Absolute faith. Troop loyalty plus 100. Faith power conversion speed doubled. I hesitated. Advanced consumption overdraws time a bit too much, but the temptation of a hero unit was enormous. As for the Land of Return to Ruins, I was afraid I might run into living gods, and my current abilities were limited. Absolute faith would be greatly beneficial to my origin divine body, accelerating the generation of divine power. After thinking for a long time and weighing the pros and cons, I decided to bind advanced consumption. Troops were the core. Loyalty and faith conversion speed could wait for now. The chance to obtain a hero unit was the most attractive to me, and even sacrificing 1 month's recruitment quota would be worth it. Ding! Trait, advanced consumption successfully bound. However, I wouldn't use this trait immediately. The key was to promote the territory in a few days. My current military strength was already insufficient. Triggering advanced consumption now would only throw everything into chaos. I had 67 barracks upgrade cards and 191 troop refresh recruitment cards in hand. Should I use the upgrade cards directly to upgrade the barracks, or wait until I return to the main world to buy some materials first before upgrading? I was very torn. If I used them now, the advantage would be that I could bring a large number of troops along during the promotion. The downside was that the territory might not be able to hold them all, leaving people packed together. I sighed. Forget it. I'll think about it in a couple of days. I closed my eyes and lay back to rest in the hot spring. The formless original sin between heaven and earth was quietly merging into my body, secretly strengthening me. Bronze World number 2. Audrey and Lena each led their legions to descend upon this world that had failed its ascension. Split up and search. The place is huge. Whatever. They're no threat anyway. Audrey took the sky-hunting cavalry and rode her heavenly steed eastward. The golden Valkyrie legions soared through the sky, turning into streaks of light as they appeared. Lena led the Shattered Star army westward. This was a world that had failed its ascension. The ones still surviving were either ruthless or powerful. Suddenly, a giant dragon with gray scales and a wingspan of over 20 meters roared as it charged over. Audrey steadied the reins, golden light flashing as she hovered in the air. Don't kill it. One Valkyrie nodded and thrust her golden spear through the dragon, pinning it to the ground. Gray blood gurgled out, corroding the black earth. The dragon's scarlet eyes were dead and lifeless, as if it had no soul and acted only on instinct. The dragon opened its mouth, gray light gathering within. A Valkyrie stomped down on its head, knocking it unconscious. Audrey judged, a being of the gold tier. Looking around, the land was dead silent. Even gold tier beings had become like this. She suspected the God King would be disappointed and unable to find suitable divine candidates. The corrupt aura was not undead, which made Audrey think of research subjects. She concluded that this gray dragon had very high research value. You all go search the surrounding area. Yes. The Valkyries scattered to search. On the other side, Lena led the Shattered Star army westward. With a thunderous crash, a gray giant was wrapped in chains. Its blood-red eyes roared as it swung the chains at Lena. Lena's gaze sharpened, and she leaped off her heavenly steed with a smile. Swinging her halberd, she shattered the chains in a single strike, turning them into powder. A giant with gold tier life? Let me see what you're capable of. The giant roared and threw a punch to meet her. Weapons clashed, gray blood mist exploded, and one of the giant's arms was shattered. Lena frowned. Boring. She had expected a powerful foe, only to find the giant's strength mediocre. Wielding her halberd, she said coldly, "So not all giants are like Hershey. Really no fun. Disappear." The terrifying power carried by the halberd tore through space, turning into a shockwave that instantly blew the gray giant apart. She looked boredly at the 1,000-mile-wide ravine before her. That was merely the result of her casual strike. Let's go. Let's go somewhere else and see if we can run into a more interesting fight. Mounting her heavenly steed, she vanished into the void, while the Shattered Star Legion streaked past like meteors. At the same time, Yishio stood within his territory, looking at the Legion under his command. Several days of Secret Realm training had greatly increased his strength, and his first hero unit had advanced to the epic tier. Too bad, I still can't reach an SSS rating. Yishio sighed. Today was the 25th day of the competition. Because he had offended Lin Xiaoxiao, he hadn't been able to buy any technological weapons. It would be hard for his ranking to even break the top 1,000. A decision mistake, and the chain reaction is really bad. Yishio remembered a sensational event. In the freshman assessment at Imperial Capital University, the first-place winner gets an entire bronze world. The temptation was enormous, and it thrilled him. But the first-place winner was the giant Empress Tang Wuxia, not someone easy to deal with. That bronze world had been refined by an elder of Imperial Capital, and all the dangerous creatures had been sealed away, including a young golden god. It was practically resources delivered right to his doorstep. He had missed out on this in his previous life, so in this one he absolutely had to fight for it. I can't keep going like this. He took a deep breath, thinking that Suyi had also gone to the mecha department of Imperial Capital. Maybe I can use this to mend our relationship, and by the way, push for the final ranking. In a certain territory, a young man sat on a rock. He wore a kimono, his eyes a blood-red crimson, filled with killing intent and rage, as well as an unperceived fear. No, it can't be like this, absolutely impossible. Yamamoto Ichiro panted heavily, panic spreading through him. He was a rising star from the island nation, with the talent, absolute control, and possessed a holy domain-level shadow ninja troop type. By clearing the nightmare difficulty void trial, he had obtained a one-time secret treasure, the time secret treasure. It allowed him to see fragments of the future. Originally, out of curiosity, he used the secret treasure. Yet what he saw was his future self, treated as an experimental subject and bound to an operating table, suffering horrific torture. Not just him. Other island nation lords met the same fate. In the scene, there was a woman in a white lab coat. There was also a man wearing a lazy short-sleeved shirt with a roguish smile. The shirt had the words, "Dragon Face Greatly Delighted," printed on it, the language of the divine Dragon Empire. He saw that man give a single order. The people of the island nation, whether commoners or lords, all became experimental subjects. Bodies mutated, half-mechanical monsters appeared, and some were even turned into piles of flesh. The woman in the white lab coat kept recording everything. The man said, "I'm kind-hearted and can't bear to see people die. Handle them however you like, but don't let them die too quickly. These experimental subjects have good bodies, so use them sparingly. If they can be used for experiments, then use them. Understand?" "Yes, Emperor." The woman in the white coat immediately got to work. The nightmare-like scenes swirled in his mind. Comrades being modified, dismantled, and reassembled, with biochemical experiments and viruses ravaging everything. It was like a deep brand burned into his soul. When the effect of the secret treasure faded, he woke from the nightmare. "It's fake, it's all fake. Just who was that guy?" Yamamoto's eyes were full of ferocity and fear. "Emperor," he gasped, that being the only clue to the future. Even more terrifying was the fact that he was merely an ordinary novice lord, not an heir of some great clan. In the future scene, the people of the island nation were tragically made into experimental subjects. They personally suffered viruses, mechanical modifications, and unknown infections. Damn it. What? Fear in his eyes. He stared at the territory, at that future. He couldn't see his opponent, only remembered the words, "Emperor," and the woman in white. Though he wanted to stop it, he had no idea where to begin. An invisible fear enveloped him. Gradually calming down, Yamamoto said, "That was only the future. There are countless changes. I don't believe in that future." His gaze turned vicious. "Find him, and kill him." Killing intent burst through his fear. "Emperor, I will find you. Then slowly, little by little, kill you."